1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 live cricket coming up from Edgbaston in about 5 minutes' time. One two one two one two 1 2. Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston ahead of day 2 of the County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Sussex. Just over 30 overs of play possible yesterday, in which time Sussex reached 99 for 3. They made a pretty good fist of things in difficult batting conditions until they lost 2 wickets right towards the tea interval, and after which we had no further play. 2 wickets in quick succession for the Bears fast bowler Michael Booth, getting rid of Tom Haynes for 49, caught at second slip, and Tom Clark, who was trapped LBW for 30. Earlier in the day, Daniel Hughes was caught rather well at Gully, a very fast moving ball to Ed Barnard off Chris Wokes for 11. So it means Charlie Tier and James Coles will be coming to the crease in a few moments' time for what is scheduled to be a prolonged day. It should be 104.3 overs today, so you're looking at an extra half an hour on the scheduled day. It means that the lunch interval will be slightly late at 1:10, and the tea interval will be at 4 o'clock. So those are the scheduled moments for today. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. I will be joined very shortly by Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, and then at 11:30 the former Warwickshire and Sussex player Dermot Reeve will be with us, as well as the Warwickshire players emerge and form a huddle, and the Sussex batters come out as well. That's Coles and Tier. They're going to get to the middle before the bowling team, which happens rather often these days as Adrian gets a phone call. He's working on some technicals at the moment. Yeah.
Apologies.
And apologies if this microphone sounds a little bit raw. We're a bit short this week. Is this sounding a bit weird to you? Is it okay?
No, it sounds all right.
It's okay. That's all right then.
Yeah,
that's a good sign. How are you this morning, Adrian?
I'm fine. Yourself?
Yeah.
Glad to see that the weather forecast looks better today, which is good news. I got rather stuck in the Birmingham traffic this morning. I thought that the being school holidays, it wouldn't be too bad, but there was various roadworks around which seemed to cause various queues.
And you are in the independent borough of Solihull where you're staying.
Yeah, I was a little way out, and then stupidly I parked the car up, and it's probably a 5-minute walk, isn't it? That's all. But I left my phone in the car, so I was racing back to and fro. So anyway, But we got here. That's the main thing, and looking forward to a good day's cricket. And I just feel that Warwickshire really thought, picking up those 2 wickets late last night was a big bonus to Warwickshire.
Yeah,
and a blow for Sussex.
Michael Booth, when I spoke to him briefly last night. So it wasn't a lot to talk about. He gave all of the credit for his 2 wickets to the spells from Hannon Dolby and Barnard that had just preceded it. So if you do the 3 balls from Ethan Bamber, that'll probably get me in good position for doing my 3 minutes past 11 report.
So Bamber running away from us. The final 3 balls left over from last night comes in and bowls to James Coles, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Alex Davis. And there is no run. So 3 slips. There's a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg, almost a deep backwards square leg. A few more spectators in the ground today. I think a few people yesterday probably looked at the weather forecast, as indeed Richard did, and said we won't get too much play in the afternoon, and that was spot on. And in fact, about 5 o'clock, it absolutely hosed down.
Oh yeah, that last shower was very heavy. It was bouncing.
It was. Bamber in, bowls down the leg side, and Coles will be disappointed to have missed out there, looking to clip that one away on the leg side. Went down the leg side, taken by Davis, and there is no run. So 1 more ball to go in this over. Then I'll hand to Richard for his radio update. James Coles on 1, Charlie Tier on 2. As Richard was saying a minute yesterday, Haynes, Hughes and Clark. Tom Haynes' interview you can see on the BBC Sussex Twitter feed if you'd like to have a look at that. In comes Bamber, bowls, let go by Coles. That's up the off stump, taken by Davis. End of the over, 99 for 3, 31 overs gone. Coles on 1, Tier on 2.
It's one of the great triumphs of branding, isn't it, that we still all refer to it as Twitter. But you know what I mean? It is. It just goes to show we are not bending to the will. But yeah, in terms of the weather today, it is considerably better than it was yesterday. And then tomorrow and Sunday are even better still. So there is a real chance that this game does get played to conclusion with that little bit of extra grass on top here. There is some cloud around, but it is higher. There are blue swathes in between them. I doubt we'll get 104.5 overs in, which is the target, but I think we may get somewhere around 85, 90, certainly before the weather does get a little bit more questionable after 5 o'clock. But if you are thinking about coming down, I think you're going to get a pretty solid day's cricket here between two very competitive teams, as Chris Woakes prepares to bowl for the first time this morning. Claimed the 1 wicket yesterday, 1 for 31 in 6 overs, did not tell the full story of his spell. He bowled very well, and a number of times that he saw an inside edge scuttle away was particularly unfortunate. 3 slips in place here as I'll wait for the clock to tick over to 3 minutes past for this update. Once we get the mechanics of that out of the way, we can flow as close as we ever come to it. As Woakes comes in to bowl his first ball of the day, left alone outside off stump, and through to wicketkeeper Alex Davis. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where we are underway on time. It should be an extra long day if the weather doesn't curtail it. 104 overs due in the day. Sussex resuming on 99 for 3. Ethan Bamber has bowled the last 3 balls of his over that was interrupted last night. And now Chris Woakes is entering the attack. He was unlucky yesterday. He's 1 for 31. He was worth a little bit more than that. Sussex showed some real patience in difficult conditions. But we are underway with Sussex 99 for 3 in their first innings. As Woakes is in and gets some good seam movement away there from the right-handed tier. Gosh, it was swinging out the hand, and then it's gone a long way off the seam as well, which tells you that the ball may be in its 32nd over, but it has got some life in it.
Yeah, and that was certainly the view that, speaking to Tom Haynes last night, he said it was very difficult out there, and he recognised the strength of this Warwickshire attack, and that they felt had they gone in 1 down, they'd have had a really good day yesterday, be it a curtailed day.
Woakes approaches again, getting into line and defending it out to the offside there is Tier, and there's no run.
He does like a stare at the batsman, doesn't he, Chris Woakes? He gave Charlie Tier a good long look there.
It just doesn't feel a very threatening stare.
No, I agree.
From Chris Woakes. he's too nice
Too nice a fellow, yeah. Now, is he a Villa fan or a Birmingham fan?
He's a Villa fan.
Is he?
Yeah. Can't be helped. As he comes into bowl once more, and this is driven by Tear, but it doesn't time in. It hops up rather kindly for Ollie Allen Dolby. He doesn't have to stoop as low as he thought he was going to have to field that. And there's still no addition to the overnight score.
Do they open up the whole ground on days like today, Richard? I mean, I can see the city end, that's where most of the spectators are sat.
Yeah, actually, it's quite a lot will be sat at this end, but we can't see them.
Right.
As Woakes comes in once more, and it's off the inner half of the bat, and out on the leg side, there's no run. So just to the right of the scoreboard, the upper deck there, that doesn't open up.
Right.
Where the black seats
yes,
are.
Yeah.
And then away to our left, that 2-tier stand, that's not open today. So, yeah, big swathe of that side of the ground, what with the hotel site, with a small number of Fraggles working on it this morning.
They were busy yesterday, weren't they, despite the weather?
Yeah. There'll be lots more there, you just can't see them at the moment. Depends what they're doing today. As Woakes in, that's a nasty bouncer, and it's cleared Alex Davis as well. And that's going to go all the way through for 4 byes, and it moved as well in the air, and it narrowly missed the gloves of Charlie Tier. I mean, if it had hit the gloves, I'm not sure that it would have helped Alex Davis at all anyway. But that has cleared. I mean, Chris Woakes is not noted for a bouncer. He never has been. But in the tail end of his 30s, he's got that one to really lift and fizz through.
And he's just looking at Chris Woakes. He's walking down the pitch and he's sort of looking back as if to say, how on earth did that happen? He's having a bit of a chat to the umpire as well. So just the sort of delivery that puts doubt in batters' minds as well. But the Sussex bowlers sitting up on the balcony are probably thinking, oh, there's a bit of life in this pitch.
That flew.
It did.
That really flew.
So Ethan Bamber is going to bowl the next over from the running away from us, coming into bowl to the right-handed James Coles in and bowls, and Coles lets that one go wide outside of the off stump, taken by Davis, who moves across in front of first slip to take the ball, and there is no run. Total remains on 103 for 3, so Sussex have added 4 runs this morning. Just a reminder of the men out yesterday: Daniel Hughes for 11, Tom Clark for 30, and Tom Haynes for 49. 2 wickets for Michael Booth. We thought perhaps might have opened up this morning, but he hasn't done so, as Bamber is in bowls, and Cole lets that go again outside of the off stump, taken by Davies. Good carry through to the keeper, who's taking the ball above waist high. There's certainly been a life in this pitch, Richard.
Yeah, and look, it was confirmed by Michael Booth, they have left a bit of grass on it.
Yeah.
That's not to say that it won't get flatter as the match goes on. That's been a bit of a tendency at Edgbaston, not always, but it has been a tendency in recent years. It's just nice that the ground staff can have a sit down this morning after yesterday.
Bamber again bowls, and for the third time in the over, Coles lets that go through to Davis, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, they spent most of the day yesterday perched on the hover cover in front of the new Standon Hotel that's being built, watching the clouds which drifted in with a lot of regularity throughout the day. And actually, I watched them at the close of play, even when we'd had that really heavy shower. They were still mopping up at 6 o'clock when we left the ground last night.
Yeah.
Bamber over the wicket, bowls. Coles again, repeat performance, lets that go outside the off stump through to Davis, no run.
I mean, with the international cricket here, the women's cricket, the 100, they really don't have much of a moment to themselves. You can understand why the Bears now play 3 games in the 50 over format over at Rugby School to give this place a little bit of respite, but they work incredibly hard.
Bamber, and for the 5th time in the over, Coles lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. He's just plugging away here, is Ethan Bamber.
He was unlucky in his first spell yesterday. His second spell, there was the odd wayward ball, including a 5 wides.
Yeah, that was odd. We reckon that slipped out of his hand and ended up down a fine leg.
His body shape was slightly wrong as well, so whether he sort of landed heavily on one of his feet, I don't know, but it was peculiar.
He's in again, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Coles, now I'm not sure to go off 5 pad or whether he's got a bit of bat on that. We'll wait for the umpire's signal, and he's come off a bit of pad, so the ball runs away down to the boundary for 4 runs, 4 to the total. Sussex go to 107 for 3. James Coles, though, he remains on 1. Charlie Tier on 2, with all 8 runs this morning being extras. Yeah,
that's slightly peculiar, isn't it, how that started that way. So the extras tally is at 14 now, in a score of 107. I mean, that pales in comparison to events at down at Northwood in that Middlesex-Kent match, where Kent on 301 for 7, the extras now stand at 55, so there are 2 batters who've scored more than that, but yeah. Chris Wokes, who started with a maiden this morning, comes in to bowl to Terry, gets that off the outer half of the bat, down to 3rd, where there is a fielder, which is interesting. 3 slips, a gully, and a man at 3rd, who hurls it in. It's Michael Booth, who finds himself down there. A single to Tear, his first run of the morning. He's to 3 off 26 balls. Cole's 1 off 17 balls. That tells you it's been slow progress since the fall of the 3rd wicket. Partnership now worth 10. Michael Booth can feel a bit hard done by that he didn't get the new ball this morning, but I can understand why he hasn't. So Wokes is in, that's left alone outside of stump. He was 5th bowler used yesterday. Only bowled 3 overs, took 2 for 5. He's the shock and awe bowler in the side, if you like. He's that player with that extra bit of pace.
Well, he certainly put the ball in the right areas yesterday. It was a good one that got Tom Haynes.
Yeah, and the LBW was absolutely cast iron as well. Here's Wokes approaching once more, and Coles down the leg side. Does he get a touch on that? There's a tentative, I say a tentative appeal. Alex Davis quite liked it, but that looks like thigh pad to me. And certainly the reaction of Coles was not that of a guilty man.
Well, apart from a double 100 in the County Championship against Glamorgan, James Coles has been a little short of runs in the County Championship this season. Went off to the 100 with the big price tag. And didn't get much of an opportunity in that to show what he can do.
Wokes again, and that's going to be fine probably for 4 more. There'll be a strong chase made by Bamber, but he won't cut that off. And that's leg buys again. Coles is specialising in leg buys this morning. That's 8 he's kicked. He hasn't kicked, obviously, he's just brushed his leg. But yeah, that one was down and low, and there's no way Alex Davis was going to get across after a sprightly take the previous delivery, which replays did confirm off the thigh pad. That's taken a rather larger nudge off the thigh pad.
My eyes must be deceiving me, because I was convinced he'd hear that.
It was such a solid contact,
yes,
but
it was.
when you see it again, it was very much pad. Hasn't quite got his line right this over. That's better from Wokes. Just outside off stump in that area where you've got to play. Little bit of swing. And defended by Coles. 112 for 3. Extras tally suddenly up to 18.
Yeah, what have we had this morning? 13 runs, 12 extras.
The umpires have had a pretty good game. There was one LBW decision that might well have gone Warwickshire's way yesterday, but it was against Hughes, who departed almost immediately afterwards. So it wasn't a costly one. As this one is left outside off stump, it was pitching outside off and it jagged further away. So a single and then 4 leg buys off that over. Sussex 112 for 3. And, yesterday was a day of near misses and some plays and misses and a series of near chop-ons from Haynes in particular. This morning, I think it's reasonable to say that we've got through the first 15 balls of the day, or however many it is now. 21 balls of the day, without any alarm for Sussex.
Yep. Actually, talking about the umpires, sometimes umpires get a bit of stick, don't they, when there's bad weather around. But I thought these umpires did a good job yesterday because they were recognising when it was going to rain and got the players off a couple of times, and then it did rain heavily. And then when the lights started to deteriorate, they got the floodlights on, so they gave it every chance yesterday.
Yeah.
Ethan Bamber's going to carry on. Running away from us in bright sunshine, comes in and bowls to Charlie Tier, who's forward, plays that into the backward point region. I was going to say gully, but it's more backward point. And there is no run. Total remains on 112 for 3. Just a reminder for those who are joining us for the first time this morning, Warwickshire winning the toss yesterday, asking Sussex to bat first. Bamber's back to his mark. There's a little pile of sawdust as he starts his run up. And he's on his way. The 3 slips are waiting. Bamber in bowls, and Tier is forward solidly defensively, plays the ball down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Bamber fields off his own bowling and then throws the ball to Chris Wokes, who is busily shining the ball on his trousers.
The way that Haynes and Clark just managed to keep their concentration yesterday when things were difficult has given Sussex a real chance here as this ball gets older to get a proper score on the board, which might not have been the case. They could have subsided against the movement yesterday, but they just didn't.
Yeah. Bamber in bowls, and Tier has a flash out of wide one outside the off stump. Not really in position to play the shot, and the ball whistled past the outside edge into the gloves of Davis. And there is no run. No, absolutely. And I was talking to Tom Haynes last night, and I said that's the sort of wicket you could have easily finished up against that attack. 70 for 5 last night. So the fact they were 3 down, they were disappointed to lose the 2 wickets late on before the rain came.
Because you could see it was coming as well, that was the thing.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
The rain, that is.
Bamber bowls. Tier again lets that one go through to Davis. No run. Yeah, absolutely. And I think in commentary, actually, we said if Sussex could get through here with just the 1 wicket down, they'll be very pleased. 95 for 1.
Yeah.
But then 2 went down, and all of a sudden the context of the game changed.
Although I think, as you've already said this morning, 2 really good deliveries.
Yeah.
From Booth. They were wicket-taking deliveries. They didn't get themselves out.
Bamber with this very straight approach, running away from us. Bowls, and Tier is forward to a ball of good length that would have hit the stumps. Plays it down the track, and again Bamber is across quickly and fields off his own bowling, and repeat performance as he gives the ball to Chris Wokes on shining duties. And again there is no run. Lots of blue sky around Birmingham this morning, sort of light blue colour. And some clouds much higher than they were yesterday. As Bamber makes his way in the game. Bowls, and Tier is beaten. There's a loud appeal from Alex Davis. It wasn't a wholly convincing appeal. Ethan Bamber sort of joined in after the ball had passed the bat, but good delivery from Ethan Bamber. And these two young Sussex players, Coles and Tier, having to work very hard out here this morning. 112 for 3. Sussex have added 13 runs this morning, haven't lost a wicket. 12 of those runs have come in extras. Coles on 1, hasn't added to his overnight score. Charlie Tier is on 3.
It's a peach of a delivery from Ethan Bamber. It really is, and it's just cleared the top of off stump. Tier has just got his bat inside the line of it, and the umpire again is absolutely right that isn't out. But I thought Bamber rather gave that away anyway.
Yes, well, by not appealing.
Yeah, so the test match is live on Sports Extra, and England's lead is above 200 now, in fact 214. More on that in a moment as Chris Wokes comes in to bowl, and that's a good leave by Coles, a ball angling away for him. England 385 for 8, 214 in front. Jamie Smith is on 23, Jofra Archer on 11, having just hit a 6.
He can bat, Jofra.
Yeah.
But he rarely sort of shows his talent with the bat.
Ollie Robinson got a rather good ball to receive first up yesterday.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Was he out first ball?
Yeah, it really turned the ball from Usman and hit the top of off. It was a horrible ball to receive first up. Wokes down the leg side, hasn't got his line right at all. It bounces a second time before it reaches Alex Davis.
I think there's just a little sign there that James Coles is... I mean, obviously he's been away in the hundreds. He hasn't played any red ball cricket for a long time, but I think in normal circumstances he'll be disappointed that he's missed out with that one. So it was down the leg side, a chance to tuck that one away onto the leg side. But he's still there, which is the main thing from a Sussex point of view.
As Wokes jogs in again, wraps his man on the pad. It's a strong appeal and he's been given out LBW. Cole stands his ground for a moment. He looks frustrated by that decision, but just look at the pictures. That again is absolutely stonewall. He's gone for 112 for 4. Chris Wokes with his second wicket, and from behind the bowler's arm, I have to say that looks absolutely plumb.
Well, I just said to the previous delivery that delivery down the leg side from Chris Wokes, that I think in normal circumstances, an informed James Coles tucks that away for runs.
Just showing you the replay here, just so.
Oh yeah,
I mean that's going to not even be halfway up middle.
Yeah. In fact, Alex Davis was sort of running towards Chris Wokes even before the umpire put his finger up. So it's had a tricky season as James. We were discussing yesterday that he can't help the fact that he went for a huge price tag in the 100, and the minute that happened, really, I felt that there was probably pressure on James from who from, you might say. Well, just the fact he'd gone for that price, and I'm sure when he's batting, people are reminding him that he's gone for that big price as well. But he's had a difficult season, apart from that double 100 against Glamorgan, and he'll be disappointed to have gone again today. So.
I mean, it would be a very generous wicket keeper or slipper who isn't saying, "Can you lend us a tenner, James?"
Oh, totally. I mean that's that. I'm quite sure that's been going on all season.
Yeah.
Because it's just the way that it is. But he looked like he looks like he just needed to spend time at the crease today and was just struggling a little.
Yeah.
So, which brings John Simpson to the crease, whose future at Sussex is in some doubt with the financial problems that the club have. No announcement on John yet.
Difficulty you've got with a veteran like him is that whatever contract he gets, it's his last contract, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's 38?
Yes, 38 last month.
Wokes in the bowl again to Simpson, and that's short. He plays it off his hip, and it'll go down behind square on the leg side for a single, so he's off the mark straight away. Oh no, it's a leg bye. My word, that has gone at a heck of an angle for a leg bye.
Yes, that's the 13th extra of the morning.
13 extras out of 14 runs scored this morning.
Yeah, 1 run off the bat. That was Charlie Tier. 9
leg byes, 4 byes this morning.
Yes, he was 38 on the 13th of July, John Simpson.
Yeah. So if he can get a 2-year deal for more money elsewhere,
well, you Couldn't blame him.
You know, it's economics, isn't it, at the end
Yes.
of the day? Wokes into tier, that's too far outside, it's off stump, left alone. Dermot limbering up behind us at the moment, can you tell? There's a
Yes.
presence, isn't there? There's
There
a presence in the room. He'll be with us in, less than 10 minutes when you nip across to do
Yes,
your,
I've got to do my update. But
report.
I might go slightly early because I still think they're having difficulties down in the Brighton studio. But I'll do one more over and then I'll.
I think if you put the bean can on the end of the string instead of the peaches can, I think it'll work. Wokes in, and that wants it taken edge, and it does, and it's taken really well low down at second slip by Rob Yates. 2 wickets in the over for Chris Wokes, and Sussex 113 for 5. Charlie Tier, who never looked comfortable for 34 deliveries, has been caught off the bowling of Wokes for 3.
Well, and I was just looking down the Sussex order because Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson to come at 7 and 8, but it's a lengthy Sussex tail with Crocombe, Hunton and Nugcat 9, 10 and 11. That's not being disrespectful to their batting ability, but against high-class bowling attack, such as this Warwickshire attack. And Sussex were in trouble when James Coles were out, and they're in big trouble here. And I think you're spot on, Richard. I think neither Charlie Tier nor James Coles looked particularly comfortable this morning.
No. That's, by the way, is a lovely catch from Rob Yates.
Yeah.
Who is up there. He gets mentioned with the great slippers of Warwickshire's last 30-odd years, whether it be a Ricky Clark or a Dominic Osler. He is a tremendous slip fielder. His second catch of the match, and it brings Finn Hudson-Prentice to the crease in his final weeks as a Sussex player.
Yes, it is. So Finn is off to Hampshire at the end of the season. He was one of the players out of contract at the end of this season. John Simpson is also out of contract at the end of the season. So a lot of speculation about John, whether it has been widely reported that he's going to Nottinghamshire. The truth of that is yet to be determined.
Which we all assume that means Carl Farina's not coming back next
year.
year.
That's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure of South Africa's test commitments.
But I mean, certainly they're not here for the lion's share, are they? Because it's an Ashes summer.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I had the good fortune to share a commentary box for an hour with Carl Farina last year in the week that Notts won the title. Tremendous, affable man. Oh, what a joy he was to be with.
Good player as well. Ethan Bamber coming around the wicket, bowls to John Simpson, who's beaten outside the off stump. The ball goes through to Davis, and there is no run. And this has very much been Warwickshire's morning.
This next 20 minutes is everything for Sussex.
Yep.
Because we know that these two and Jack Carson can play a pretty good hand. 9-10 Jack, anything you get out of them, you're going to be glad
Totally,
for.
yep.
But we do know that these players, particularly when the ball gets older and softer, can tuck in. And Simpson is a terrific batter who's done it many times in these situations.
He waits as Bamber in bright sunshine runs away from us and bowls, and Simpson is solidly forward. A ball of good length, plays it backward of point, but there is no run, and boy does Sussex need it now.
I talked yesterday about how Chris Wokes has had a really luckless summer with the ball.
Yes.
I mean, he bowled really well at Hove for pretty much no reward.
He did, yep.
To see him take 2 in an over like that, and 2 classic Chris Wokes deliveries, by the way. I mean, it must be a relief to him, because it has been a tough season back at Warwickshire for him.
Bamber round the wicket, bowls. Simpson lets that go, and that from the direction of the slip cordon and keeper Davis, that looks like it was a good leave by John Simpson and may not have missed the off stump by very much.
Yeah. That's very good judgment this early in an innings. I would say that.
It's the sort of one, isn't it? If you leave it and you get bowled, it's bad judgment. You let it go and everyone says, well, it's a good leave. But, well, in this case, it was a good leave, but not by very much. Bamber. Warwickshire with their tails up this morning, in and bowls. And Simpson is on his way, and a 3rd wicket goes down this morning. Catch taken at first slip. John Simpson goes for a duck, and Sussex in dire straits here. 113 for 6. And John Simpson goes, and a 3rd wicket of the morning goes, and Sussex, who at one stage were 95 for 1, now 113 for 6.
Yeah, that's 3 wickets into like 8 balls, and that will prove very, very costly. Good low catch. Dan Mosley is fielding at first slip in the absence of Sam Hain. And that was a good low catch, watched it into his hands, and Simpson just looked a little bit... he was kind of not very solid. He was on the move to the first few deliveries of that over. So another good low catch. There's Sussex in real trouble just at the moment, aren't they?
Well, huge trouble, because I was saying that without no disrespect to Crocombe, Hunton and Nudcat, against bowling of this quality, any runs are going to be a bonus from the three tail enders. Jack Carson, who's got a couple of first-class hundreds to his name and is a real fighter, Jack Carson, making his way out to the middle. But really, Sussex do need these two to put some sort of a stand together. But it's been terrific bowling by Warwickshire this morning. I mean, Sussex just haven't looked comfortable at all.
Just to confirm, it is 3 wickets in 8 balls.
Right, well.
Yeah. England have lost their 9th, by the way, against Pakistan. Jamie Smith is out for 25. Archer 18, Tongue 0, 395 for 9, so a lead of 224, which I would say is a decent working advantage at Headingley.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be wanting to have tickets for tomorrow at Headingley.
I think that would be the height of optimism.
Yeah. So, what a change in the match here. 3 wickets have gone down this morning. And 3 in 8 balls. And Ethan Bambutt with his tail up, coming to bowl to Jack Carson.
Last 5 wickets have gone for 23.
Yeah.
And there was always a chance that could happen yesterday. It just kind of didn't until the very... that bit before the tea interval when it was getting dark. Floodlights were on.
And we said that this morning, didn't we? We said, Sussex could easily have been 70 for 5 last night. But they battled away. But this morning it's been very much Warwickshire's morning. Leg slip in place now as Bambutt is in. Bowls to Carson, who's solidly forward. Plays the ball to mid-on, fielded by Chris Wokes.
I know the word I was looking for now for Simpson. His footwork looked a little skittish.
Right, yeah. Well, he's another who's barely played any cricket. He didn't play in the 100. He played a couple of the latter games in the 50 over. One of the concerns for Sussex would be that with so much uncertainty around, that must feed into the players. That's not an excuse at all, as in comes Bambutt bowls. Carson lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by Alex Davis. Fine over from Ethan Bambutt. Sussex 113 for 6. Carson and Hudson Prentice both yet to score. I'm going to make my way off, and I'm going to leave you with Richard and with Dermot Reeve. Thanks
very much, Adrian. Adrian will be back, I would say, just after 3 minutes past 12 when I've done that next update. It's kind of how it works. I'll take a break then. Dermot Reeve is sidling into position for the first time today. Was in good form yesterday. It's just a shame we only got 30 overs yesterday, Dermot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a shame, but, you have to just take it. The game of cricket, you just take it one ball at a time when you get them. And
Chris Wokes is going to continue. Tremendous over a few moments ago when he got 2 wickets in the space of 4 balls. Getting rid of Coles for 1 and Tier for 3. Bambutt is followed up with a wicket of Simpson. And as Adrian was just saying, the complexion of the game changes. 4 slips and a third for Chris Wokes as he comes in to bowl to Hudson Prentice, who's coming down the wicket. And he's about 2 feet outside the crease by the time the ball passes off stump, trying to negate the swing from ball 1, Hudson Prentice.
Well, Richard, I've been upstairs in the media area having a coffee and watching on the big screen, but from right behind the bowler's arm. And, it is prodigious movement out there that particularly Wokes is getting, but Bambutt as well.
This is bowling with nice control as well. Although this is into the pads of Hudson Prentice. He guides it up to mid-on. Hannon Dolby does the fielding. So we've been saying 9, 10 and 11 don't necessarily offer a lot with the bat for Sussex. So another breakthrough here. We'll have them in real bother. It's just great to see Wokes amongst the wickets. I mean, not great for Sussex this week, but just from a Warwickshire point of view, he hasn't found it easy this year. And that's down the leg side, and Hudson Prentice gets nothing on it. Feels like he missed out. Wokes then took a rather balletic pose halfway down the crease. Just trying to work out whether he's just stretching something or whether I think he's berating himself for getting the angle of the ball wrong. he's okay. We'll see any harm coming to an experienced player whose autobiography comes out in the next few weeks. He's into bowl again and defended back down the wicket by Hudson Prentice.
I'll just check my phone for the to check what the humidity is like, because I'm thinking, you know, why is it suddenly hooping more? It absolutely did quite a lot yesterday, but this morning it really has been going round corners. But no, humidity's at 57%.
Wokes in again, and that's going to be edge, and it's taken very nicely at third slip by Will Young. And the wickets keep on coming. It's 4 in 3 overs now. And Sussex in total disarray on 113 for 7. Smartly taken catch by Young. Wokes now with 4 for 32.
Well, that was a beauty. You know, aimed down the leg side. And that's why it was attempted to be flicked, you know, square on the leg side. But the edge flying to third slip, a super catch, and Wokes now has 4 for 32 off 9 overs and 5 balls. So you know, the ball before, he just asked it to do a bit too much and threw it down the leg side, but this one was sort of crashing the leg stump, but had the shape on it that working it to leg by Prentice was dangerous and resulted in that edge to third slip. So it's been all Warwickshire this morning. There's hardly been a run off the bat.
No. I mean, incredibly, there's been 1 run off the bat this morning, and they've lost 4 wickets. 4 of the wickets, by the way, 112, 113, 113, 113. The 4 wickets have fallen in 15 deliveries.
Right.
That is a proper middle-order collapse. And Henry Crocombe, for whom 9 is a tad high, comes in.
Okay.
He's not incapable. He's quite inexperienced, though.
Well, it would
he
be
can
a
hold
test.
an end up.
It would absolutely be a test for the best batsman in the world currently, because Wokes is finding big movement, late movement.
And looking for his first 5 foot of the season, and a little appeal for LBW that was strangled there. May have been a little bit of bat on it, and the end of another successful over for Chris Wokes. You actually hear some applause around the ground now as well. But 4 for 32 for Wokes, 113 for 7 Sussex. And yeah, I mean, no doubt we're going to have to see how much the Sussex attack, and it's a good seam attack with Crocombe, Hudson Prentice, Hunt and a Nabcat, how much movement they get as well, and what a good score is. But 113 for 7 is probably not a good score.
No, it's not. But, you know, 90 for 1 absolutely was a good start.
That's a start reminder, isn't it? 90 for 1 becomes 113 for 7, so 23 for 6. Gosh.
But as opposed to yesterday, when the ball was going past the outside edge, today it's found the edge, and also the catching has been of a super standard. As Bamber comes in, this one's wide of off, it's let go, and Chris Wokes will be eyeing up a 7 for, never mind a 5. If Bamber just keeps bowling it outside off there and getting let go, you wouldn't put it past him picking up another couple of wickets in space of his next couple of overs. Chris Wokes, the way he's bowling and the amount the ball is doing.
It's interesting, isn't it? One or two Warwickshire members were concerned that Jordan Thompson got left out yesterday, but you look at the quality of this attack.
And Bamber, and he has uprooted the off stump. It has flown out of the ground. Carson is on his way. That's another duck. And the collapse continues. And Sussex 115 for 8 now, but that was a beauty. Late movement. Carson just tried to play down the line. And his off stump went flying out of the ground. No better sight for a fast bowler than to see that.
Well, actually, the ball before that, it turns out, was a no ball. So that it added 2 to the total. So that's 5 wickets in 17 legal deliveries now. And Ethan Bamber is joining in the fun. I mean, it's funny, you said, if Bamber just bowls outside our stump and they keep on leaving him,
Yeah.
well, he found his range
No,
there.
he doesn't. Warwickshire isn't going to get 7 now.
And to be fair to Ethan Bamber, he's the Bears' leading wicket taker this year, and he will try and cash in now. And that you are down to 9 and 10. In comes Sean Hunt, and this has been a stunning morning. The last 5 wickets have gone down for 3 runs.
And one of those being a no-ball.
Carson has
2 of those
got
runs.
nowhere near. Yeah, 2 of those runs were a no-ball. The other one was a leg by. So they actually haven't scored a run with the bat as those 5 wickets have gone down. 3 successive ducks: Simpson, Hudson, Prentice and Carson. I mean, it's a pretty sorry-looking card now. And 7 for 25 since they were 90 for 1.
Yeah, well, will it be Bamber who gets 4 and Wokes 4?
Well, he'll be thinking, could he finish it this over? For Sussex point of view,
Well, another slip's going in.
yeah, Hunt and Crocombe just need to occupy as long as they can here. And I mean, you could argue they might want to play 1 or 2 shots. Hunt, like Crocombe, is a very tall man.
Well, he's about to face his first ball as Bamber gets this right on target, but a thick inside edge takes it down to fine leg. So Hunt is off the mark, and we have a run off the bat. But that was only just, otherwise there was going to be a huge shout for LBW.
Yeah, he did the right thing there, Bamber. Very full and straight. Make sure you got to get something on it, lad. Otherwise you'll be in trouble. I was just saying, the Bears members yesterday were questioning Jordan Thompson not playing, but you look at this attack of Hannon Dolby, Bamber, Booth, Wokes and Barnard. 5 very capable seamers with a little point of difference here and there as well.
Well, Booth got 2 for 5, hasn't he? Off 3 overs, I think.
Yeah.
And he hasn't had a bowl today.
It's good for his averages.
It's Bamber running away from us from the pavilion end. Oh, and this is driven straight, and there are runs finally here for Sussex, but only 2. The outfield a bit slow after that overnight rain.
Yeah.
Sounded good off the bat. But now Crocombe's at least away, so he's got a couple to his name. Hunt has got a single, went down a fine leg.
You didn't get drenched when it started lashing down just after you left, did you?
No, actually, I waited. My Uber came nice and quick.
Okay.
And it did come near enough to the front door. As Bamber leaves us, and that was left alone too by the batsman. And down the leg side, well taken by Alex Davies. But yeah, no, we get. I suppose it's nice for most of England. There was rain pretty much all over the country.
Yeah.
Or bits of it yesterday.
Much needed. My lawn doesn't look quite as yellow as it did. Actually, the green bits are weeds. They've sprung up quickly.
2 balls left in the over as Bamber's in. This is wide of off and left alone by Crocombe. Goes through to Alex Davies. So we've got 4 slips, and then we've got Zen Malik at backward point. So that's Johnny that's gone into 4th slip. Mid-off is Chris Wokes, I think. Or was he mid-on?
Yeah, I think he's mid-on. I think Barnard is mid-off.
Barnard at mid-off. As Bamber's in again, and this one is another leave, and Bamber's furious with himself for not making him play and getting that on the stumps.
Look at the speed of the strides of Chris Wokes to get to the other end. 4 for 32. I want some more. England's first innings lead over Pakistan, 238. They've been bowled out for 409. Tongue the last man out for 8. Out to Curran. 23 not out for Jofra Archer, so 238 the first innings lead. They'll be very happy for that. In Division 1 of the Championship, Hampshire 85 for 4, trail Yorkshire by 88. Could well be quite a low scoring week there looking at the surface. Somerset 370 for 7 against Essex. Rue is 32 not out there, going well. Surrey 46 for 2 in reply to Knott's 184. The night watchman Fisher out today to Brett Hutton. As Chris Wokes comes in to begin his 11th over, bowling to Sean Hunt. Does that take a nick? No. It was one of those that seemed away and was arguably just a little bit too good for him. As Ollie Hannah-Dolby jogs around and whirls his arms as if to say, oh, I want to have a go. Can I have a go? Goes and has a chat with Ed Barnard. Probably saying, I'm happy to bowl the other end. Come on, let me have a go.
He's still stretching too.
Yeah.
I don't think Ethan Bamber will be too pleased if he gets taken off, having got a wicket in the last over.
Works into Hunt, gets this along the deck towards Gullies, then Malik picks it up. Actually, for a big, tall tail ender, played that with relatively soft hands. 118 for 8. Considerably more people in today than there were yesterday, which is fairly understandable given the forecast we had. And it'll be bustling down in the members' restaurant during the interval. More people in. Wokes continues his quest for 5, bowling to Hunt, and he guides this one off an outside edge down towards third for a single. Booth does the fielding, 119 for 8. So now Wokes will have a look at Crocombe for the next couple of deliveries, maybe.
Yeah, you would be tempted to bring third man up and add another slip in there. Go to 5 slips. For every single that goes down to third man that could possibly be stopped by a 5th slip.
Crocombe awaits, and that's a well-judged leave as it starts outside off and goes a little bit further off the seam. Hasn't quite reproduced the quality of deliveries that we'd seen in his last 2 overs. Removing Cole's LBW, Tier caught at 2nd slip, Hudson Prentice caught at 3rd slip. All the balls moving away from the right-handers. Or straightening, really, on Hudson Prentice. Oh, this one has Crocombe hopping with both feet off the ground, actually. Might have kept a bit low than he expected. Goes through to Alex Davis.
That might have been the wobble seam variation, or the attempted in-swinger. But, you know, occasionally Davis has taken the ball in front of first slip, which shows the amount of movement and swing that is in the air.
What a morning it's been so far. Wokes approaches once more. This is driven not with any timing, but into a gap at extra cover for a single. And Crocombe will go up to 320 for 8. This partnership worth 5 now, which isn't insignificant compared to the last 4, which were worth 1, nothing, and 2. So adding a few runs. Hannah-Dolby continues to warm up and then trudges back to his position at long leg as Ethan Bamber gets ready for another over.
Yeah, this ball's now 40 overs old, but you know, occasionally you do just get one that absolutely retains its shape perfectly, and you occasionally get ones that definitely feel small in the hand, but also ones that shine up better than others.
Yeah.
And they've obviously been working on the ball and polishing it. This is normal swing that we're getting, but the ball is absolutely hooping as Bamber comes in and is driven hard. Down to long off for a boundary. Crocombe deciding, I'm going to play shots at you if you give me something that I feel I can throw the bat at. It was quite a classical, well struck off drive there.
Yeah, and it was ultimately a long half volley. He hasn't got it as far. I think he wanted to get it fuller. I think he can afford to vary his length. Now that these 2 batters have been in for 10 minutes or so, I think you can probably just mix it up a little bit. But you could understand why he's wanted to go full initially.
Well, he's wanting to replicate that delivery that had the off stump flying towards the keeper as he comes in from the pavilion end. And this one is a good delivery, fullish. Got Crocombe attempting a drive, but played and missed. There's also been a bit of bounce this morning and good carry from both ends.
124 for 8. The skyline looking rather healthier than it did yesterday. Bit of a glint off the buildings in the city centre.
As Bamber's in, and this one is nicked down to third man. So attempting to hit it on the leg side. He got the outside edge. He's looking quite bemused at why the ball's gone down to third man, but showing again how much movement there is, and 4 slip had just been brought out. And
Anything they can muster here is going to be really valuable.
Chris Wokes is bowling with a 7-2 field, and Bamber's bowling with a 6-3, so he's got 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg. Wokes has 7 on the offside. 3 slips in place, and then a ring of 3 on the offside for Bamber as he comes in, and a swing and a miss from Crocombe, groping outside off stump, trying to hit it through the covers.
And then nearly fell over. To say that he wasn't quite balanced.
Yeah, it was an understatement.
But he's played that one perfect straight drive in this over, and I think he'd like to play another. I mean, why not?
Well, he's 11 off 12, so he's doing well at the minute.
Only the 4th man in double figures.
As Bamber's in, and this is hit on the leg side for 4, wide of mid-on. A nice strike, it was in the air, but found the gap. So Crocombe deciding the best way is to counter-punch and play some shots.
Well, this has to be the right thing for Crocombe to do. In that survival is going to be really difficult when the ball's moving. If you're playing defensive shots, if you're having a go as a tail ender, then you've probably got a better chance of surviving. And Henry Crocombe has done very well with that so far.
Well, you see, Charlie Tier decided, right, I'm just going to try and play every ball on its merits, and you face 30-odd balls for 3 runs. So that last delivery is let go by Crocombe. It goes through to Alex Davies. So a dot to finish the over for Ethan Bamber.
There would be a temptation for me. I mean, Chris Wokes is going to continue for now from the Birmingham end, because he's, with a 4-for, of course, he has. Ed Barnard has just given a message to Ollie Hannon-Dolby. It might be that Hannon-Dolby comes on from this end. It's not his normal end. I would be quite tempted with the tail in to bring Michael Booth into the attack.
I knew you were going to say that.
Bit of extra
I
pace.
I told you what you were going to say then.
Well, am I saying the right thing, Dermot?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel, sometimes you think, I better give this seniority to, the players with more experience. But Booth deserves to bowl.
Wokes coming in again, and this is taken off his pad by Hunt. Did he get a bit of bat on it? I suspect that he probably did. Yeah, it's not going to be signalled as a leg bite. And he goes to 3, gets Crocombe on strike, 133 for 8. They've added 18 useful runs now. It's just that extra pace of Booth. One of his jobs in this side is to clear tail enders.
Well, yesterday he picked up a wicket with his 3rd ball.
Yeah.
So,
there were 2 good wickets as well.
2 wickets. I think he's got 2 for 5 currently. So he does. From yesterday's bowlers, he does deserve to be on now.
As Wokes goes past the edge of the bat there of Crocombe, who, when he does play defensively, gets himself into slightly awkward positions here, Henry Crocombe. And that's, again, it's moved off the seam. It was angling in towards off stump and has done that little bit to go outside. And I guess there's sometimes that extra bit of respect that you give a bowler like Chris Wokes as in Henry Crocombe's situation, but he might be better playing a full-blooded shot. All that gets up at him, and he does actually really well to stand tall and knock it down, straight back down towards his feet. As that got up quite sharply from Wokes.
He's got a good short ball, because he, there's no obvious change in his action, so it's difficult for the batsman to realise that it's a short ball coming until perhaps it's a touch late, and you end up just trying to protect yourself and fend it off. A good bowling from Wokes.
Yeah, it is well disguised, isn't it? He's in again. This is Fuller, takes an outside edge along the deck down to 3rd. There is a fielder at 3rd for Chris Wokes, because that is a very short boundary there. So Michael Booth does the fielding. 134 for 8, brings Sean Hunt back on strike. Swing of the arms in the slips for Will Young. He took his first catch of his 2nd phase as a Bear. Had a spell at the end of last season. Back for the final 6 games this year. And there will be a 3rd overseas player available towards the end, with Suter, the Indian spinner, coming back for a 2nd spell this year. As Wokes is in, well, that has tucked Hunt up and caught him in a very unfortunate place. And yeah, that's a little raw. He might have let out quite a big raw, actually, but no, he's going for a wander now.
I think it might have just been slightly above the
it might have been the stomach.
the undescribables.
Yeah. Okay, little Sean's fine, but he needs a moment just to settle himself, and he's right to take that moment as well. As Chris Wokes comes in to complete his over down the leg side, gets nothing of it. Wokes will be desperate to continue this spell. We will see. He's taken 4 for 36 now as we welcome listeners to Sports Extra 2. And with the news that Sussex have dramatically tumbled from their overnight score of 99 for 3 to 134 for 8. 3 wickets for Chris Wokes this morning and 2 for Ethan Bamber. The men out: Coles for 1, Tier 3, Simpson, Hudson Prentice and Carson all for ducks. A gently restorative partnership at 19 so far between Henry Crocombe, who's being very positive, he's on 16, and Sean Hunt on 3. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is about to bowl for the first time today. I'm Richard Wilford, and alongside me, a man of both Sussex and Warwickshire, rather celebrated on some of the boards as we enter the media lift with all the various titles that you won while you were here, Dermot Reeve.
Oh, thank you. Well, yeah, they've got that sort of walk of champions in the...
Yeah. Your name is prominent.
Well, they were good days, but they were 30-odd years ago now. Where has that time gone? As Hannon-Dolby's first delivery is let go by Crocombe and doesn't carry through to Alex Davis. It takes it on the half volley. So a bit of a loosener from Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
It's an interesting reminder where with all the competitions that are won and that are on that walk of sort of honours, sometimes you forget who the captains were for certain things, and I'd quite forgotten that one of the Benson Hedges Cups was won with Michael Powell as captain as well. So.
Powley,
yeah.
Rugby school cricket master, as Hannon-Dolby is in, and this one is defended well by Crocombe. When the ball is swinging like it is, it's just so important to play the ball as late as you can. And there is definite movement for Hannon-Dolby, as there was for Ethan Bamber, and no one's moved it more than Chris Wokes this morning. So we've had swing and then seam off the pitch. Would have been undercovers all night, sweating as Hannon-Dolby is in, and this one carries through very nicely to Alex Davis. So there is some pace in this pitch too.
And the 5 wickets that have fallen this morning fell in the space of 17 deliveries.
Right.
It was a clatter. A couple of very good catches, in fact 3 good catches, one from Rob Yates, one for Dan Mosley at first slip, Yates is at second, and then the New Zealander Will Young with a very good take at third slip as well.
I did say yesterday I felt it was the kind of pitch that for any new batsman coming in, he was going to find it difficult, as Hannon-Dolby is played up to mid-on for a dot ball. And I said that yesterday because of the movement that was going on, and you know, there was a very good Sussex partnership by the 2 left-handers, Clark and Haynes. But you know, they did ride their luck a bit during that partnership, and you just felt that if you broke it and got a wicket, that any new batsman coming into the crease, and Warwickshire will find that for themselves as well when they get their turn to bat. As Hannon-Dolby has found the outside edge, and it's a good diving catch by Alex Davis. Didn't take long for Hannon-Dolby. His 4th or 5th delivery of the over has... I'm just thinking, that's Crocombe.
Yeah, it's Crocombe.
It is, it's Crocombe.
It's a resourceful... A couple of lovely straight drives from Crocombe in that little resourceful innings.
He tried it again, and off Hannon-Dolby's 5th delivery, it found the outside edge. So a good attacking length, tempting the batsman to play a positive shot and to play a drive. And because of that late movement, he just gets an edge. And it would have carried to first slip comfortably, but Alex Davis decided, I've got plenty of time to move my feet, get across, and very fine wicket keeping. Pouched safely.
Dan Mosley, like any good first slip, rather than worrying about the catch he might have had for his own statistics, was immediately applauding Alex Davis for being decisive and taking a very good catch, his first of the innings. You can see why Hannon Dolby was itching to get on this morning. Now Jadev Unadkat will come in to bat for Sussex. Early wicket for England against Pakistan in the Pakistan second innings. They're 0-for-1. And Jofra Archer has removed Imam for a duck caught behind by Jamie Smith. So useful one. Straight up there, Pakistan trail England by 238 runs. If you offered Warwickshire the chance to finish this innings in an hour this morning, they'd have seized your hand.
Middle of a test match, and the football season's, the Premiership's kicking off tonight as well.
It is, and with a Warwickshire flavour, because of course Coventry City play tonight. So good luck to the Sky Blues. Little matter of taking on Arsenal.
Last ball of the over, Hannon Dolby is in, and it's defended up to mid-off. A lot of excitement for that ball, but well played by Nadcat. Chris Wokes
striding again.
Will still have the chance to get 5. 4 for 36 off 12 overs for the England and Warwickshire all-rounder. He might be needed to make some runs later on as well.
He doesn't want to miss out on this chance. Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire batting order has him at 8. I mean, that's not bad to have him at 8. Be interested to see who opens with Rob Yates, because on the initial scorecard, Zen Malik was listed there. I wouldn't be shocked if Will Young takes that position. Alex Davis batting down the order at the moment after a rough run of form. But here's Chris Wokes targeting a 5th victim. Coming into bowl to Hunt, who pushes him out into the offside. And there'll be no run. So a very wide, short mid-off that Ed Barnard is fielding in at the moment. 3 slips in place. A sort of more of a backward point than a gully, where Zen Malik is. And there's a 3rd. Long leg, deep square leg. Mid-on and mid-off. In case Hunt goes more belligerent as he plays and misses outside off stump. Didn't quite locate the line of that one. And it remains 134 for 9.
Well, I can only think the deep square's in place to make the batsman think that, you know, a short ball might be coming. But unless the batsman's going to take it on, or if Chris Wokes, I don't think he should be even thinking about the short ball with the amount the ball's moving. Just try and hit the top of off.
That's what he's probably trying to do here, but he's covered up off stump, Hunt, and it's up towards mid-on. And there's no run. But yeah, I mean, before we were joined by Sports Extra 2 listeners, we saw one excellent bouncer from Wokes, which, as you described it, you'd see no difference in his action at all. It doesn't look like an effort ball, but it's just very, very sharp. 134 for 9, in he comes again. Chris Wokes has pushed out into the offside to Zen Malik.
I said it yesterday, and it is something that's absolutely changed in the game. That normally, if you'd have a number 10 come in, who's hardly scored a run, you'd instead of the deep square, you'd have a short leg.
Yeah.
Short leg with a helmet on, and that will make him think that the short ball might be coming. Deep squares come up now to square leg to save the single.
Hunt on 3, awaits the ball's down the leg side, and he scoops it. He wanted to turn it fine, but he scoops it towards mid-wicket, because that's where deep square leg has moved to. And it carried about 4/5 of the way to Vance Janney, but dropped short.
Dare I say, a short leg had been in there, he may have caught it off the face of the bat if he'd been brave enough. And
Chris Wokes and Ed Barnard are having a quick chat. Wokes has got 1 ball left in this over, which is his 7th of the morning. He's taken 4 wickets. Whether he's asking, will I get another one after this? I don't know. But in he comes now to bowl to Hunt, who drives him to Barnard. It's the end of the over. And he survives intact. Another maiden over that from Chris Wokes. He's 4 for 36 from 13. 134 for 9, Sussex. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby will continue. I'll just give you early warning, Dermot, that I've got a report coming up in just over a minute. So if I start this over, and then at the end, Adrian Harms will be rejoining you to mull over what has been a difficult morning for Sussex. He showed real tenacity yesterday in difficult conditions, but it hasn't worked out quite the same way this morning. So it's the Nadcat on strike, and Hannon-Dolby, who comes in and he tries to launch it to the leg side. It might have come off the bottom of his pad or the bottom of his bat, scuttles through along the deck to Alex Davis, who blocks it somehow. Actually, I don't think he's got anything on it at all. That was a full-on mow from an Nadcat. Get this update out of the way in a few seconds. Once I've had the travel news. We're not going anywhere for a while. And Dolby approaches once more into a Nadcat, who does launch it over mid-on this time. Gets 4. 138 for 9.
Actually got 6.
This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have had a very, very good morning. They've taken 6 Sussex wickets. They're now 140 for 9. Chris Wokes at the heart of it. 3 victims for him, 2 for Ethan Bamber and 1 for Hannon-Dolby. When they've created chances, they've taken them. There was a run of 5 wickets in 17 deliveries at one point. Some excellent catches from Yates, Mosley and Young in the slips. The ball is still doing plenty. It'll be interesting to see what it does for the Sussex bowlers, but they are 140 for 9. Yeah, quite rightly, as you said there, the ball went all the way for 6.
Only just, only about a foot over the rope at the wide long on.
There's a shortish boundary as this next delivery is defended back down the surface. There's no run. So at the end of this over, I'll make way, and we'll have to tell our colleagues at Coventry to get rid of Q, which we can hear at the moment.
Well, I'll ask you then, Richard. Would you give Wokes another over? Would you think you'd have one more and not Michael Booth? Well, you got a choice, because I know Booth is a bit of a favourite of yours.
No, I just think he against the tail. But you've got to give Chris Wokes one more over, haven't you? Would you?
If he wants it.
Yeah, if he
absolutely.
wants it. I think he wants it. Hannon-Dolby into a Nadcat, who again tries to mow it over the leg side and gets nothing on it whatsoever.
He's trying to sweep him. He's getting down on one knee. And there's a man that's gone back there as well at on the boundary in front of square at deep square leg. But Nadcat is thinking, I'm going to go over the stand if I get hold of it.
There is a fielder back at deep mid-wicket. It is the shorter side of the ground this week. Hannon-Dolby skips in once more, and he's defended the offside of Nadcat. Kind of half fancied a single. Sean Hunt wanted nothing whatsoever to do with that.
Yeah, it was a comfortable single there. Comfortable quick single if Hunt had his wits about him and been backing up. So Malik is quite deep at his position at backward point.
Well, he's also pretty quick.
And Will Young's got to run up from third slip, and the ball just ended up in front of square on the offside, where there was no fielder and an easy single.
Long on his back as well for the Nadcat smear, which he tries again. It's towards and beyond mid-wicket, and that is going to be a second 6 of the over. Hannon-Dolby trudges away very frustrated, but that's 2 terrific hits from Jade Nadcat. He's on 12. Sussex 146 for 9. Adrian Harms will very shortly join Dermot Reeve.
And it was Ethan Bamber at deep square leg who jumped up in the air. I couldn't quite follow the ball. I don't know how close he got to it, but in the end he didn't get a hand on it, and it went for 6. So Nadcat moves to 12 off 7 deliveries, and that's 12 with 2 maximums. And I think, I'm not sure. Chris Wokes
I think they've got a change,
has
haven't we?
kept his jumper on, and it is going to be Michael Booth from the Birmingham end to try and finish the innings off. And it's good afternoon, Adrian.
Hi, Dermot. How are you?
Yep, very good, thanks. As Booth comes in and gets that full, and they're running a single to mid-off, and if he'd picked it up cleanly, Ed Barnard, it could have been trouble for the batsman, but in the end they've got back for 2 because it was misfielded.
Well, I think I said in commentary that I didn't think you could really rely on the Sussex lower order with the middle order having failed, but actually the lower order have done quite well. I mean, Henry Crocom's 16, Sean Hunt's got 5, and J. Devon Ucat with 2 big 6s have rather put the middle order to shame. Charlie Tier 3, James Cole's 1, John Simpson a duck, Hudson Prentice a duck, and Jack Carson a duck.
As Booth is in, and this is played very well by Hunt, which just goes out to mid-wicket where there's no fielder because there's a deep square leg. And they get a single, and Nadcat will be on strike, and Booth's a bit quicker than Hannon Dolby.
What did you make of this Sussex batting performance? Is it a very good bowling performance, or has it been a poor Sussex batting performance?
I wouldn't say it's been a poor batting performance.
Okay.
I would say there's times in cricket you have to go, it's bowler-friendly conditions. They've bowled well to the conditions. And what's happened today is Sussex have nicked it. As Booth is in and Nadcat defends it nicely. To mid-off and there's no run. I mean, yesterday, the ball did go past the outside edge an awful lot for it not to be nicked.
Yep.
And sometimes in cricket it's swings and roundabouts. And today, it hasn't gone past the outside edge that much. There's been a couple of big drives from Crocombe he missed. But it's not like they've been playing and missing every other ball. But they have found the edge of the bat, the bowlers, and Michael Booth is in, banging it on a good line and length, and Nadcat defends. And you do go through periods of the ball not doing quite as much, and sometimes that can be the bowler as opposed to the ball. So, Chris Wokes is as good a fast medium swing and seam bowler that there is in the country. If he's in rhythm and he's on form, he is absolutely a handful for the best players in the country. As Michael Booth appeals for an LBW, but it's hitting Nadcat on the right thigh.
Ouch.
One of those painful ones, unless you've got an inside thigh pad on.
Which I don't think he has, judging by the way he's flexing his leg.
Yeah, tail enders don't seem to...
It did look painful.
They don't necessarily carry that in their armoury.
I mean, I guess Sussex need to take heart from the fact that Warwickshire have bowled well this morning. They've got a decent attack with the like of Anukat and Crocombe and Finn Hudson Prentice.
As Booth is in, and this one is played well by Nadcat, who doesn't seem in much trouble when he's just deciding he's going to defend. That's the end of the over.
Yeah.
And Hannon Dolby will get a chance for a bit of revenge, but Nadcat's not on strike.
Yes, he's in for 2 big 6s. So 149 for 9, Anukat on 12, Hunt on 6. Listening to live cricket on the BBC, Adrian Harms and Dermot Reeve, who's got a foot in both camps here this week, former Warwickshire and Sussex player. If you just joined us, it's been a calamitous morning for Sussex, really. They began the day on 99 for 3. At one stage, they lost 5 for 16. Now find themselves 149 for 9, so something of a recovery, having at one stage been 115 for 8. But some very good Warwickshire bowling this morning as Hannon Dolby runs in away from us. Comes into bowl to Sean Hunt, who's forward and places confidently enough to backward point, and there is no run. In the Test match, Pakistan now 13 for 2. Still trailing England by 223. Both wickets there taken by Jofra Archer. An all Sussex England opening partnership, Dermot. Jofra Archer and Ollie Robinson for England. Yeah. We don't see too much of Jofra these days because he's centrally contracted and only played the one championship game last year. But that'll give Sussex supporters something to smile about, as In comes Helen Dolby, bowls, and Hunt is beaten all ends up outside the off stump, and there is no run.
You had me reminiscing yesterday and about Ian Gould. Gould
Yes.
was our keeper. And,
Yes.
and me sharing a dressing room with Imran Khan.
Yes.
And I thought I'd tell you the time that Gouldy came into the change. Imran was quite into his Cockney rhyming slang.
Is this a clean?
Yeah, it's clean. When Gouldy came in the changing room one morning, this is absolutely gospel truth. And he went, "Goh," he said, "Tell you what, boys, I sunk a few pints down the old Gregory last night." Right? And Imran went, "Gouldy, where is this pub, the Gregory?"
In come Helen Dolby, bowls, and Hunt drives through the offside. More runs here for Sean. It's getting a couple of runs through extra cover. He goes to 8, and Sussex 150 is up, 151 for 9.
So Gouldy goes, "Imran, no mate, pub is Rubber Dub. Pub, Gregory, is Gregory Peck Neck. I sunk a few pints down the old Gregory, down the old neck." And Imran went, "Oh, thank you, Gouldy, my old china plate." And all the dressing room just sort of fell about laughing. So
In comes, what a team that was. In comes Helen Dolby, bowls, and Hunt is hit on the thigh pad, I think, and the ball dribbles back to the square on the leg side. There come off a bit of bat. Let's just wait for the umpire's signal. No. Signals as a leg by. 152 for 9 in the 47th over.
yeah,
And these are all just important runs here for Sussex.
they are, absolutely. But I did also see, and you were talking yesterday about Imran, there was a bit on the news this morning.
Yeah, has he been
that
moved to hospital?
Yeah, he's now been returned to his cell.
Oh,
But
right, okay.
He did actually
Right.
get out, and you hope he would have got some treatment. But yeah, very, very sad situation.
Yeah. He's got problems with his eyesight as well, did I read somewhere? I think. Anyway,
Yeah.
I know he's
No, I think he might have had an eye infection.
right. Helen Dolby in bowls, and Newcat, who's looked very competent. Haven't seen an awful lot of J. Devon Newcat back really for Sussex. He did make runs earlier on this season in the game against Leicestershire. No, game against Glamorgan, where he James Coles made a double 100, and J. Dev just hung around at the other end, and James Coles was smashing the ball all around Hove, and J. Dev more than played his part, and he's looked very competent here. He's on 12, 153 for 9. Warwickshire will be just very keen to wrap this up now, Dermot. I guess this gets frustrating when you've got, the tail enders hanging around. As Helen Dolby runs away from us. In and bowls, and Hunt is going to get more runs here. He hits this one firmly away over mid-off. It's racing down towards the boundary. Is it going to be stopped? That's a very good piece of fielding just down below us. I think that's the skipper who prevents that going for a boundary, but it's 2 more to Sean Hunt, who chanced his arm, hit the ball over mid-off. He goes to double figures, he goes to 10, and Sussex to 155 for 9, and these two have put back to ball, Dermot.
Yeah, well, they should have got 3 there, because they just decided they're just going to jog a 2 and hope the ball goes for 4, but it was hauled back in. So it's going to be an Adcat who's going to remain on strike down at this at the pavilion end, and it's Michael Booth who's going to be bowling at him from the Birmingham end. But yeah, it can get frustrating because you're 1 wicket away from being able to go in and whatever, have a shower and put your feet up.
Yeah.
And the opening batsmen are starting to thinking about their batting a bit more and starting to prepare. There's Booth, who's into an Adcat, who drives it nicely.
Stylish, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks like he can hold the bat for sure. He's not being worried by the pace. He's got a good stride in there and full face of the bat up to mid-off. But you do find in cricket sometimes that, the last wicket, there's stories throughout the history of the game of, not just putting on 100 for the last wicket, but, even up to a double 100. So, as Booth is in, and this is short and pulled nicely by an Adcat. Kicked it down, it goes out to deep backward square for a single. And it's one of those things, I've always said in cricket that, the game happens 1 ball at a time, and there's no reason, just because you're a bowler, there's no reason you haven't got as much talent as, say, the batsman. You probably just haven't had the opportunity at club level or the opportunity to have as many nets or work on it. But when you do get that chance, absolutely try and make it the biggest partnership. as Hunt plays this nicely back down to the bowler. It's a dot ball, but there's that expectation. You're expecting in the crowd. They're expecting every single ball to be the last ball of the innings.
Well, you're right. One thing these two have done, Dermot, is they've got into line. They haven't been, often with tail-enders, you see tail-enders stepping away to the leg side, whatever, but these two have, they've got into line. I mean, it's been Warwickshire's morning, and no question about that.
And he has gone, though. He has. It was a good delivery from Michael Booth. It found the outside edge of Hunt and just carried to Alex Davies there, the wicketkeeper with the gloves on, and he's not sprinting off, so he's not going to be opening the batting. And Zen Malik has run off quite quickly, so we're expecting it to be Malik and Yates. And a good last wicket stand there.
Well, the last wicket stand of 22 between
yeah.
Anudkat and Sean Hunt. But Sussex will be desperately disappointed, Dermot. I mean, let's give full credit to Warwickshire, who bowled beautifully this morning. But Sussex beginning this morning on 99 for 3 to get bowled out for 156. That's going to be desperately disappointing.
It absolutely is. But what you've got to do is just put it behind you. And you've got those runs on the board. And I know, 220 would have been perhaps par for how the pitch has played. So they're a bit below par, but they've got the chance to go out there, and it just takes 10 good balls to pick up 10 wickets. The start of the season I can't remember when it was, but Surrey against Essex, and Surrey got bowled out for 14. So,
yeah.
Bob Wilmer used to say before we took the field, go out there and bowl them out for less than 10. The boys would have a bit of a chuckle and think you're a bit mad, Bob, but it's just about doing your best every single ball. And some nice applause.
Yes, it
from
is.
the crowd for the Warwickshire effort this morning.
Well, just to run through that Sussex card for you. So beginning this morning in 99 for 3, Charlie Tier made 3, James Coles 1. Then there were a string of ducks. John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Carson all out for ducks. Henry Croker made 16, Sean Hunt 10. Not out J. Devon Nudkat. In terms of the bowling figures, well, excellent this morning from Warwickshire in particular. And Chris Wokes really sort of set the tone. Let me just give you his figures. Here we go. Chris Wokes, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 36. Ethan Bamber, 16 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 47. Oliver Hannon Dolby, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31. Ed Barnard didn't bowl today, 5 overs, 0 for 17. Michael Booth did bowl, and he picked up 3 wickets, 4.4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 9. I have to say, when I looked at that Warwickshire attack coming to the ground yesterday, that's a good seam bowling attack, Dermot.
Yeah, but you do need, you do hope as a seam bowler that you're going to have helpful conditions.
Yeah.
And this year using the Duke ball as opposed to the Kookaburra, that definitely is a fillip and a help for all the fast bowlers. But yesterday we did have, there was a moisture in the air. We were off for rain quite a bit. And that does help retain the moisture in the pitch. And then they put the covers on it all night because of the weather. So the wicket can sweat. The conditions become a bit more humid under the cover, even though it's a cover that's on wheels. And that can, bring moisture to the surface. So at the start of play, there was absolutely moisture in the pitch today, and there was extravagant movement off the seam, but also there was swing. So if you're a batsman and the ball's coming down and on its way to you it's moving in the air, that makes batting harder. But then if it pitches and moves again, either in either direction off the wicket, and you mentioned that England have got an opening pair at the minute of Sussex opening player for Archer and Robinson. And Robinson bowled a few balls in the first day up at Headingley that were just absolutely unplayable. The ball's nipping back like an off break, but it's doing it at 80 miles an hour. And if one has your name on it, it's got your name on it. It doesn't matter what you're doing as a batsman, because you're playing the line of the ball, trying to do the right thing. But if it nips in, and the movement is
the Sussex
large, it does make batting very difficult. And this morning, the amount the ball was doing, but also the pace of the pitch. You know, Chris Wokes bowled a couple of deliveries that really flew.
Well, there's one that took off, wasn't there? That went over the keeper's head and went for 4 byes. Yeah.
It's going to make you as a batsman think, oh, you know, this isn't easy.
Well, some of the Sussex lads are out already. Sean Hunt and Henry Crocombe going through a warm-up routine. Let me just give you the scores in the other championship games. We'll start with the Test match, actually. Pakistan now 29 for 2, trailing England by 209. A couple of wickets there for Jofra Archer. In the first division of the championship, Hampshire 106 for 4, trailing Yorkshire by 67. At Grace Road, Leicestershire bowled out for 151. By Glamorgan, who have just started their innings, and they are 0 for 0. Down at Taunton, Somerset with another big score, 398 for 9. Somerset the visitors to Hove next week. And I've got a sneaky feeling about Somerset for the championship this year, no, Dermot. I think they're a good side. At the Oval, Surrey recovering, 74 for 2, trailing Notts by 110. In the second division at Derby, very little play yesterday, but today Durham 163 for 4. I wonder if Ben Stokes is playing in that game. He is. He's not out 40. He's the former England skipper. At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire bowled out for 150 by Worcestershire. Not much play at Old Trafford yesterday, but they've got some today. Northants 96 for 5. And Middlesex are 1 without loss at Northwood against Kent, who made 350 yesterday. So that's keeping right up to date with the scores across the country in the county championship. Have you got any thoughts on? I mean, this championship is very close this season, Dermot. I mean, any number of sides. Perhaps the bottom two, you would say, Hampshire and Leicestershire are too far adrift. But any others, you know, if someone could put all, you know, in this run of 6 games, you just feel if someone could win 4 out of 6, you know, they've got a real chance.
There's only 11 points separating first to 6.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So, you know, and that's just a win, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yep. You got yeah, that's right. I mean, even Surrey, who are down in 7th place, Surrey are only 9 plus 16, 25 points behind the leaders. Now, if they were to beat Notts in this round of matches, so it's you know, pretty much every side, even Yorkshire, who are 8th in the table, have got 89 points. They're only 27 points behind Notts. So, you know, 3 or 4 wins, and you're right up there.
Yeah, well.
Do you own? You know, Notts are the defending champions. Do you fancy them, or do you, I mean, would it be good for the game if Somerset at long last would win a county championship?
I would love it if Somerset won the championship, and I apologise to all Bears listeners.
Well, Warwickshire,
because I don't think Somerset have ever won the championship.
No, they haven't.
So, Warwickshire, we've done it a few times, but. You know, what you just hope for is you really just hope it all going down to the last day of the season. Or at least the last match of the season.
Yeah. Well, that could well be the case. I mean, if you look at, you know, if you look right through to September now, Somerset Surrey, for example, is the last game down at Taunton. Warwickshire's last game here is against Leicestershire. I mean, there's so much cricket to be played in the next few weeks. It's difficult to make sense of what you know, who's playing where and who's going to win all of these games. But it's, you know, I just hope we get a good September for weather, Dermot, and that it doesn't become a championship that's influenced by the weather too much.
No, and if a side wins 4 of those 6,
I think so,
and draws the other 2,
I think you're in with a great shout.
Any of those top 6, have probably won the championship with that. I mean, winning 5 of the 6 would be certain. You'd be certain that
and actually, conversely, you know, any of those sides in the middle of the table, if you suddenly go on a bad trot and lose 4 out of 5 and don't pick up many bonus points, you know, Hampshire are picking up points down at the bottom of the table. So it really could be an exciting end to the season. Well, the 2 umpires are out in the middle, Neil Pratt and Rob White. The Sussex players are making their way out to the middle, led out by Tom Haynes, who's skippering the side in the absence of Ollie Robinson, who he said is away on Test match duty. And you were saying, Dermot, interesting that, you know, Sussex just need to put this behind them, really, because that's been you know, they wouldn't have expected to have been fielding or bowling before lunch, but they are. And it's now for the bowlers, I guess, to do their bit.
Yeah, but at least the benefit for the bowlers is that, you know, as opposed to, say, coming out in 2 hours' time, 2 hours' time there'd be less moisture in the pitch.
Yes.
So if it's going to do a bit, it's going to do it straight away with the new ball.
Yeah.
You know, and they've got to hope that they can pick up. If they picked up 3 quick wickets here before if they had them 3 for 15 at lunch, you know, they'll be taking their lunch thinking, oh, there we go. This is game on.
Yeah.
It's day 2.
Well, lunch today is at 1:10 because we've got additional overs to make up from the rain delays yesterday. It is going to be J. Devon Nucat who's going to get things underway from the city end. You can see the skyscrapers in the background. It's a lovely day so far in Bogan. Lots of blue sky, lots of cotton wool cloud around as well. And J. Devon Nucat is going to get things underway. He's got 4 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg. The Indian seamer running in towards us. He's going to be bowling to Rob Yates. The umpire's just making sure that everybody's ready. And in comes Nucat running in and bowls to Yates, who gets runs immediately. Clips this one down to fine leg, fielded down in front of us by Finn Hudson-Prentice. So Yates is on his way, and Warwickshire are 1 without loss.
I was just quite surprised at how close the keeper and the slips were for that first ball with the pace that we saw. They've gone back a little bit more now.
Right, okay.
But they were,
Quite close.
Which actually, for the first delivery of any new bowler in his first spell, it's not going to be coming down at full pace, is it? It's going to be a loosener.
Bit of a loosener.
So get yourself closer. So they've now all gone back a couple of yards.
And Nucat, the sun has momentarily gone in, bowls and let go by Zen Malik through to John Simpson. There is no run. So the slips, Charlie Tier is at first. Tom Clark at second. Tom Haynes at third. Looks like Jack Carson in the gully. Finn Hudson-Prentice fielding at point. Sean Hunt at mid-off. Daniel Hughes at mid-on. James Coles at mid-wicket. And Henry Crocombe just down below us here at fine leg. Warwickshire 1 without loss in reply to the Sussex total of 156. As in comes Nucat bowls and Malik just shoulders arms. Lets that one go through outside the off stump. And immediately the umpire is just having a wander down the wicket, looking at where J. Devon Nucat is following through. Obviously thinks he's running down the pitch there, so J. Devon's going to have to be a little careful about that, Dermot.
Yeah, there are some bowlers that if they just get in too close to the stumps, they don't get off quick enough, and they bang in the follow through. One of their feet go down into that area, and the last thing you want is to do it 3 times and get warned and then get warned off, and you can't bowl anymore.
Nucat in bowls, and that's slanting across the right-handed Malik, who lets that one go through, taken by Davis by John Simpson rather, and there is no run.
I mean, if you get a nice umpire, they tend to give you a little bit of a
don't run on the pitch.
Just a little bit. Oh, you're getting a bit close.
Yeah.
Or just watch it. And as a bowler, you've got to decide. You've got to go. Okay, I've just got to hit the crease a bit wider. I'm going to have to bowl mid crease.
Well, interestingly now, Dermot, he's decided to come around the wicket, having just had that little. Perhaps a word from the umpire. In comes Nucat bowls. Forward comes Malik. The ball is played a little uncomfortably down onto the leg side. James Coles trots in and fields, and there is no run. I'll make way for Richard after this delivery. I've got to do my update to the listeners in Sussex. As Nucat wanders back towards the city end of the ground. Tom Haynes in conversation with Tom Clark. They're in the slip cordon. Sussex will be desperate to get a breakthrough here before lunch, which won't be until 1:10 today. As Nucat, final ball of the opening over in and bowls to Zen Malik, who's forward defensively, plays onto the onside. There is no run. End of the opening over. Sussex are 1 without loss in reply. Sorry, Warwickshire rather are 1 without loss in reply to 156.
Yeah, and well played by Zen Malik. He looks very calm and watchful. I suppose it helps with when you're named as he is.
Do you practice the art of Zen, Dermot?
Occasionally I try, yes, for sure. Trying to live with mindfulness and trying to. Here we go. We're going to get deep here. Trying to choose your thoughts to rule your emotional state.
Okay.
Is I think, possibly the most powerful thing in the universe if you can do it. It's hard to live like that all the time, but I guess that's what meditation is, that you're deciding what to think about and think happy thoughts and and produce positive emotions. As Hudson Prentice is in, and Yates has got it to square leg for a single. So while I lost my zen feeling and realised, I better have to commentate, I hadn't actually realised he was taking the new ball.
That's all right.
Here at the,
you found a zen-like
end.
state. Zen Malik will try and do the same. He's a nice young man who came late, as people know by now, to first-class cricket through the Saka programme, giving young people from South Asian background the opportunity to have another go at professional cricket.
And Johnny's the same, isn't he?
Johnny's the same.
Yeah.
Johnny's quite a bit younger. But
and
this
he looks good. He does look good as well.
He's been in good form in recent weeks.
There's Hudson Prentice is into Malik, who drives, but it goes off square, which makes you think there was a bit of movement, but he played it late, under his eyes. A nice shot, and he's off the mark with a brace.
It's a big opportunity for him, this Dermot, in that he's, so far his first-class career has generally been in the middle order. Warwickshire are looking for somebody to establish themselves as an opener, because Alex Davis struggled in the early part of the season. And they've tried one or two things, but Zen Malik getting the opportunity now. And if he goes well, there are 6 games left this season to stick at it.
And he's played a very nice drive that has beaten backward point, and it will go all the way to the boundary. So first he got one through there for a 2. The next ball he eases and times beautifully. It was a lovely shot. Played it late, very technically correct. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just allowed him to use the pace of the ball, and got it to the offside boundary. So he was very watchful in the first over from a Nadcat. Left the ball well, defended late, defended well. And now he's had a couple of opportunities to score, and he's taken them, but with very, very controlled cover drives.
Yeah, that was very full from Hudson Prentice.
He's only halfway through his over. He's already conceded 7, and this one's down the leg side, and there's no touch on the bat or the pad. And goes through to Simpson for a dot ball.
Warwickshire have let Hamza Sheikh join Leicestershire on loan to the end of the season, and then it becomes a permanent Leicestershire player beyond that. But they are backing the development of Malik and Jani. Of course, Kai Smith not involved today, but he's had a decent season with the bat so far, and he's the backup wicketkeeper to Alex Davis, working very, very hard on that side of his game. So there's some good young players coming through here.
It's Malik on strike, and this one is played through mid-wicket for a single. Mid-on runs around to his right, but a nice start from Malik, who looks very composed and very calm, doesn't he? He just stands nice and still. His technique is very tidy from what I've seen so far today against a new ball. You get some openers that are just a bit too fidgety, or they've changed their technique so many times to try and deal with the new ball. It doesn't look quite right. But here Yates, who's in very good form, gets a half volley on leg stump and just eases it to deep backward square for 2. So not a good over from Prentice to start for Sussex. He's conceded 10 and really didn't get one ball in the right spot.
No, he bowled very well against the Bears at Hove back in April. Really, 2 excellent innings from him with the ball, but he's not hit his straps in that first over. One of the young player, of course, need to mention for Warwickshire, played a couple of games in the 50-over competition, but the young teenager Charlie Taylor, who is only 16, 17 years of age, got a lovely repeatable action. It doesn't look an effort to bowl at good pace, puts it in the right sort of areas, and they really like him. And it's probably a little bit overdue that Warwickshire brought through a seamer. Let's see if they do now, as Nadcat begins his second over. In to bowl to Malik, who dabs it down in front of square, and he'll get a single as Hudson Prentice closes in on it. 12 without loss. Busy start between these two.
Yeah, it was an excellent run. And it was one of those ones that there probably wasn't even a call between them.
We have our first white floppy hat of the match, by the way, so James Coles is the proud sporter of that.
Good on him, good on him. Saved the tops of his ears getting burnt and getting
Absolutely.
skin cancer in later life.
And Adcat will go back over the wicket to the left-handed Yates. Oh, he drives him beautifully straight. The chase is on, but that is going to beat, I think, the fielder to the boundary. The outfield is slow, but it is just going to get there. It has teased him all the way. And Yates has his first boundary. He joins Malik on 8, and the Bears are 16 without loss.
That was a lovely shot. A lovely straight drive, just over pitch from Adcat, who's looking for that late movement and looking for that late swing. And it's a very attacking length. It's quite often the length that the batsmen do attempt to drive, and if it does move, you find the edge. But if it doesn't, then you might well get hit to the boundary.
And Adcat approaches again, and Yates drives it into the offside, and it is a tumbling stop by Coles in the covers, and that's the first delivery that Yates hasn't scored off in this innings. It's still a positive shot he was playing. Became captain of the Bears during the 50-over format, Rob Yates, because of the injury to Sam Hain, which hopefully won't keep him out too much longer.
Yeah, he got 100, didn't he, at rugby?
He did. A couple of centuries in the tournament for the Bears, one for him, one for Garton. Janney came close twice, as this is defended back down the wicket and fielded by an Adcat. He's been a bit more consistent this year, Yates. His career average is not where he would like it to be as an opener.
Right.
But,
was he mid-30s?
Yeah, sort of lower end of the 30s.
He's also not a bad off-spinner.
A nice high release point.
We didn't see an over of spin bowl, did we, in the Sussex innings?
And Adcat approaches, and Yates, well, it looked like he was going to chop it onto his stumps. He's looking behind the wicket to see where the ball's gone, and I think it comes off his foot. I think he jabs it onto his foot, and then it rolls back to the bowler. Rob Yates had no idea where the ball was. But I think he was trying to cut a ball that really wasn't there to cut.
Well, we saw Tom Haynes get 3 or 4 inside edges off Chris Wokes that just went past his stumps. That was a bit similar there from Rob Yates.
And Adcat in once more to Yates, who is cutting and missing, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper. So an Adcat with a good response. I would say he doesn't look entirely comfortable at the moment, an Adcat. We'll keep an eye on that in terms of fitness, but that was a good delivery to end the over. We will shortly get Adrian Harms back, but Dermot, do you want to do one more over before you get your lunch break?
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
So, I mean, if you heard voices off, you know exactly where Adrian's going for the next 3 minutes. But yeah, I mean, look, it comes to all people at some point in the course of the day. But yeah.
I know I've had a rumbling tummy for the last 20 minutes. And let's hope Hudson Prentice can find better rhythm and better accuracy for his own sake. Nothing worse as a bowler that you take the new ball and your team's very expectant, and your rhythm's off, and therefore your radar's off, and your direction isn't good, and suddenly you've gone for 10 in the first over.
A lot of bowling options for Tom Haynes, captain in this Sussex side.
It's Zen Malik on strike, and this is nicely played. A better delivery. In fact, the first good delivery the Prentice has bowled. And it drew the right response from Zen Malik. He's gone, that's a good ball. I'm just going to defend it. There's no rush needed. I know we've lost some time yesterday, but Warwickshire just need a good solid start here. Just take it as a batsman, one ball at a time. And for me, 4-day cricket has always been about scoring, particularly in the first innings, scoring safe runs. as Malik plays this to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
4 frontline seamers in this Sussex attack, obviously Adcat and Hudson Prentice, then Crocombe and Hunt. 2 spinners in Carson and Coles. Normally you'd have Tom Haynes as a bowling option himself, but we do know that he's protecting a bit of a side issue. So I can't imagine he'll want to have a bowl if he doesn't need to. He exacerbated in the first innings as Dermot spotted when he did it, when he had a big old waft at a shot and made no contact. And as a result, I think the follow-through went rather further than his side was expecting.
Not nice injuries as Malik plays it to mid-wicket for no run, but very much in control. Playing the ball late, allowing it to swing, and if there's any movement there, then just adjusting. But yeah, those if you tweak a side, it's an awful injury to have as a bowler, because you can't really bowl with them.
And there is no way of treating it other than to wait. Wait for it to get better is the only option you've got.
Occasionally, a groin strain, you can sort of push through as a bowler and just put up with the pain, hope it doesn't get worse. As Malik is on strike and beaten for the first time. Good delivery from Prentice, who's got a similar action to Michael Booth. Prentice, a fast approach to the crease, and then nice and high, sort of skiddy, fast arm. I've just been very surprised in this first little bit of cricket in the Sussex bowling reply, actually how close the keeper is for an Adcat. So
he hasn't got a lot of pace, has he, an Adcat? It's about the movement.
Medium, isn't he? Very medium. Hudson Prentice is in, and Malik gets this one away, not quite off the middle, but he'll pick up 2. Nearly goes all the way out to the boundary. That's not quite where he was aiming that.
Although he's played it with a very closed bat, hasn't he? So, and he's an interesting player. He is quite wristy, Malik. Hudson Prentice, the observation I made back at Hove in April stands true now as well, in that when he was bowling in April, I have never seen him look fitter than he is this season. He is definitely carrying less timber.
Right.
And he's clearly benefiting from that.
Oh, and that's bang on target. Well played by Malik, but that would have been a big shout for LBW had Malik just toppled over with his head and got too far on the inside, but he managed to retain his position nice and upright, so the foot came down in the right place and the bat nice and straight. But a batsman not in form could easily have been adjudged LBW to that last delivery and hit on the pad by just falling over, as we call it. Just if your head just leans too much to the offside, and your head being the heaviest part of your body, it can just take your weight to the offside too much.
Adcat will start his 3rd over. Yates is the man on strike, leaves alone outside off stump. Dermot, you go and get yourself your break. We'll see you at 10-2 for the resumption. As Adrian Harms comes back into position. We still have just over 25 minutes until lunch. Lunch at 1:10 today. A couple of Surrey wickets are falling against Nottinghamshire. 84 for 4. They're behind by 100. Ollie Stone has got Rory Burns out for 44. And then Ollie Pope for a duck. So 2 quick wickets for former Bear. And I'd cut into Yates, similarly left on height outside off stump.
It really could, Richard, be an exciting end to this county championship. Dominic and I were discussing that, because with so many teams bunched up, even when you look down as far as Surrey, who are in 7th, they wouldn't consider themselves to be out of it.
Well, going into this round, there are 44 points from top to bottom in a 10-team division. If you look in the second division, there are 8 teams. The gap from top to bottom is 118 points. It really is extraordinarily tight. It is. Wins are currency, though, as this is left alone again by Yates, and Adcat yet to make him play in this over.
And I think we said yesterday as well, whereas 3 or 4 wins in this group, in this batch of 6 games, could win you the county championship. 4 or 5 defeats could see you going from mid-table, looking reasonably comfortable, to suddenly looking over your shoulder a little bit. So there's much to play for, you know.
I do think the weather will play a part as well.
Yes, I hope not, but you're right. Yeah, it would be a shame if it does.
4 slips, one of whom is a lot wider than the other 3, as Yates just about tucks his bat inside that. Anadka is persistently bowling back of a length, outside off stump. I mean, that one was close to the stumps, but not by much. And as a result, he's not really getting any lateral movement. And surely his bowling is predicated on getting lateral movement.
And actually, I think we saw the way that Warwickshire bowled this morning. You need to bowl on this pitch.
Yeah.
You know, led by Chris Wokes. But I thought all the Warwickshire bowlers today bowled the length that was needed on the pitch.
Nadcat again, and that one has tucked Yates up. And he squeezes off bat and pad down towards the slip cordon. Now, did that one come in a little bit off the seam? Yeah, it really did. So that's more like it. He needs that. He might have even hit a bit of a patch where the bowlers have been following through from the other end. That's an entirely more difficult delivery to deal with from an Adcat, who's 1 ball away from a maiden. He doesn't give me the impression that he feels physically at his best.
That's
and he took a heavy blow during his innings. And I just wonder whether that's compromising him a bit. As he comes in again to Yates, he leaves it alone outside off stump. There have been a couple of times when he's going back to his mark, Adrian, where he's feeling something. Keep an eye on that.
We will, and let's hope it's nothing to worry about, because Sussex will be relying a lot on Jadev and Nugcat over the next 6 weeks. Now, whether Jadev is able to play, any quick bowler can play 6 weeks on the spin is open to question. But suddenly with Ollie Robinson very likely to be with England now for the remainder of the summer, I think the only game that Ollie could potentially play now would be the Hampshire game at the end of the season. I don't think we're going to see anything of Jofra, so it's vital for Sussex that Jadev is as fit as possible. But it's a big ask for quick bowlers to bowl six weeks on the spin. Hudson Prentice running away from us. Smooth approach, bowls to Malik, who, well, it was a strange shot. I think he was looking to drive that way through the offside. In the end, he's edged the ball. It's gone flying over the slips and down to the city end of the ground for 4 runs. That was a very odd shot by Zem Malik. It takes him to 14 and Warwickshire to 22 without loss.
Poor ball, quirky shots.
4 runs.
But I suppose the ball got it what it deserved in the end.
Yes.
Hudson Prentice, very erratic in his first over, much tidier in his second, and then very wide and full to start his third.
And just looking at Finn here, because he does he missed some of the One Day Cup. He quite a lot of the One Day Cup with a thigh injury. And he does suffer from ankle problems, Finn. I just thought then he was just flexing his ankle, so I don't want to worry the Sussex listeners about the opening bowlers. He looks okay now as he motors in again and bowls, and Malik sits on the pad. There's a loud appeal and he's given, and Hudson Prentice has got the breakthrough. Zem Malik has gone for 14, pitched up. Looked to me like Malik had got a decent stride in, but umpire's fingers up, and Sussex have got their first wicket. Warwickshire 22 for 1.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting the affirmative decision on initial viewing, and I haven't seen anything that makes me change my mind having seen it again.
Right, okay.
So that looks like a good shout for LBW to me. He's not got his bat through in line. What he's actually done is blocked off his bat. He's put his pad right in front of middle stump, and his bat can't get to the ball. And in the end, that's pretty adjacent. I can't see any quibble with that at all. And Hudson Prentice, as I say, for all that he's been a bit erratic, second over he produced 1 or 2 good deliveries, and that was a very fine delivery. Gets his wicket.
So, Hudson Prentice, who is Hampshire bound at the end of the season, began his career with Sussex, then was released by Sussex, played a bit for the MCC, and then found his way to Derbyshire, where he did very well. Then returned to Sussex, but had a contract at the end of this season and an opportunity to move down to the, I don't think it's called the Aegeus Bowl anymore, is it? But You know what I mean, down to Southampton.
Yeah, don't know what it is this year. What
no.
it is now, it's
Is it not the Utilita, is it?
Yeah.
It might, right, okay.
yeah, no, it's been that for a while. Actually, it has been for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to call it the Rose Bowl. I mean, that's how.
Well, I think technically that would be the default name if they haven't got a sponsor, wouldn't it?
The Rose Bowl, yeah.
I think so. Most stadiums have a default name.
Yes.
Even I don't know. I think Bolton Wanderers. I'm not quite sure they've ever quite had created a default name for that, but.
Was that the Reebok for a while?
Well, that was the initial name,
right?
And I think then it's just changed with sponsors, but
right.
I don't think there's a default setting on that one.
But Birmingham City, you'd refer to as St Andrews all the time, wouldn't you? Or was that called, or wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, yeah, always, but yeah, because although technically it's sort of Knighthead at St Andrews Stadium, that's the club, that's the company that owns the club. They're not that fussed about their name. It's not like they have any other products.
Hudson Prentice around the wicket to bowl to the new man, who's Dan Mosley, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run.
So 2 left-handers now.
Yes.
They're not quite. It's not quite so prolific, the left-handedness and the Warwickshire batting order as it is at the top of the Sussex one. But
And certainly, if Tom Alsop were playing in this game, that would be another left-hander at the top of the order. But Tom, surprisingly, not in the squad for this game.
Well, there's only a certain quota of Toms you can have these days, apparently.
Yeah. Bright sunshine now here at Edgbaston as Hudson Prentice runs away from us around the wicket, bowls to Mosley, who has that gone for foot? Yes, he has. I thought Sean Hunt had fielded that initially. Off the back foot, he's played that beautifully away through extra cover. Sean Hunt dived to his right-hand side but couldn't stop the ball. And it's raced away for 4 runs. Nice way to get off the mark, Mosley to 4. And Warwickshire 26 for 1.
If gravity didn't quite work as quickly as he hoped it would when he was diving for that Hunt.
He's a big fella, is Sean Hunt.
Yeah, it took him a while to get down. It's not the most obvious position for him, extra cover.
26 for 1. Mosley waits as Hudson Prentice in again, bowls and forward come most, plays the ball down the onside of the track. Hudson Prentice, again, he just sort of limps slightly, doesn't he? He does seem to favour that ankle. Does Finn Hudson Prentice? There is no run. Sean Hunt, who no doubt will be getting a bowl in this innings, the left-arm seamer. He's had it's been good to see Sean back in action this season because he's had a very difficult time last year with injuries. And for a young bowler, he's tall and can get extra bounce. And I'm sure he'll have a part to play here. As Hudson Prentice again. 3 slips and a gully go down in and bowls. Mosley lets that one go through to John Simpson. There is no run. So the end of a wicket taking over from Finn Hudson Prentice, accounting for Zem Malik, who was LBW for 14 at the end of the over. Warwickshire 26 for 1. If you're just joining us, that in reply to the Sussex total of 156. Wonderful bowling performance this morning from Warwickshire. Sussex beginning the day on 99 for 3. At one stage they lost 5 for 16. Eventually they lost their final 9 wickets for just 66, bowled out for 156. And Warwickshire 26 for 1 in reply.
Interesting events in the relegation 32-pointer down at the Utilita Bowl.
Yeah.
Which of course, actually, whichever team wins that game automatically now would become a contender for the title because the league is so tight. But Hampshire 119 for 6 now, still 54 behind Yorkshire. So Yorkshire fighting back, pressed out for 46. As a Nadcat comes into bowl and goes past the outside edge of Yates. He's finding his line very nicely now. 3 wickets for Hill, 2 wickets for Adam Lythe.
That's interesting. On the second day of a championship match.
It is. He's the 3rd spinner that Yorkshire have used in the game after Bess and Chowan. So that's curious.
Yeah. Well, it was a big win for Hampshire in the last round of matches when they actually won at Hove. They're behind there.
And I get into Yates again, and Yates will say that he's dragged his bat inside the line of it, but it's this back of a length, but what he's done is he's really improved the line.
Yes, he
now.
has.
And that one has swung away. Last wicket stands that break your heart. Somerset have added 40 for the 10th wicket so far against Essex, 437 for 9. And the man slightly enjoying himself is Miguel Pretorius, batting at 11. He's 32 off 30. Rue is still there on 62. 441 for 9 now, 44 the partnership. That'd be frustrating, Essex.
I think they've got a chance of the championship this year, Somerset.
Well, no Craig Overton this week. As this one's turned Yates round, it's Fuller from an Adcat. And Yates is looking to play it through mid-wicket. It comes off a bit of a leading edge and squirts out into the covers for Coles. This is a challenging over from Unadcat.
So what's with Overton? So I'm looking at their pace attack in this game. Well, they got Pretorius, Jake Ball, Lewis Gregory, spin of Jack Leach. They're always a handful at Taunton, are Somerset.
Cut to Yates once more, and this time he probably has got the bat inside the line of it, but it's that similar line and length. I just think he recognised it a little bit sooner this time. But this is a good over.
Yep.
Yes, they've gone double spin, haven't they? Archie Vaughan's playing in that game as well.
Yes.
Lammonby will bowl some medium pace. Goldsworthy is another spin option.
Just looking at Warwickshire's running, Richard. I mean, you've got Notts here next week. I mean, that's a big game.
Then we go to Hampshire.
Then you're down at Hampshire.
Then away at Glamorgan.
Yeah. Home and then away at Essex.
Yeah, 3 away games in 3 weeks. Yates is struck on the glove this time and rings out his hand.
Yeah.
That got up a bit at him.
Yeah, he's
stung. I don't think it's anything serious, but it's stung. Again, good line from an Adcat.
Presumably, there's 3 away fixtures. Presumably, there's a test match here, is there?
There is, but it is in that sequence as well when you keep on getting a day less each week. Yeah. So after the Thursday start next week against Notts, you then get a Wednesday start at Southampton, a Tuesday start at Essex, and at Cardiff, and then go on to Essex. But it strikes me as really tough.
Yes.
You shorten the gap, and again, we talk about the work that seam bowlers do. An Adcat in, and Yates gets an outside edge on this. It goes down towards Gully. That was an excellent over from Jaidev and Adcat. Really tested the batter throughout. Warwickshire 26 for 1, trail by 130.
Well, I wonder in terms of travel times and that sort of thing, Richard. I mean, Warwickshire down at the Utilita at Southampton, then you go to Cardiff. I wonder whether they would almost go from one to t'other rather than coming back to Birmingham and setting off again.
Depends when it finishes. I was going to be doing both games, but with other football commitments as well, it became really impossible. So I'm down in Southampton. But third England wicket, Pakistan 53 for 3, still 185 behind Ollie Robinson. Wow. With his 6th of the match. Shafiq out for 15, caught by Harry Brook.
Yes, you would think that's always going to struggle to go into the 4th day. Here at Edgbaston, I see Jack Carson warming up in the covers, which is interesting. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls. Mosley looking to cut that one away, but he doesn't time it at all, and the ball dribbles back down the pitch where Hudson Prentice fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
I mean, this will be one of 3 more overs you'd think before the interval. I'm sure, unless Warwickshire really collapse, as indeed Sussex did this morning,
yeah.
I'm sure we will see some spin today, having seen none yesterday. I'd be surprised if we didn't.
Yes.
Because it really is 4 seams. From what we divined about Tom Haynes, I don't think he'll bowl in this match.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think he will. Been suffering with a side problem. Hudson Prentice around the wicket. Bowls let go by Yates. Sorry, by Mosley through to John Simpson. There is no run. Other options for Sussex bowling wise, Tom Clark bowls a decent lick, sort of brisk medium pace, but he's had a knee injury, Tom Clark. He injured his knee badly in a T20 game against Middlesex way back at the end of May. So he missed the 2 championship matches that came in between the break in the T20, and barely played any T20, but he didn't play any T20 after the Middlesex game. So he's not bowled a lot. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, shot. Over pitch by Finn Hudson Prentice, and Mosley wasn't going to miss out on that. Thumped the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 8. Nicely played. 30 for 1 are Warwickshire in reply to the Sussex total of 156.
Yeah, a very positive player, Dan Mosley. He puts that away.
Only more balls we got in this over? 3 more balls.
I think you might get through them before my 103. That's what you're thinking about, isn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
I suddenly heard the newsreader. Hudson Prentice. In and bowls, and Molesey lets the ball go through outside of the off stump.
The fun from my end is which station sends me. Neither of the radio stations that I'm working for while I'm here need to send me anything, because I'm going to go exactly 3 minutes past whatever. But sometimes the battle between the two to send me cue that I don't need.
Yeah, it's not as straightforward as just commentating on a cricket match. There's all sorts of other things going on.
I like to allow our listeners, our cricket fans, a little bit of a peek behind the curtain.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Molesey's forward plays the ball to mid-wicket, fielded by James Coles, as you were saying, in his sun hat. He's always attired in that way, is James. Missed out with the bat today. Scored just one. In fact, the Sussex middle order was a tale of woe from Charlie Tier at number 4. Tier made 3, Coles 1. Then Simpson, Hudson, Prentice and Carson all departing for ducks in a spell where Warwickshire took 5 for 16. Jack Carson's warm-up is getting more and more rigorous by the minute.
Yeah.
In the covers.
Credit 9, 10, 11 for making some runs there.
Yes. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Molesley plays that to mid-off, fielded by Sean Hunt. Molesley picks up a single. It is the end of the over. 31 for now. Finn Hudson Prentice just made a sign towards the dressing room. That doesn't look good. Now, whether he's thinking, well, it's the last over, I'll bowl before lunch, but he's made a signal towards the dressing room. I thought he was favouring his ankle in that spell, you know, and he's definitely coming off the field, and that is not good news for Sussex. Now, unless he was going to come out of the attack anyway, and Jack Carson has been warming up.
No, because it indicated at the end of the over he did the substitution gesture. Let's get this report done in a few seconds' time. Hudson Prentice looks sore there. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have had a really, really good morning. They're currently on 31 for 1 in reply to a Sussex total of 156. The last 7 wickets going down this morning for just 58 runs. Booth 3 for 9, Wokes 4 for 36, the pick of the bowlers, but the attack all did their job well. In reply, they've lost Zen Malik. He was trapped LBW by Finn Hudson Prentice for 14. Dan Moseley looks positive, 2 boundaries already in his 9. Rob Yates on 8. Replying to the 156 all-out, Warwickshire are 31 for 1. As the first ball of a new over from an Adcat goes past the outside edge of Moseley's bat. And at the moment, an Adcat unlucky. He's got no reward. Can't quite find the edge. But doesn't look good.
Yeah, it's he does seem to be... I don't know how much cricket he's played in recent weeks, Dave. Not very much, because he'd gone back to India after the spell of 2 championship games. So perhaps just finding his rhythm now.
As this next, sorry.
No, you do it, Richard. It's fine.
Yeah, no, actually, it is me, isn't it? The next delivery is on-driven beautifully by Dan Moseley for 4. His 3rd boundary already. He's just actually very rare for an Adcat to over-pitch. And Moseley has timed that beautifully up towards the main scoreboard. 35 for 1.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Easily played.
He's challenging Henry Crocombe for the shot of the day there.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, there was me saying that, you know, Sussex can't expect too much from 9, 10, 11. Well, in fact, those 3 got Sussex. I'm not going to say to anything respectable, but they restored some credibility at the end of the innings.
And that cut outside off stump. It jags back, but it was never going to jag back far enough to trouble Dan Moseley. And Adcat, who earlier produced 2 proper tail-enders, village green 6s. They were. I wouldn't describe them as lofted on drives or pulls, or they were 2 smears that he connected with really well.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And they weren't the only ones he tried, but they were the ones he made contact with. and you know, 13 not out at the end for number 11 in a low score, valuable runs.
Yes.
He's bowling now, though, to Moseley. Off his back foot, guides it through the vacant square leg. They'll think about coming back for 2, but they turn it down because the substitute fielder has closed down on that ball very quickly, and he's immediately going to be named by Adrian.
Down here on, because it was Finn Hudson Prentice down there, it is Dan Ibrahim. He's on 12th man duties down there. I was going to say about Dan Moseley, I haven't seen any, very much of him batting at all. But just in these 10 minutes watching him, Richard, he just looks a very good player. Just the fact he seems to have a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll come back to that. As a Nadcat bowled well outside, I've stopped left alone by Yates. Yeah, I mean, this year is a big year for him. He really wanted to make the number 3 position count. He got his first championship 100, which was a weight off his shoulders. Last year he got a couple of hundreds for England Lions, one of which was first class and one of which wasn't, because it was one of those 13-a-side games. And of course he's got a great reputation in white ball cricket. He has played for England, and I think he will again. He had a very good T20 season once he'd come away from England Lions duty this year, because he was captaining England Lions. So the England selectors like Dan Moseley. He's a very confident young man. Good company as well. As Yates guides this rather more deliberately down into the slip cordon, it bounces through, and it's the end of another good over from a Nadcat. 36 for 1 Warwickshire. They trail by 120. But yeah, he's very keen to succeed at red ball cricket, and he's very keen this year to make the number 3 position himself. He has a slight habit of playing a bad shot to get out, and he knows it, and it drives him mad. But he's got that in him, that he'll play a bad shot. And we are going to see spin before lunch.
Well, we see Jack Carson, who was rigorously warming up, and I say it will be concerned that Hudson's Prentice gone off. Now, whether or not there was a preconceived plan and he was going to come off anyway after bowling that over, but I thought he was favouring his ankle a little bit.
Yeah, but the thing is, we could see that Carson was warming up to come on to bowl, but it was at the end of the over that Hudson Prentice came to get his cap off at the umpire and made the gesture for a substitution. So the substitute fielder didn't know at that point that he was coming on.
No.
So I don't think him going off the field was premeditated, even if the end of his spell was. And it would explain as well, if his ankle is sore, it would explain that whilst he's produced a peach of a delivery for the wicket, he's also conceded quite a few boundaries.
Yes.
He wasn't consistent, was he?
So Jack Carson, I suspect this will be the last over before lunch, comes in and bowls to Dan Moseley, who helps that one away down to towards fine leg, where J. Devon cap fields, but it's another single to Moseley, who's moved very confidently on to 15. And Warwickshire 37 for 1, and unquestionably it's been Warwickshire's morning here. Bowling Sussex out for just 156 and making a confident start in reply despite losing Zem Malik for 14. Carson around the wicket bowls and forward stretches. Yates plays to backward point, and there is no run. I'm saying this is the last over before lunch. I presume, do we go by the clock on the older scoreboard there, Richard, or?
It's a very good question. I'm really pleased you asked.
Carson around the wicket bowls and swept by Yates, who's going to pick up runs down towards fine leg. In fact, he's going to pick up all 4. I thought J. Devon might get there, but he played that much better than I thought.
You know, there have been a couple of clips of Mohammed Abbas's fielding in the Test match.
Oh, was that?
I mean, I'm sorry, but that was not a great attempt to get to the ball.
Well, I was sort of looking there, thinking when I first saw him play the shot, I thought, that's just going to be a single.
Yeah, I thought it might be 2. It shouldn't be a 4. But you see, I don't think Nadcat looks fully fit.
See, well, Yates goes to 12, 41 for 1. You've said that since the outset, actually. Carson in again, swept again, and more runs here. Now, Nadcat moves to that one, picks up the ball, but they come back for a couple of runs, and the ball's rather following J. Devon Nadcat. Yates goes to 14.
Look at his body language now.
43 for 1, yeah.
So he's just lifted his head. I think he's got a sore hip. Could be his left hip. But I mean, that time he actually started in a rather finer position, but now he's been told to go wider again. And it also didn't have as much pace on it, the ball, as it was rolling there.
We need to keep an eye on that. And
look, he's got hands on his knees now.
His knees, yeah. Carson in bowls and played forcefully away through the covers by Rob Yates. He picks up his 15th run, fielded out on the cover boundary by Dan Ibrahim, who's on 12th man duties for Finn Hudson Prentice. Warwickshire 44 for 1. And they're going on very nicely here, Warwickshire, at 4.5 and over. as we approach lunch.
Yeah, I mean, it will be lunch. It's certainly gone 10 past 1 there.
Carson in again. Bowl worked like it turned a little bit. Taken by John Simpson. And that is going to be lunch as Dan Molesley heads towards the pavilion, followed by Rob Yates. And the Sussex lads looking a little bit down in the dumps as they make their way off, as well they might, having been bowled out for just 156. And Warwickshire get off to a very good start. 44 for 1. Yates and Molesley both on 15. Zem Malik the man to go. LBW to Hudson Prentice, but that's been a very good morning for Warwickshire, Richard.
Yeah, very impressive. Outstanding bowling from Chris Wokes. It was watching a master craftsman at work today with the 3 wickets he took. He and Ethan Bamber, between them, took 5 in 17 deliveries as that wretched collapse of the Sussex middle order undermined them. Bear in mind, they were 90 for 1 not long before tea yesterday. And they ended up 156 all out. Michael Booth claiming his 3rd wicket to wrap things up. Zen Malik out for 14. Excellent delivery, trapped LBW by Finn Hudson Prentice. But after that, Warwickshire have collected themselves a stand of 22 so far between Yates and Molesley. They take lunch on 44 for 1, trailing by 112. Remind you that play will resume at 10 to 2. And then that tea will be taken at 4 o'clock. And I think that's an immovable object on a day like today. And then what you end up with is an awful lot of overs in the final session, yes, which will be curtailed by the weather. I mean, I'm just plotting our day, Adrian, accurately. But we will take our lunch with Warwickshire 44 for 1. They trail Sussex by 112. So, welcome back to Edgbaston. Everybody refreshed and ready for the afternoon session. We've managed to get through 29 overs and 3 balls this morning, which is not a brisk over eight, but we did see an awful lot of wickets. 8 wickets fell down in the morning session for 101 runs, so a bit of life. Warwickshire will resume on 44 for 1. That's in reply to the Sussex score of 156. Rob Yates and Dan Mosley each on 15. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Just after 2 o'clock, Adrian Harms will be here from BBC Radio Sussex. The former Sussex, Warwickshire, Somerset and England all-rounder Dermot Reeve is alongside me.
And lovely to be here. Lovely to be back at Edgbaston watching cricket and attempting to commentate it for you as Yates receives the ball from Crocombe down the leg side. No contact.
So the two walking wounded from the earlier session, as we perceived it, Finn Hudson-Prentice is out there, jogging around at the moment at mid-off. It'd be interesting to see if he has a bowl. I think he's jogging around because he's doing his own little fitness test out there. He seems to have a sore ankle. Jaydev Adkat, who bowled 5 overs earlier, is down at long leg, so he's out there, but he doesn't look like he's 100%.
He was just tightening his boots, but I thought he might have been stretching. That's a good full Yorker that is dug out by Yates. And they're going to get just the single as Adkat moves swiftly round to his right, keeps it to 1.
Well, that adds to our debate about the use of Yorkers this week. You know, it's really effective. You know, just the second ball that he's bowled as well, Crocombe. And he's just had a little warm-up, of course, because it was the interval. And as a result, he's right on the money straight away. And Yates has done well to get anything on it. In fact, he almost managed to squeeze it through for 4.
So the question is, and only the bowler will know, was that a deliberate Yorker, or did he miss his length by 3 or 4 yards? So,
well, you'd hope he hadn't missed it by 3 or 4 yards. Well, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, there has definitely been the odd Yorker slips in at times in the history of cricket that wasn't deliberate. But he's got a decent amount of pace on him. High elbows as he runs in round the wicket, and he's beaten Mosley on this occasion with another Yorker, but outside off.
He's getting a little bit of in-swing. I think as a result, with his pace, I think he does want to bowl very, very full. And that was a good delivery, and you know, Mosley hasn't got his foot across there.
And Mosley's pointing up to the sight screen at the far end. Great big white cloth that's covered the seats. But Croker might be coming from slightly above it, and there's some dark windows with his... Mosley plays this one nicely, comfortably down to mid-on for a dot. But that was Crocombe banging on the line and length, good line and length.
He's got a very old-fashioned pickup. He's collect and pick up Henry Crocombe with this very straight arm, and the elbow flex. It reminds me of, remember that infamous TV series about Bodyline, and the way that some of the bowlers, the actors that had to learn how to bowl.
Right.
It's just very, very straight pick up. There it goes.
And it's a full ball, which is driven to mid-off for no run. I was glued into his action then, so I was a bit late on the call. My apologies.
Well, I was still talking there. I was in your way.
He does sort of show the ball to the bowler, to the batsman, and then a big rotation before he delivers it. So he should be quite comfortable to pick up for the batsman, because he's not hiding the ball. Up comes the arm, and then that one is a dot ball that goes through to the keeper. And yeah, his bowling hand actually comes up. It's like he shows you the ball, but then he actually goes behind his, a bit like Malcolm Marshall did, takes his hand actually behind his shoulder. So that's where you would lose it for a second, and then does a full rotation.
I'm just picturing a photograph of Malcolm Marshall now, in that the moment that the hand is behind his head before his bowling action, both feet will be off the ground as well, and it was so intimidating. Because for a short man, the pace and lift that he got, oh my word.
Yeah, he hit me years ago down in Southampton. I never saw the ball, the short one. in the dark at the end of the match. Hit me straight on the left shoulder, and he was round the wicket off his full run. And David Shepherd was the umpire, and he was looking at the light thinking, what's it like? And I'm thinking, it's not very good. We should be going off here.
I mean, ferocious bowler, outstanding, consistent. Everybody says he was also an extraordinary man to know, so...
yeah, he's a lovely guy.
There's going to be a change of ends for Jade and Adcat, but there would appear to be some sort of issue with the sight screen, whether there's maybe some people sitting in an area that isn't terribly helpful for the left-handed batters for a left-handed bowler. So we have a little bit of a delay whilst the umpire and the bowler...
he's gesticulating for people...
to move across.
To move, or something, to move, yeah. To move out the way.
And
to move from behind the screen to sort of further round towards long off.
I mean, whether they're not keen to move or not, I don't know. But frankly, they should do what they're asked by the umpire. Finn Hudson-Prentice went further up towards them to try and describe it. And a member of the ground staff is coming round now to maybe try and sort things out. And for the first time today, by the way, members of the ground staff are sitting on the cover.
Oh. And the clouds are actually built up a bit to our left as we look out, which is it's actually sort of north-west, isn't it?
So a change of ends for Nadcat, and he bowls full outside off stump. It comes back a bit after it's past the batter. And through to the wicket-keeper, so there's no run.
Yep, still movement though, isn't there? Off the pitch and in the air.
Nobody liking the fact there's some clouds covering things now. I feel that it'll offer a bit more than it did in the first 10 overs before that lunch interval.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes a little while for the lacquer to come off the ball and for the shine to build and for it to start to do a bit. And Adcat to Yates, who leaves that alone outside off stump, and there's no run.
Yes, it's not an exact science, is it? Swing bowling and the condition of a ball or conditions to help swing. But definitely low cloud, humidity, are things that assist swing. Obviously a lush outfield, so the ball doesn't get scuffed up, so you can retain a good shine on one side. And the other thing is the effort by the fielders to shine the ball for the bowler.
And Adcat's straighter, and there's a half appeal for leg before against Yates, but it's hit him pretty high up the pad. It would have cleared the top of the stumps. It goes through. It's a cooler day today at Edgbaston than it was yesterday. There are rather more Fraggles on the top of the building than there were this morning, by the way, in terms of the building site away to our left, where the new hotel is rapidly appearing, due to open next spring, in theory. Looks on course, to be fair. And Nadcat continues. Yates pushing forward, gets some bat on this one, rolls out into the offside, fielded one-handed by Hughes. Not much breeze again today. The two flags are rustling, but not a lot more than that, next to the scoreboard at the far end. See, one of the enemies of swing is strong wind, isn't it? Don't swing the ball in a strong wind. Not as much, anyway. And Adcat to Yates. Yates covers up middle and leg. It rolls quietly out on the leg side. Coles will get there first.
Might have been a bit of a theory that actually bowling into the breeze, if there's a steady breeze and you're into, and it's into you, it might actually help.
Crosswinds, not so much, I'm thinking, really.
Yeah, but, captains had pointed out for you, it'll swing more into the breeze.
Yeah.
And swing later.
Yeah. They'll try to tell you.
It's a cross breeze, and you're wanting it to help your outswinger, and it's going the wrong way. But you get told, well, it'll swing later.
Listen, captains will try and persuade you it'll swing more if you bowl up the hill.
Yeah.
They may not be telling the truth. An Adcat to Yates goes past the outside edge of the bat. Good over from an Adcat, who looks a little bit more limber than he did in the morning session. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 11 he is. And 45 for 1. Warwickshire trail by 111.
Well, he's very measured in his run-up. currently in that cat. He's not, he's not charging him by any means. He just sort of seems to trot to the crease and then puts in the effort. There are those that feel that in order to bowl fast, that really it helps if you run in fast to start with, that you're actually hitting the crease at speed, and then you bang your foot down and just sort of pause, and the forces will take the effort over your front leg. Crocombe now from the Birmingham end round the wicket, and that one's bounced a bit. Left alone by Dan Mosley. It bounces through to Simpson, who immediately takes his gloves off after taking the ball.
I mean, in between mouthfuls, there have been quite a few conversations, I think, amongst the Sussex group about how they bowled in that first 10 overs, where they're going for 4.5 and over. They've taken the 1 wicket, and they've come out since lunch and they haven't given anything away for free, have they?
And he's edged it, and it's gone down. Dan Mosley, a thick edge, but it was going in, travelling in between first and second slip. And second slip, is that Clark at second?
It is.
He's dived to his right, and he got a hand on it just off the ground, but it didn't stick.
It's a difficult situation, that, because that wouldn't have carried through to Charlie Tier at first slip. And it only just carried, and he's full length to his right, and he gets a hand on it maybe 3 inches off the ground.
Yeah, you'd have said it, a great effort, but having got there, you just hope it sticks as the fielder. And the next delivery is a good line and length. Mosley tries to force it off the back foot, but has no timing at all. It just dribbles out on the offside for a dot. So Mosley has a life with his score on 15. And it's one of those ones that you just hope as a bowler that when it's edged, it's gone straight to a fielder. It would have been, if it had gone straight to a fielder, it would have been just taken with fingers pointing down, just above ground level. But it bisected first and second perfectly. And this one is, beaten the outside edge. It's flown through. I thought there might have been a little feather through to Simpson, but no contact from Mosley. But that's 3 balls in a row that Crocombe is asking big questions of Dan Mosley here, who currently doesn't have the answers to them.
I mean, that's very full. Incredible carry through to the wicketkeeper, up to shoulder height. Pretty lively.
2 balls left in the over. He's round the wicket to Mosley from the Birmingham end, and there's an edge, and it's put down. And that, as slip catches go, was very straightforward. And they're going to get back for 2. So 2 lives in the space of 4 deliveries for Dan Mosley. And he's nutmegged himself, the fielder.
Well, that did look a better chance, didn't it? Tom Haynes has burst through his hands. Has it carried? It certainly looks like it's carried.
Oh yeah, that carried for sure.
Right, I just need to do a report in a few seconds, Dermot, so if I just take over.
Yep.
Because it might come mid-delivery. Crocombe comes in. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 47 for 1. They trail Sussex by 109 runs. But Dan Mosley has just had 2 lives in 1 over. He's been dropped twice off the bowling of Henry Crocombe. First, a difficult chance to Clark at second slip, but then a rather more straightforward opportunity for Haynes at third slip. So a bit of fortune for Mosley. He's on 17, Yates on 16. Warwickshire 47 for 1. So yes, the final ball of the over was less eventful. I shall make way at this point for Adrian Harms. He'll join you, Dermot.
Thanks very much, Richard. And Adcat continues, just trotting up, jogging up to the crease. And that's a good line and length, but they'll get through for a quick single. Good communication and trust between the 2 batsmen as Yates just skewed it off into the offside where there was a gap. Good afternoon, Adrian.
Well, good afternoon, Dermot, but not a good afternoon for Sussex fielders. I mean, when you've been rolled over, I should say, for 156, and the Tom Clark chance was a difficult chance. He's the best fielder that Sussex have got. He's a very fine slip fielder, but Tom Hainsby desperately disappointed to put that chance down. I mean, Henry Crocombe is by far the quickest of the Sussex bowlers, and he does cause problems.
Well, he's down at fine leg, not looking happy at the minute as Nadcat bowls the ball outside off and Dan Mosley lets it go.
It's interesting, really. I watched as the over finished and Henry turned and walked pretty briskly back to his field. How did you used to react if someone had put a catch down off of your bowling? What was your initial reaction? And you've got to keep it clean.
Yeah, I remember a catch going. I remember Alvin Calatrán going down at Edgbaston here when I was bowling for Sussex, and Imran dropped it at second slip, and what I remember was he never said sorry.
Right.
I was there going, sometimes you at least get the field to put his hand up, so sorry about that. As the Nadcat comes in, and this one is taken. There's a noise and a big appeal.
Well, they thought they'd got him there, didn't they? But well,
and the umpire says not out.
He was beaten outside the off stump. It was good delivery by Nadcat.
It was, wasn't it?
Just see this one again. I think it just moved away from the left-hander a bit. Yeah, it did.
Well, when I was captain, I tried to make it a non-negotiable that basically the bowler needed to be the first one to go. Don't worry, don't worry, Dom, or whoever it is.
Yes.
Don't worry, catch the next one, buddy.
Yes.
It's okay. We all drop him.
Yeah.
And show that sort of encouragement.
Yes. Because you're right. Nobody means to put a chance down.
And this one is played by Dan Mosley up to mid-off for a dot. Yeah, and there's no worse feeling as a cricketer on the field when you've just shelled the catch.
Yes.
And if it all goes quiet and you look around and people are shaking their head and
looking at the ground,
it makes you feel even worse.
Yes, it does. I would agree.
What Crocombe needs to do there is to shout to his captain, Tom, don't worry, buddy. Don't worry, Tom, and do it in a very positive way. Don't worry, mate.
I guess
just catch the next one.
I guess it's difficult when you've seen two go down in sort of 4 balls.
Yeah. Well, it's not easy to do at all, but there's no point in kicking the ground. That's not going to help your teammate. And this one has played to mid-wicket. A good ball from an Nadcat. Nothing really going on, and it's just played. But I've got my eye. I'm keeping my eye on Crocombe down at fine leg there. He had his arms folded at the point of delivery. So at the minute, if I was in the Sussex coaching setup, I would be, jogging around on the boundary or getting someone to jog around on the boundary and say to Crocombe, come on, mate, all that exists is the next ball. And you've got to be in the right emotional state for that next ball. And you're not going to be if you're sulking. And that count the last delivery of the over, and this is a good one, and it beats Mosley, who's having a charmed life at the moment.
Yes, he is, and Sussex have bowled a lot better since last. This is interesting. Jack Carson, good old Jack, he's a great one for getting the team together, runs across to get, and you saw Henry throw in the cap there, and Jack Carson having a long chat away to his teammate. Henry Crocombe, who's Surrey bound at the end of this season. He was one of the Sussex players out of contract. And,
well, I'll ask you, is he the kind of character that won't be able to put it behind him? Is he still going to be chuntering now?
I don't know. He's a very amiable guy. I think Henry's the sort of guy it takes quite a lot to get him crossed, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think he's the sort of guy who... And these guys have all played a lot of cricket together. I mean, they've known each other for donkey's years. In comes Crocombe, running in from the city end, coming into bowl to Yates, who's beaten outside the off stump. I think Yates might claim he pulled the bat inside the line, but I'm not sure he did. Let's just see this again. No, he's played at that. I think he would have just been disappointed having, Sussex having got rolled over for that 156. They're two. The first one would have been a good catch, but Clark is such a good slip fielder.
Well, I mean, Crocombe could if he had the ability to, his anger and perhaps the adrenaline that he might still have pumping around a bit, try and use it to help him with his effort. In
around the wicket bowls to Yates, who defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Paul Smith was somebody here at Warwickshire in my days as captain that I know if I got Paul angry, if I got him angry and told him he wasn't bowling well or, having a word with him, Yeah, he was the one player I motivated through intimidation.
Right.
Everyone else was through encouragement. But with Smithy, he bowled better for us when he was angry. So I used to throw the ball at his feet and say, come on, you're bowling rubbish, and get him wound up. And then he would charge in and bowl the speed of light.
Crocombe again bowls, and Yates defends out into the offside. In fact, he defends, but he picks up a single because James Coles needs to move from his left to his left, I should say, from point to field. One more to the total, 49 for 1. Yates goes to 18. I guess it's different strokes for different folks, I guess, Dermot, in terms of motivation. And
well, Alan Donald, I used to say to him occasionally, oh, this is the guy, Alan. I heard that this fella last year, he was chatting about having faced you in the second team, and he didn't reckon you were very quick. And it worked a couple of times for Alan, but then he realised, hang on, Captain.
Crocombe in bowls, let go by Mosley, goes through to Simpson. There is.
I'm not going to fall for that a third time.
Was he, in terms of the era that you played in, both for and against players, Dermot, would he have been the quickest you saw, Alan Donald?
At that time, there was in a period, I would have said he was consistently
right, the quickest.
The quickest.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget a day against Northants here where he said his back was a bit stiff, and
in comes Crocombe round the wicket. Bowls, and Mosley is forward, places to point, fielded by Coles. There is no run.
And I said to Alan, I said, well, look, just don't bowl fast. Just slow down a bit. If it's, you're still going to be quicker than me and Tim Munton, even if you're bowling within yourselves. So just, and there's times here at Edgbaston where Alan would bowl and the ball would go past the batsman, but then swing as it slowed down on its way to the keeper. And I always thought, if he just bowled a bit slower at times, he might move the ball before it reaches the batsman.
Crocombe bowls, and he almost thought he was going to chop that on for a minute down Mosley. The ball ends up in the hands of second slip, but on the bounce. There is no run. End of the over, 49 for 1. Yates on 18, Mosley on 17. This is live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Dermot Reeve on commentary.
And just to finish off the story, Alan took 8 with a sore back that innings. He just slowed down and he said, I could bowl all day like this. But the ball started to move before it reached the batsman. So he suddenly became a bit like sort of a Richard Hadley and a Malcolm Marshall rolled into one. Just bowling within themselves, but making the ball talk.
Well, there, guys, who made the ball talk, certainly Richard Hadley.
Yeah. So we've got a Nadcat from the pavilion end, and he's bang on a line and length here to Rob Yates, who just defends it out on the offside. He raced to 8, Yates. I think he was 8 off 6 balls. But his next 10 have taken him 30 odd balls.
I mean, what will be frustrating for Sussex is that, this ball is still relatively new, but, it's certainly... it's easier to take wickets when the ball's new, isn't it? I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, but you don't want to get to sort of 34 overs in and suddenly there's only the 1 wicket down.
Yeah, and Yates here will get another run to wide mid-on. Tumbling stop.
Now, just looking who that is, I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice down here at mid-on.
He looks like he's limping a little.
Well, I agree. I was just going to say it is Finn. Now, normally, Finn, and I was the reason I was taken slightly by surprise is that Finn generally fields at point,
right?
Which is an area where perhaps you're going to see more of the ball or need to be more athletic, perhaps. And that's unusual to see Finn fielding. He doesn't look comfortable, He's holding his knees, isn't he?
Yeah. That's a Nadcat now to Mosley, who edges it, but it's going to go for 4 in between Gully and the third slip. It didn't carry, but. Unlucky for the bowler and lucky and fortunate for the batsman. Mosley moves on to 21, having been put down twice on 15.
Yeah. Well, Sussex just need to keep believing here because at one stage yesterday, don't forget, Sussex were 90 for 1.
Yeah.
And I know the bowling conditions were a lot more favourable yesterday than they are today. But maybe it's a sort of pitch where 1 wicket will lead to 2. We'll have to see.
Well, it's not, as we saw, it's not easy for new batsmen coming in. As the Nadcat pitches this one up to Mosley, and he just correctly drives it up to mid-off for no run. So once again, we've got two left-handers that are batting at the moment, that are both right-hand dominant people, aren't
So
they?
they're punching a ball.
They're both right,
Yep.
with the right hand, and bowl right-handed, and
Tom
right-handed. So the top hand is the dominant one. So
it's interesting you say about Tom Haynes yesterday, because Tom does bowl right arm
So Tom's
and throws
right arm.
yeah.
And Clark as well, I would
Yes.
say. Yeah. And Zunadkat is in, and this one is played nicely by Mosley, out to cover. Yeah, and then
Yeah,
you
they both bowl right arm and throw right arm.
so you get the odd cricketer that you're not sure, like, or he's a bit ambidextrous, like Sachin.
Yes.
Bats right-handed,
Yes.
but I think you'll find Sachin actually he'll right left-handed.
And Tamel Mills bowls left arm and throws right arm.
Throws right arm.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, bats right-handed
Kevin
as well.
James was like that.
Was he?
Kevin James of Hampshire. As in Edgbaston,
Well
another
bowled.
left armer bowls a delivery that Kevin James would have been very proud of. Late movement beats the 8, so it's still happening for the bowlers. There is still movement off the pitch, and batting is not easy.
No.
That needs to be said. So, as you said, you know, one brings two. It's quite often the chirp from fielders out there.
I didn't realise that Kevin James did that.
Yeah, Kevin would throw right-handed.
Would he?
He could probably throw left as well, a little
Yeah,
bit, but
yeah,
he
but bowled left
bowled
arm.
left arm.
Yeah.
But-
What did he bat?
Through right arm, batted left.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and of course he's our BBC
Yeah.
Hampshire commentator. Henry Crocombe's going to carry on. 3 overs for 4 runs. It's been a good spell since lunch from Henry Crocombe. He's asked a lot of questions. Comes in bowls to Yates, who steers us into the offside. James Coles is quickly in, throws at the stumps, but Yates was quickly home. Well backed up there by, I think that's Daniel Hughes at mid-off. So a well-judged single by Yates. He goes to 20, 55 for 1. In reply to the Sussex total of 156. We'll have a quick look through some of the scores in the other games in the County Championship as we go through this over. 3 slips in place, Tier, Clark and Haynes. I think they were considering a change in the field then, but they've left it as it is. Carson in the gully. Crocombe in again, bowls, let go by Mosley outside of the off stump. Wickets are tumbling in the test match. Pakistan 73 for 5.
Right.
So that's not going to last beyond today if the weather holds. Wicket there for 1 for Ollie Robson, 2 for Jofra Archer, 2 for Josh Tongue. In fact, Josh Tongue's got figures of 2 for 4 in 7 balls. In the County Championship in Southampton, Hampshire 128 for 6, trailing Yorkshire by 45. Crocombe in bowls, Mosley defends into the offside. There is no run. Ben Brown, the former Sussex skipper and wicket keeper, is 15 not out. At Grace Road, Glamorgan in trouble against Leicestershire. Glamorgan 33 for 3 in reply to Leicestershire's 151. Glamorgan having a decent season in their first season back. Essex in real trouble at Taunton, 14 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 469. Crocombe in bowls to Mosley, who clips this to mid-wicket. There is no run. 3 wickets there for Lewis Gregory. He's a good cricketer. 3 for 7. He's accounted for Dean Elgar, Tom Westley, and who else he got out? Charlie Allison, Ben Allison. So Essex in all sorts of trouble down at Taunton. At the Oval, Surrey now 113 for 4, trailing Notts by just 71. Crocombe in again, bowls, left alone by Mosley outside of the off stump. You can see, I reckon he's a yard quicker virtually, Henry Crocombe, than the other Sussex bowlers.
And he's getting good carries.
Yeah, he
well,
is.
Isn't he?
He is quick. Adam Thomas, 48 not out for Surrey. So that's the first division scores. In the second division, Durham 238 for 5 against Derbyshire. Ben Stokes making 53. Crocombe in and bowls. Oh, I thought he'd nick that for a moment, Miles. It's another good delivery by Henry Crocombe, who's bowled a really good spell here since lunch. 55 for 1 are Warwickshire. 17 overs gone. 8's on 20. Moseley on 21. And Henry Crocombe has certainly caused more problems than anybody else. 4 overs. No maidens, no wicket for 5. It's been a good spell of bowling. Just very briefly elsewhere in the second division, Worcestershire 54 for 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 150. Northants 152 for 6 against Lancashire. And Middlesex 57 for 3 in reply to Kent's 350.
As Unadcat continues, and this one beats Yates on the outside edge, and it did bounce through as well to Simpson. Very good delivery, late movement, too good for the batsman, and another day that just, you get a little feather on it.
I was going to say, it's not quite going Sussex's way at the moment, is it?
No, they bowled well.
They've
bowled well since lunch,
yeah,
but had no luck.
No.
You know, they've put 2 catches down, one very difficult, one straightforward. So they haven't been blameless.
No.
The bowlers have bowled well at both ends since lunch.
He's brought a 4th slip in place now, Dermot, as well.
Yeah. And he's got movement there. You can see it swinging away, shaping.
Yeah.
The ball gets 3/4 of the way down to the batsman, and then it just sort of swings just a tad early, which makes it the leave a bit easier. As it's quite often the full delivery that the batsman drives, it's the one that they actually edge.
I think Haynes is doing the right thing here, bringing another slip, because Sussex need wickets here. And whilst the ball is relatively hard and new, it feels like the right time to attack.
Unadcat bowls one that comes back at Yates, but he lets it go. It's a dot ball.
Seems strange to be commenting on Ben Stokes making a half century in the county championship when a test match is going on, doesn't it? But good for him. I mean, he played a leading role in the... he played in a lot of the 50-over games for Durham in the One Day Cup.
I'll tell you what, one thing I've noticed, Adrian, is that the slip cordon don't all stand with their feet in the sort of same direction. If you look at your third slip and
yes,
your second slip, Clark, he has his feet very square on. And this one is played by Yates on the leg side, and they'll get a single. In fact, they're going to come back for 2 and make it comfortably. But I notice at this end, when Clark takes up his position, it's as though he's pretty much
right
square on with the crease.
Would you like to see
as
them
opposed
all...
to being, angled square onto the edge of
right,
the bat?
Yes, almost on the diagonal.
Yeah. So he, for whatever reason it is, doesn't like to stand as much on with his feet on the angle. If you see him here, 4th slip has, 3rd has, 1st is.
Yes.
So his feet, he's a lot more squared on and wide with his stance. And this one is defended back to an Adcat by Rob Yates, who's on 22, Moseley's on 21. They both faced 40-odd balls now, so they should be getting used to the conditions. But sometimes that doesn't necessarily help you as a batsman, because I'm just getting used to the fact that it's not easy. I'm getting used to the fact that the ball's nipping around, and I'm hoping that's going to stop. But it might not. It might not stop for the 4 days.
We'll have lost another wicket, 35 for 4 against Leicestershire.
As an Adcat bangs this one, a perfect line and length, and Yates very watchful, defends it on the offside, and there's no run to finish.
It's good cricket, this, isn't it? It's really, it's good, competitive, hard cricket. Sussex have come out since lunch. I mean, what was the lunch score was 44 for 1 in 10 overs. So Warwickshire have added 13 in the 8 overs since lunch, which tells you how well Sussex have bowled. But without reward, that'll be the worry. One member of the ground staff is sitting on the hover cover, but I don't think there's any imminent rain. There's quite a lot of blue sky away to our left.
A couple of grey clouds, and it's definitely clouded over, or they've joined together.
In comes Henry Crocombe around the wicket, bowls to Dan Mosley. That's a nice shot. Beautifully played, just clipped away through mid-wicket by Dan Mosley. Beautiful timing. And he picks up a boundary. He goes to 25, the total to 61 for 1. Just slightly over pitching at Henry Crocombe, and Mosley onto that in a flash. That was a nice shot, Dermot.
It was a nice shot.
See this again.
I can't help but just get a sense or get a feeling that although they've bowled well since lunch, there's a general feeling that they're a bit deflated.
Yes.
Out there, the fielders, sort of as a group, and sometimes it's hard as a batsman to put the fact that you didn't make any. I got a naught. And put that behind you and just focus on, right, this next ball's coming to me and I'm going to be energetic every ball.
Crocombe in bowl. Well, he's got it. Well, his edge there. He's got a thick edge down to. Well, in fact, I thought Nugcat had fielded that, but he didn't field it cleanly, and it's gone away for 4 runs. A very fortunate boundary there for Dan Mosley. I think that came off the inside edge. Henry Crocombe can't believe it, can he? I don't know if we're going to see a replay of that. Tom Haynes had a couple of those yesterday, didn't he? Yeah, I mean, he's run away off a big inside edge, and Henry Crocombe's got his hands in the air as if to say, well, what have I got to do to get a wicket? But he hasn't, and total goes to 65 for 1. I can see James Kirtley actually down on the boundary edge down here to our right-hand side. He's chatting away to J. Devon Nugcat as Crocombe in again, bowls, short pulled away. Is he going to be caught? He should be caught at mid-wicket, and indeed he is caught. And Henry Crocombe, at long last, gets his reward. It was a short delivery. It was looking to pull that one away, and he's pulled it, miscued it completely, and he's caught by Sean Hunt in there at mid-wicket. And Dan Mosley's innings comes to an end for 29, and Warwickshire are 65 for 2. I think he'll be a little annoyed to have got out playing that shot.
Well, he had just hit consecutive 4s, one a really good shot through mid-wicket, clipped off a leg stump sort of half volley. Then he had a very fortunate inside edge, and Crocombe didn't put the man back, but he just, that was a good fast bouncer.
Yeah.
And you'd have to say that Mosley was late on it and spliced it, and that's why it only reached mid-wicket. The ball was in the air, and I was thinking, I know I'm a Warwickshire supporter, but I was thinking, please catch it. I was feeling for the bowler, Crocombe, thinking, no, you can't drop this. This is an absolute sitter.
I think he might have walked off if that had been missed.
Yeah, so he's got his wicket. He's got 1 for 13, or 4.5 overs. He's bowled really well.
He has bowled really well.
And the thing here is, you've got a new batsman coming in.
Yeah.
And as we said, it's never easy starting on a pitch where it's like doing a little bit.
Well, Will Young is the new man in. Interesting, when I was on commentary with Richard, I was singing Dan Mosley's praises before lunch because I thought he played a couple of lovely shots. And Richard said, yeah, he's good. He said he has just got this habit, though, of playing a bad shot and getting out.
Right.
Now, was that a bad shot?
Well,
I mean, he's out, so...
If he had it again, if he had that delivery again, would he just get out the way?
Yes.
But
yeah.
in this modern day of cricketers, most of them go, I'm going to take on the short ball.
Yeah, okay.
And put a man back and, I'll still take it on.
Yes. Yeah.
But, what you have to say there is well bowled.
Yes.
Because that was a good, fast, short ball. And it's done for him because he was late on it, which is why it didn't go to the boundary.
So Crocombe in again, bowls to Young, who's off the mark first ball. Flicks the ball down to fine leg, fielded by J. Devon Nugcat. In fact, yes, it is Young, yeah. Young on 1. 66 for 2. But I think, in fairness, Henry Crocombe deserved that, Dermot.
Absolutely. He's deserved more than 1, really.
And actually, it'll make both Tom Haynes and Tom Clark feel a little better that Mosley is out.
Yeah, I don't think Clark will, Clark, that would have been like...
Would a great catch. Yeah, it would have been a great catch.
If
yeah. But he sets himself really high standards, Tom Clark, in the slip, so you could tell he was disappointed. Crocombe in again, bowls to Yates, who's forward and plays that into the covers, fielded by James Coles in his sun hat.
Well, I would imagine that the bowler, as well as particularly Tom Haynes, will be glad it was Mosley.
Yes.
Not as opposed to Yates, because it was Mosley that was dropped.
Yes, I would agree.
He only scored another 10 or so. I can't remember. How much did he end up with?
He was dropped when he was on 15 and then on 17. And he was out for 29. In comes Crocombe Bowles, and forward comes Yates. Doesn't time it. The ball just dribbles into the offside, fielded by Jack Carson. End of the over, 66 for 2. Yates on 22, Young on 1. Yeah, he was dropped when he was on 15, then dropped on 17, so he went on to make 29. So it cost about 14 runs or so. So not the end of the world. Just to say that Pakistan have lost another wicket, and Josh Tongue has now taken 3 for 8. Pakistan are 80 for 6. And so, very much like the test, if you've got a ticket for the 4th day, it's not going to happen, is it?
But you must have heard of that famous comment here when Brian Lara was dropped. I think he was dropped when he was on 8. And I think it was the keeper who dropped him, and someone said, or the keeper said, "Oh no, he'd probably gone to make 100." You know, and he got 500.
Yes.
500.
I'm going to have to go in a minute, Dermot, because I've got to do an update to my listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So can I leave you to oh, in fact, Richard's just come back. So and it's a change of bowling actually. Sean Hunt,
another left armer.
Yes, another left arm seamer, having taken the catch.
Unad Cat, and he starts with a wide ball that is slashed away, and it's gone through the vacant sort of gully area, and enough pace on it to take it all the way to the boundary. So Will Young hits his first boundary, and that was a real loosener from Hunt. He hardly looked like he managed to get to the crease, and I think he bowled it from quite a long way behind the front crease line. So let's keep an eye on his rhythm. But it was very full, a wide half volley that Will Young said, "I'm not going to miss out on that." But didn't smack it through the covers. He ended up getting a thick edge past gully. And he's in again, and this one he's overcorrected, and he's got it outside leg stump. And Will Young plays it down the fine leg for a single, so he moves to 6 off 3 balls. Welcome back, Richard.
Welcome. I'm glad to be back. Thank you for welcoming me. Oh, he seems to be in a hurry, Will Young. He's been very busy since he came in after the departure of Dan Mosley, going for a 3rd boundary in 1 over.
It was a good bouncer.
It was a good ball. He's sharp. Crocombe is sharp and has bowled well.
So Hunt is in, and that was decent pace, and that had good carry on. So he's found his rhythm after 3 balls, and it really did carry through to Simpson, who's got the gloves on, and you can see where he's standing. And we're looking. He's in the far distance, but he's a long way back. So he's Hunt's obviously got some pace, because those 3 slips are a good distance away from Rob Yates, who was the striker. And he defends this one, looks for a quick single, but it's not there. The ball rolls out to backward point.
It's quite a steep arc in the slips, isn't it? So 3rd slip is relatively close. I mean, well ahead of 2nd slip, and 2nd slip is well ahead of 1st slip. He's got a pace bowler's frame. He's got big shoulders, Hunt.
Yeah.
The approach to the stumps is not the most elegant, but he's got plenty of power. He has been short of cricket, so he's building up his rhythm, I'd imagine.
And he's in again, and this skews off the inside edge out to deep backward square, where Yates will pick up 2, but it's not where he was aiming the shot. He was trying to hit that to mid-on, or straight back past the bowler, but got a thick inside edge.
The test match is scuttling towards a conclusion. Josh Tongue has taken 3 wickets in 2 overs.
Has he?
Pakistan 83 for 6.
Having a good test match. 5 in the first innings for Josh Tongue, and already got 3. As this one is driven straight, but back to the bowler. A nice clean strike from Rob Yates. Hit it into the ground, so it wasn't a caught and bowled. But pretty much a loosener. He looks, it just might be he's got a bit of a languid sort of frame or style about him.
Yeah.
Hunt, but you know, when you can see him when he's walking back to his mark, he looks a bit like Phil Tufnell in the field. You know, looks at how he's walking, and he's got a bit of a...
Looks very relaxed out there. He took his catch, a straightforward one, when called upon. Wicket of Dan Mosley. In the big match between Surrey and Notts at the Oval, a 5 for Ollie Stone. Surrey 119 for 6, are still 65 behind, so Notts have really fought back really well in that game. There's quite a lot of wickets falling around the country as Crocombe begins a new over, and Young gets a nick, and he's going to be taken low down at second slip. He checks with the umpire that it's carried, but Tom Clark with a very tidy catch indeed, just above the ground, and Young's brief innings is over. He's gone for 6. And Crocombe is dragging Sussex back into this. Warwickshire 73 for 3.
Super bowling. And once again, we see a batsman depart very quickly. The 4th ball of that he faced for Will Young, and we all know he's a fine cricketer. He's an international standard batsman. But on this occasion, Crocombe was too good for him, found the outside edge, and Clark in the slips hung on to the chance. Far more straightforward than the one that he put down when he dropped Mosley, when he was on 15. That didn't prove all that costly. And you're right, Richard. Sussex are right back into 73 for 3. Warwickshire trailed by 83.
Yeah. I mean, an Adcat hasn't had any reward, but he has to take some credit because he helped Crocombe build up some pressure. And then Crocombe has just bowled very, very nicely since lunch, entering the attack at that point, and he's full value for the 2 wickets that he's taken. Appreciate that Dan Mosley would love to take his shot back, but it was that extra pace of Crocombe that caused the error. And Young against the moving ball nicks off.
So would you now, if you were Warwickshire and you said you were offered 250 as a score, would you take it? Richard, have you offered 250 now for Warwickshire? All out 250. You taking it, or do you you think no? We'll get more than that.
I think you possibly are, because again, wickets are happening quickly.
That's a lead of nearly 100, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
give me a moment.
Okay.
So Crocombe approaches. Vance Janney is the new batter, and that goes past the shoulder of the bat and through to the wicket keeper. So Janney in at 5, Barnard will presumably come at 6, Davis 7, Wokes 8, and then 2 decent tail enders in Booth and Bamber, and then Ollie Hallen-Dolby in his natural surrounds of 11. He'll forgive me that. But yeah, 250 right now feels like it's a little way away.
But not 249. You're not taking 249. You're not getting the batting point.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that first batting point is too high, as I keep on moaning. So this one, he's onto the pads of Janney, and that gets him away down to long leg. And Adcat comes in to do the fielding. 74 for 3. Bit of a freebie that to get him away.
They're going to be important, aren't they, at the end of the season, the bonus points. And if Warwickshire can, if they can make 300 here, which gives them a lead of, nearly 150.
It's such a ridiculous table at the moment, and given that some of the teams who are in the lower half of the table are playing each other this week, the difference between being a title challenger and scrapping relegation is wafer thin.
Yeah.
3 slips, well, actually there are 4 slips, but the one is much wider than the others, as Crocombe comes into the left-hander Yates. He couldn't time this ball, he's trying to squeeze it between mid-wicket and mid-on, but it's a comfortable pick up for Hughes approaching from mid-wicket. Yates has quite a weight on his shoulders now on 24. I think it's hard to say that any batter has been in this match.
Yeah, and that's I was making that point, that having faced 40-odd balls, Yates and Mosley.
This one's short, and he's able to help it round the corner, down to an Adcat who's having to cover an awful lot of ground between long leg on one side and long leg on the other. And he looks thrilled to have to do that again, as the right-hander will now be on strike, but he's actually told he doesn't have to. They're going to send somebody else across and spare his legs, which is good captaincy from Tom Haynes, to be fair, to protect one of his 2 key bowlers you would fancy in this match, with Hudson Prentice looking like he's got a sore ankle, and Crocombe bowling so well, and Nadcat with an impressive spell.
He needs to turn himself into a gully fielder, doesn't he?
He does. The era of the pace bowlers at slip seems to have gone largely away, as this final ball goes past Janney and through to the wicketkeeper. I suppose both Overtons are good slippers. and for big men as well. Because Bob Willis used to be a slip fielder at 6'5". And good hands. And yet you wonder, do you really want your fast bowler's hands on the line? Did Tim Munson used to spend any time in the slips?
He occasionally got in there.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Occasionally, yeah. He wouldn't have been the first choice, but he did all right if he was given the chance.
Get the feeling I might have to change the effects microphone in a minute, because I think that's what we can hear in our ears every now and then. Apologies if that's interfering with your enjoyment.
As Hunt continues from the pavilion end, and this one there's down the leg side, no contact with anything from Rob Yates, who the ball before to get on strike. That was one of the balls, last ball of the over from Crocombe, that really climbed on him, and that was, it would have been perhaps quite a regulation catch for a leg gully. With the angle of Crocombe round the wicket and the pace he's bowling, that wouldn't be a bad choice of maybe moving your mid-wicket into leg gully while he's bowling quick and he's on top. But it's Hunt at the moment, left arm over, and he's edged it, and Rob Yates, I'm sure he's nicked it because he's looked behind, and the umpire says, yes, you have, and you've got to go. So Hunt has his first wicket, and Warwickshire are collapsing, and I imagine that Richard, you would be biting my hand off now for 250, as they've slipped to 75 for 4. Rob Yates, the latest victim, caught by Simpson off the bowling of Hunt for 25.
Yeah, it's just the conditions that we're playing in. It's been difficult for both sides, and it's about dogging it out. It's about putting the tough moments behind you. We saw Haynes and Clark did that quite effectively yesterday. They're the only two players to have reached 30 in the match. But Hunt there just getting a little bit of swing in and a little nick off the inside edge of Rob Yates' bat. He certainly tried to make out he was innocent, but when he looked up and saw that the umpire had got his finger raised, he was not surprised. Let's put it that way. So I think he knew he was banged to right. It's a question of whether... See, neither team has quite managed to get the ball old enough for the swing to subside or for it to get a little bit softer. It's in the 4 innings of this match, which team can bat 70 overs instead of 50? That might determine who wins this game.
Yeah, it could be, and it could be down to who takes the catches. Warwickshire did really well with the catching of Yates and Mosley this morning, and Will Young took a good one at third slip, so they took all their chances.
Yeah, it could be a tail ender slogs 50 off 35 balls makes a difference in this match.
It could be Ethan Bamber's match with the bat.
Could be.
Could be.
But, we saw just that flurry of runs from 9, 10, 11 for Sussex. Crocombe, Hunt and Nadgett. They got 39 runs between them. They look like good runs right now. It could have been 120 all out. Ends up being 156. Margins are short. There's nothing... I mean, the surface is a sporty one. There's a little bit there for the bowlers, which is fine.
I'd say there's a lot there.
But a lot of it is in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think we've still got moisture on the pitch as Barnard faces up and is beaten first ball by Hunt. And one thing I have also noticed here at Edgbaston, you just got more carry. There's more bounce, and it's as though the pitch is harder. And we have a couple of deliveries that have been wide of the stumps that have scuttled through and bounced a couple of times to the keeper. So there is a touch of unevenness, and we saw that bouncer from Chris Wokes that went over the keeper's head. Yeah. And then we've seen Crocombe bowl a really good bouncer, too quick for Mosley. He spliced it straight up in the air, caught mid-wicket. It's Barnard on strike. He's batting out of his crease to Hunt, and he's nicely in line to that one and defends it. And that was a rare ball that did nothing. But it's a dot ball.
Sussex have given themselves a chance with it. They'll be thinking they could get a first innings lead here.
Well,
if they continue to bowl as well as they are. I mean, they absolutely could. You got 2 fresh batters at the crease.
You nearly had half the batters out for half the score.
Yep.
And one more wicket would make it half the batters out for half the score. And it's Hunt to Barnard, and Barnard gets off the mark, plays this to square leg, just behind square, and it's just a single.
On the day, the batting sides are 134 for 11.
Right. On the day.
That's the day. Yeah. It's been eventful. Wickets flying as well at Grace Road. Regular Morgan a 55 for 6. 96 behind Leicestershire. Ben Mike 3 for 11. So, you know, I think
there's a lot of low scores around the country, aren't there?
It tells you about the conditions this week.
Somerset have made a score, but how about the only one? Oh, this has gone straight up in the air, but it's going to land safe. Johnny had no idea where that went. It was pitched outside leg, and he must have shut the face of the bat on it a bit early, but it might have done plenty, and it just lobbed up in the end for a comfortable single. But once again, extravagant movement off the wicket.
That Somerset game's intriguing, by the way. Somerset 469 all out. Essex were 2 for 3. Lewis Gregory took 3 wickets in his first 2 overs. They've recovered a little bit to 47 for 3. Paul Walter and Matt Critchley are batting, but Gregory caused absolute chaos at the start of that innings. So 77 for 4. Warwickshire. Crocombe can bowl his 7th over unchanged. He'll be coming towards the end of his spell, but why wouldn't he want to keep on going here? As Gianni tries to cut him, and the lift was too much for him. And it flies through to John Simpson. It also offered to move away. It is very hard to attack. And you think sometimes a counter-attack is what you need to do, but I'm not sure how you counter-attack when the ball's doing that much.
Well, Johnny just wants to, at the minute, he'll just be feeling crumbs. Can I just get a middle of the bat on something? Because he's faced 5 balls, and he hasn't got the middle of the bat on anything as of yet.
There are now 5 slips for Vance Janney, who's driving this straight over pitch by Crocombe, who is actually leading the chase himself. It's going to go for 4, but he'd long since overtaken Hudson Prentice. He ends up fetching the ball himself, Henry Crocombe, which is extraordinary. It's a lovely shot from Janney. He goes to 6. It's 81 for 4, but I'm not sure Crocombe should be chasing after it like that. I'll do it myself, he said.
Yeah, it was only the second ball of the over, so he's sprinted out to long off. In the end, just fetched the ball that's gone to the boundary.
Got to admire the kid's spirit doing that. And now he comes in, elbows pumping. And it's short of a length, and it's going to hit him on the body. Gianni, in fact, it has hit him on the helmet. So he's now going to get a concussion test. He was trying to play the pull shot. I don't know whether it hit something before the helmet or whether it went helmet to shoulder. He looks absolutely fine, Vance Janney, and says as much to the umpire, but according to the regulations, if it hits the helmet, both player and indeed equipment need checking.
Yeah, another good bouncer. He may have got through the shot and missed it, as opposed to being done for pace, but right on the button for by Crocombe again.
It means the legendary Gerhard Mostert comes onto the wicket to check out Vance Janney, and he's actually shown considerably more interest in the helmet. And I don't know whether his medical training it means treating helmets is a speciality. I don't know.
Judging whether a helmet's been damaged.
Yeah.
And getting another one on.
But when he was getting his medical degrees in South Africa, Mozzie, and I'm not sure that was high on the list.
No.
Is it damage to the helmet? Now he's going to do a concussion test of Vance Janney to make sure he's okay. He'll do it properly and rigorously and make sure that the neck's not stiffening up. He's okay. Look one way, look the other. There you go. He's doing that.
What's your name? What day is it?
Yeah. My name's Frederick and it's Saturday.
It's when you hold up your fingers and the person's changing from 4 to 2. And
But it also gives the batter a chance to settle themselves back down as well. But it is far more important that we make sure that players are okay. I think we understand that these days. So it's funny actually because it comes up on the BBC website as an injury break. So it says delay injury. There's also a delay injury in the Hampshire-Yorkshire game. Hampshire 150 for 7, trailing Yorkshire by 23.
I was watching that documentary with Jose Mourinho, the manager.
Yeah. People keep telling me to watch that.
And they're down to 10 men. One of the sides that he's in charge of, and a player gets tackled, and the physio's run on, which means the
that infamous
player has
incident.
to then leave the field, and I think the lady doctor who'd run on, he gave her some real abuse when she came off the field, because he's now down to 9 men because he didn't feel it was important enough for her to run on.
Yeah.
And that ended up going to court, didn't it? Because she ended up leaving the job.
Yeah. It was fairly unsavoury incident. I think, as any member of a medical team will do, she was trying to do her job properly to look after the player. We may have a delay soon, judging by the position of the ground staff, as this next ball from Crocombe draws a bit of a leading edge from Janney, and it goes back to the bowler on his follow-through. The 6 members of the ground staff have now taken up their positions around the hover cover, which means they think we're going to get a shower. There is a risk of showers through the afternoon, and they're getting worse and more likely as the afternoon becomes the evening. So I don't think we're ever going to get the 104 overs done today. Crocombe into Janney, pushes forward, back into the bowler's follow-through once more.
And you're absolutely right that they've taken up their positions, because there's 3 of them at each end.
Yeah.
Because a couple of them obviously helped to support it and drag it on with straps.
These little hover covers are great things, aren't they? The speed with which they get out to the middle. To protect the playing surface. Crocombe in to complete his 7th over. 2 for 20 he's taken. Janney stands tall to defend it out into the offside, and it's the end of the 23rd over. Warwickshire 81 for 4, trail Sussex by 75. And, top flight championship cricket is intense in all sorts of different ways, and there are all sorts of different games. But you look at the way that Sussex looked so deflated at lunch, and they've come out and absolutely dug their way back into it by bowling really well.
And what an interesting over, because he's just finished his seventh over, which is in his last one, included a sprint out to long off to chase his own ball. But then he got a rest because he hit the batsman on the head. So, he got through his 7th over, and he's really bowled Sussex back into this contest, as it's Hunt from the pavilion end, and that one, whoa, that flies through. Look at that carry off a good line and length, taken by Simpson above his head, with his fingers turned towards the sky, how the Australians would try and catch high balls. But that is really bad. He's got some pace about him, as Hunt.
He's a big man, and the approach isn't the most fluent, but at the point of release, he's well balanced.
He's in now, and this one is edged, a little thin nick. Ed Barnard, the captain, has got to go. Hunt has his 2nd wicket, and that was just a beautiful delivery, a perfect line and length. Barnard went to play it, and it just got a feather of an edge through to the keeper, and Sussex are really about now. They've all charged in to celebrate that wicket. They really feel they're back in this contest, which they are. 81 for 5.
Cracking delivery across the right-hander. It really was from Hunt. He's got it good length, and it's just on the angle taken the nick. Barnard was going to walk anyway. He nodded at the umpire as if to say, yeah, I know. And that was a lovely, lovely delivery. You can forgive the showbiz appeal from Sean Hunt, because there was no doubt that he'd drawn the edge there. And the last of the main recognised batsmen, Alex Davis, comes out. Chris Wokes, of course, an all-rounder at 8, but hasn't seen a lot of time in the middle. Alex Davis has been short of form. But, again, you want to make a breakthrough when there's a bit of threat of rain. Ground staff have moved slightly from their position, so I think the clouds overhead currently they thought might just clip us in terms of weather. But these are lovely conditions to bowl in, Dermot.
Yeah, and Adrian's been jumping around the viewing area here, celebrating.
See, sometimes you have a match where, obviously Warwickshire had great conditions to bowl in, and then all of a sudden the sun comes out and you're the other team, and you think, well, this isn't fair.
Yeah.
Whereas this has actually been pretty even in terms of the helpfulness of the overhead conditions. And they've both teams, both bowling attacks, have exploited them really well.
Yeah, how many players in single-figured scores? Alex Davies is taking strike. 3 slips a gully, a very fine gully. It's about 5th slip, cover mid-off on the offside. As Hunt comes into Davies' first ball, outside off, he lets it go through to his opposite number in Simpson.
And 9 of the 15 batters out in this match have been out for single figures.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. 9 of the 15. I think the 2 that weren't were Nadcat and Crocombe. And Nadcat smacked 2 sixes.
He was 13 not out. Hunt made 10, Crocombe 16. Haynes 49, Clark 30 and Hughes 11. They were the ones in double figures for Sussex. Malik 14, Mosley 29, Yates 25.
As Hunt bowls this outside off. Decent delivery, but left alone by Alex Davies, who he won't be... Yeah, he won't find these conditions surprising, or should I say, he would have been, having been an opening batsman, he'll be quite used to the fact that there's movement going on, and you have to play the ball extremely late, and you've got to be careful. And so he's unlikely to I think, counter-attack or counter-punch. Like, you know, someone like Bamber would come in now and go, right, I'm just going to try and hit every ball for 4. There's Hunt again over the wicket, a good line of length. Alex Davies thought about playing it, but in the end let it go through. It's been a good over, a good start by Hunt. Started off with a poor delivery down the leg side, and then there was a wide half volley to Will Young. But since then he's not. It's funny because when he walks back to his mark, he's not looking comfortable. He's got a bit of a. I call it Phil Tufnell walk. He's got a bit of a slouch and a bit of a strut, but he's bowling with good pace here. That one swung back.
I'd compare it a bit to when tall Paul Walter is bowling. I mean, he doesn't bowl much in the Championship, but he bowls a lot in white ball cricket. And he walks back to his mark with the demeanour of a man who feels insulted that he's been asked to bowl. Right. Why am I even having to do this?
It's sort of a walk that the shoulders move up and down. The shoulders go from left to right as they're walking, and the feet a little bit to 10 to 2.
Pakistan now 95 for 7. Second wicket of the second innings for Ollie Robinson. Is this the return of Finn Hudson-Prentice after Crocombe's long spell? Indeed it is.
All right. And we felt he had a bit of a niggle, did we?
We think he's got a sore ankle. As we are joined by listeners on Sports Extra 2, with the news that Sussex have fought back tremendously with the ball here at Edgbaston, where the floodlights are just coming on. 81 for 5 Warwickshire. They trail by 75. Vance Janney is on strike to the start of a new spell from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who drags that down the leg side, and his little limp because of his sore ankle appears immediately. But a brilliant spell from Henry Crocombe. He got Dan Mosley, just a ball that was too quick for him that Mosley was trying to pull to the boundary. He was out for 29, floated top edge. Didn't go too high, caught by Hunt. He then got Will Young, who batted just 4 deliveries. He was out for 6, caught low down by Clark at second slip. And then Sean Hunt, fit again and bowling with real spirit, has taken 2 quick wickets. Hudson-Prentice in there to Janney, who just dabs this down in the offside. Hunt first of all getting Rob Yates, caught behind by Simpson for 25. And then Ed Barnard, who nicked one off, and he was gone for 1. So, good performance from Hunt and the Sussex bowling attack to get them back in the game. On Richard Wilford, Dermot Reeve alongside me, although he's close to a break, I think, at this point. He's sat here non-stop for over an hour enjoying the cricket. Hudson-Prentice in, driven into the offside by Janney, but can't beat the dive of the fielder. And there's no run.
Well, it's been a very eventful hour since lunch. I don't want to overstay my welcome, though, if I'm...
No, I've got. I know I have to spell you. You know, I don't know. I don't want to impart my knowledge of the work in the Australian comic Billy Birmingham, but if I'm sitting here like Richie Benno as the captain of the commentary team,
right? Yeah.
I've got to make sure that I preserve you for more spells later in the day.
It probably makes me Greggy, does it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. This ball outside off stump by Hudson-Prentice, left alone by Janney. The other batter at the crease, Alex Davies, who, after a difficult run of form, earlier in the earlier in the season rather, has relinquished his role at the top of the Warwickshire order and has come in at number 7. I'm going to make sure that you've still got something in the legs later in the day. It's 104 over day today if it doesn't rain.
I was just thinking of the whole list of commentators it might mean.
It can be
had the pleasure to have sat next to Richie.
As this one's left alone again outside off stump by Janney. Hudson Prentice not bowling with the pace, of course, of Crocombe. But did produce a Jaffa to get rid of Zen Malik. The first wicket trapped LBW for 14. Yeah, you've sat alongside some greats, and now you're sitting next to me and Adrian. I mean, what can I say?
No, you are great. You're absolutely great at what you do, for sure.
The law of diminishing returns.
I never got to sit next to Johners. Johners, the cake, and the BBC Test Match special team. I didn't manage that.
Final ball of the over from Hudson Prentice, and Janney gets an outside edge and a good tumbling stop in the slip cordon from Tom Haynes. End of the over. Dermot, we will catch you in a little while. As Adrian will come back in, and very shortly I've got an update to do for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, but Sussex's finest. That is a set. That's 2 words that are harder to say than I thought when I set off. Adrian Harms is back. Honestly, I would have probably taken a slightly longer backlift at it if I'd realised how hard that was going to be to say.
Oh dear. Well, Sussex have bowled very well since lunch.
Terrific. Yeah.
I thought when they came off at lunch, the Sussex boys looked a little bit down in the dumps, and I think Hudson Prentice looked like he might be carrying a knock, and 44 for 1 at lunch, but they really have bowled very well since lunch. Sean Hunt, coming in from the pavilion end, comes in and bowls to Alex Davis, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson, no run. I think probably... I thought the way Henry Crocombe bowled, he caused problems, didn't he, from the moment that he...
Yeah.
And J. Devon Nugcat, that coincided with the Nugcat bowling a good line and length as well. So between the pair of them, I think they just built a bit of pressure.
He started very full and fast, Crocombe, then he started varying his length, but he troubled the batters straight away, and it was very good value for his 2 wickets. Yes. And so too has Hunt been, when you consider how little cricket he's had.
Yes. Yep. Runs away from us. Sean Hunt in and bowls and forward, played into the offside. There could be a run out here. His throw comes in. Well, it was a complete misunderstanding. And that's going to go for 4 overthrows, and that's actually all a little bit sloppy, really, and a little bit ugly. The ball was played out into the offside by Alex Davis. There was a bit of yes-knowing between the pair. I think it was Finn Hudson Prentice who eventually picked the ball up, hurled it at the stumps, and it's gone away for 4 overthrows, and that never has a good look, does it, really?
By the time he released the ball, Vance Janney was back in his crease, or his bat had got into his crease. Yeah. And to add injury to insult, it's flicked off the fingertips of the left hand of Jadad Anadkat.
Yeah, he's in pain there.
Who is in some discomfort. So he's got fingertips to that on his bowling hand.
Yeah, that's not great.
And Alex Davis gets off the mark with a boundary that wasn't of his own doing. And Sean Hunt, he's making Hudson Prentice apologise to him again. There, he's just with both palms facing down, saying, "Look, sorry." Hunt is steaming about that.
Yeah. He's coming in after all of that to bowl to Alex Davis again. Davis lets that one go outside of the Aston. Good carry through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Tom Haynes has gone on the attack here. He's got 4 slips in place, a cover point, cover mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. J. Devon Nugcat is rather ruefully examining his fingers. As Richard was saying, he was doing the backing up, but couldn't stop the ball. Well, a rather nasty blow on the fingers, and he's...
Yeah, it might be wise for him just to nip off at the end of the over. In a few seconds, I might have to just update list and see if I
take
this ball and then get J. Devon Nugcat to then take over commentary if he comes in. No, here's Hunt to bowl to Davis, who leaves that alone outside off stump, just angled across the right-hander, which is the sort of line that got Ed Barnard. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire in a spot of bother. Great fight back from the Sussex bowling attack here. Replying to Sussex's total of 156 all out, the Bears are 85 for 5, having lost Dan Mosley and Will Young to the bowling of Henry Crocombe, and then Rob Yates and captain Ed Barnard both dismissed by Sean Hunt. The 2 big seam bowlers have bowled extremely well. Alex Davis has 4, youngster Vance Janney on 6. Warwickshire trail by 71 on 85 for 5.
It's Hunt bowls and played onto the onside by Alex Davis, fielded there by Daniel Hughes. There is no run. The light isn't great at the moment. The floodlights, not all the floodlights are on, and there is blue sky around, but it has got quite gloomy. And as Richard said a few moments ago, that the ground staff are taking up their familiar positions from yesterday, where they're sitting on the hover cover.
It's nice in the morning. They could actually either have a rest or do the other bits of business that presumably they have to do anyway.
Yeah.
But it is curious that the floodlight above the main scoreboard is now coming on. It was the first to come on yesterday, but it seems to be the last today.
Yes.
I don't know why that should be.
Hunt has changed the angle of attack. He's now coming around the wicket. Bowls to Davis, who lets that go outside the off. Good carry again through to John Simpson, who took that chest high. End of the over, 85 for 5. So we were saying earlier on, it's a game where wickets have sort of fallen in clumps. Sussex losing 5 for 16 earlier on today, and Warwickshire have lost 4 for 16 in their innings. It's one of those sort of matches.
It's sort of, you look round Division 1, 17 wickets at Southampton, 16 wickets at Grace Road, 17 wickets at the Oval, 15 wickets here, 13 at Taunton. Well, that's the only place where anybody scored a big score, but there's still been 13 wickets there.
Yes.
Division 2 is not such a good sample size because 2 of the matches have been quite badly affected by the weather, and even Cheltenham, where they've had 13 wickets, has had a lot of bad weather, and Northwood 15. As Hudson Prentice continues into Janney, and that angles away further after pitching outside off stump. It goes further and through to Simpson, actually on the second bounce by the time it got there.
Yeah, he's Sean Hunt made his debut 4 seasons ago now for Sussex. He came from Surrey and worked incredibly hard on his fitness. He was, carrying a bit of weight. Sean wouldn't mind me saying that, and he's worked unbelievably hard to get himself in good shape. But had a couple of very cruel injuries last year, then got injured again in the winter. But he looks to be full and fit now.
This is down the leg side, turned off his pads by Janney. They'll run hard, should come back for 2. Coles is going to win the foot race to get to the ball ahead of Hunt. And Janney goes to 8, 87 for 5. All runs fairly priceless in this game, which, I think given the weather forecast for this week, the bit of extra grass left on the surface, created the chance, or greater chance, of getting a result over 4 days. And I think we're going to see a lot of positive results this week. Not too many draws.
And I think that's good. And maybe sides realising that draws aren't going to be enough to win this championship.
No, or to stay up. Funny enough, as this is down the leg side, Janney gets nothing on it. Good dive to his left from Simpson. Gets 2 clean hands on the ball.
He's quite got his radar right, has he, Finn Hudson Prentice, in this little spell? Taking over from Henry Crocombe, who bowled so well from that City end.
But I think your diagnosis is correct. I think he is struggling with an ankle. Because in between deliveries, he doesn't look all that comfortable.
No, I agree.
And credit to him. If you're a professional sports person, you're moving on to another team next year, but you're still willing to play through some pain.
Yeah.
That speaks volumes of you as a professional, I think. Bowls now to Janney. Dabs it down just in front of point. Moving to his right is Crocombe to do the fielding.
And it was interesting, Richard, earlier on, because Finn Hudson Prentice's position that he fields in pretty much 99% of the time is at point. So it's been interesting today to see him fielding at mid-on and mid-off, which are areas where perhaps, you're involved in the field wherever you are, but perhaps more so at point. I was quite surprised to see him in those areas, which suggested that maybe he's carrying something or another.
If Dr. Harms is correct, armed with the medical knowledge that covering sport for so many years has afforded you, as Hudson Prentice has tucked Janney up there, hits him amidships. Looks like he's okay. He's come off not too badly for that, and it bounces out towards Crocombe. But if you are accurate, if you're fielding, say, in the slip cordon, gully or point, in those positions you are more likely to have to dive one way or the other. And if you're diving on a sore ankle, then you're pushing off on that ankle and likely to cause it more damage. Whereas in positions where you're in front of everything's happening in front of you, and the ball, you're less likely to have to.
It's interesting, and it's interesting. He's been in. I don't think I've seen him field in those positions before. He probably has, but not regularly.
Some Prentice in again to Janney onto his hip, round the corner. Should only be 1 to Hunt this time. They think about coming for 2. Janney sends Davis back, which was probably correct. It's 88 for 5. at the end of that over, and Hunt will keep the ball with him because he's going to be continuing his spell as he hands his cap to the umpire. 88 for 5, Warwickshire trailed by 68, and I mean it's different in terms of the scoring level to the match that you and I witnessed at Hove back in April. But that was a game where the swingometer, if we may use that, was going from either side almost frantically for the first 2.5 days.
It was a terrific game, wasn't it? It really was. And although in the end Sussex won by 5 wickets, which makes you think, oh, that was a relatively comfortable win, it was far from that. You know, and I remember saying in that game as well that it was that one of the sides was going to pick up minimal points, and it was a shame because it was so even throughout the game.
Yeah.
And actually, when you're looking at this game now, I mean, who knows how this game's going to develop, but one of these two sides, because we probably will get a result in this game, is going to come away with this with very few bonus points.
Well, it's come away with 3 points.
Yeah.
Somebody will take 3 points.
Hunt comes in and bowls down the leg side. Jenny looking to clip that one around to the leg side. Yeah, absolutely.
Ollie Robinson has his 8th wicket of the match for England. 111 for 8 of Pakistan. Right. Rizwan is 23 not out. He's going to have to go some. And an 8th Surrey wicket down. Still trail Notts by 49. No, by 53, beg their pardon. Pennington's taken a couple. That's a match that's undulated.
Yes, it has.
You know, a low-scoring game that is very unpredictable.
Hunt in again bowls. That's wide of the off stump, and Jenny just lets that go through to keep. He's annoyed with himself. Is Sean Hunt? He needs to be making Janny play, and he's just muttering to himself as he wanders back to his mark.
I wonder if we're going to get enough play here today that the match finishes in 3, considering we only had 30 overs and 3 balls yesterday. Depending if this rain misses us, and a couple of showers have missed us this afternoon, could well be well into Sussex's second innings by close. And
there's some brighter skies away to our left. I think that's where the weather's coming from. In comes Hunt and bowls, and he drives, and he's going to get 4 runs. Not where he intended it to go, but nonetheless he's picked up a boundary. It flies past Jack Carson, who's in 4 slip down to the city end of the ground for 4 runs. Johnny goes to 13 and Warwickshire to 92 for 5.
Yeah, you're certainly aiming in front of square.
Yeah.
It takes a thick outside edge that goes straight down as well. So even though there are 4 slips in the cordon, there was never going to be a chance from that.
Just looking here. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, you're right. 17 wickets down, and that's even Stevens, isn't it? I mean, Hampshire trailing Yorkshire by just 1 run at the moment.
In fact, they've levelled it up. Yeah, but that's again a low-scoring game, and it might take one batter making 50 or 60 to just totally transform a game. That could certainly happen here.
Hunt in bowls, and he punches forward out into the covers, fielded by that's Daniel Ibrahim who's on the field. So who's gone off?
I
think.
What is Crocombe taking a break to maybe get a shirt change or something?
Down here, that's well, Finland and Prentice still out here. Hunt
who's at long leg?
There's a long way down there, isn't it? I need Phil Britt's. There's the museum curator here. He was with some binoculars yesterday. As Hunt comes in bowls.
They are still in here, but I'm not fetching them for you.
Played into the onside by Janie. No, that's Henry Crocombe down there.
Okay, so it's not him.
So it's not Henry Crocombe. It's not. So let's have a look around the field. It's not Tier. It's not Clark, it's not Coles. Is it Daniel Hughes, I think, might be
I think it might be.
Hughes?
By process of elimination, I think it is. No.
Hughes is in there at mid-wicket. So come on, Adrian, I should know who this is.
Maybe they got 12 out there and nobody's noticed.
Here comes Hunt. Bowls, and then he's struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal. I've got the feeling that might have been a bit of an inside edge on that.
I think it's Tom Clark. No, is it? It's one of the slips.
Yeah, so is it the skipper who's off?
Oh, it could be Tom Haynes, couldn't it?
I think
because Coles has gone into the slips and he wasn't in the slips previously.
No, I think if the skipper's gone off because Charlie Tears at first, that's Tom Clark at second, James Coles at third. I can't see Tom Haynes, in which case I'm wondering who's captaining the side. Because...
Are you putting your hat in the ring for that?
Well, I don't know whether John Simpson takes charge.
Yeah, I would think there's a certain amount of logic, and he's adjusted the field at the moment, but as a wicket-keeper, he often would.
Yes.
But it would make a certain amount of sense, would it, as the most experienced man on the field and a former skipper.
Yeah. So no, I think I'm certain it's Tom Haynes who's not on the field for some reason.
Here's Hudson Prentice to continue. Davis was trying to help that through square and has got the ball rather more in front of square than he imagined. And Ibrahim's able to come across and do the fielding. He was through that shot a little bit early.
There'll be some refunds due up at Headingley, won't they, for people who have got tickets for the fourth day, Richard?
Yeah.
I mean, the general feeling is, I always thought Pakistan were a reasonable batting side, but, listening, and I know that Babar Azam's not playing in this match, but their batting does seem to be weaker than previous years.
That said, overhead conditions this week are troubling most batsmen on the circuit.
That's true.
As this is wide of off stump and left alone by Davis. There was the suggestion they were probably a seamer light as well in this match, Pakistan. And the other thing, I'm afraid that the trend in modern Test cricket is that first Test of a 3 or 5 match series is almost always won by the home team because the other team comes in undercooked.
Yep. I mean, they had a warm-up match, didn't they, down at Beckenham?
Yeah.
But that was pretty much it, I think.
But I think, you have a warm-up match for 3 or 4 days where you use 18 players. And I don't know. Hudson Prentice in, back of a length, left alone by Alex Davis. I thought it was interesting. Was it the most recent Australian tour where they had an in-house first-class match just with 22 Australian players at the Rose Bowl? I'm sure there was something like that.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Where they played a warm-up game amongst themselves.
Yeah, it's madness, isn't it, really?
But I think that almost has more merit if you want to get everybody cricket and you do it properly over 3 days or whatever.
But back in the schedule doesn't allow it now, does it? But in the old days there'd be a couple of warm-up matches against counties.
Hudson Prentice into Davis, pushes it into the covers, sends Jani back. He was looking like he wanted to scamper.
He did, yeah.
Oh, I mean, they'd play half a dozen matches against counties overall because you'd have a fortnight in between tests and you'd fill it with a county game. You used to get really good crowds.
Yeah.
My first chance to see Viv Richards live was here on the West Indies tour of 1980.
Right.
And it was a cameo. He only batted for about half an hour, scored 45. Including one of his classic lofted cover drives for 6. And as a 10-year-old, I mean, that just...
wow.
Fantastic,
yeah.
You've got to love that.
See the great man, yeah.
Hudson Prentice to Davis, looking to push it through mid-wicket. That's a lovely diving stop by Ibrahim. Flung himself to his left, prevents any runs at all, because that would have been a long chase for somebody. Yeah. And actually, perhaps not a surprise that he gets a high five from Jaydev Anadkat, because it would have been a long chase for him.
Yeah, Jaydev didn't look too happy to be chasing the ball around the boundary earlier on, did he? That was a good shot, but a good stop by Ibrahim.
I mean, not eager, was more he just didn't do it. he turned down the option to try and prevent a boundary earlier. Final ball of the over from Hudson Prentice. Davis wrapped on the pad, appeal for LBW, and they're actually going to come through for a leg bye because during the appeal nobody thought about fielding the ball.
That was a bit sloppy.
So they come through for a silly single. Crocombe puts his arms out to say, "Oh, I didn't know, I was appealing," because he was the man closest to the ball. And actually, Hudson Prentice is grinning. I think the ball hit Davis outside the line of off stump, by the way, in terms of the appeal. Oh, I don't know. Wasn't the worst shout. Be interesting to see another angle of that from the pictures that we're seeing. Here we go. He didn't look surprised that it was not out. No, it's actually angling probably too far down. So again, I think the umpires have been really good in this match.
Yes, they have.
They've turned down some showbiz appeals for catches and been proved absolutely correct.
The skipper has returned. So he's wandering back onto the field, walking briskly towards the far end to take up his position in the slips. And Sussex now 4 slips and a gully for Sean Hunt, who's going to be bowling to Alex Davis. 93 for 5. It's been a good session for Sussex.
That's been excellent. What a fight back.
Yeah, because they looked very down in the dumps, I thought, at lunch.
But Warwickshire losing 4 wickets for 16 runs this afternoon. At one point, Sussex lost 5 wickets for 3 runs this morning.
Wow.
They went from 112 for 3 to 115 for 8.
Here comes Sean Hunt. Running in and bowls. And the catch is taken by Tom Clark. Well, he doesn't put those down. And another wicket goes down. It's a third wicket for Sean Hunt. And Warwickshire now 93 for 6. And Davis on his way for 4.
The shot of an out-of-form batter on a wicket that's doing plenty.
Yeah.
In the having got across, he will know that that ball isn't going to come back and hit off stump, but he just has a little fend at it. And Alex Davis has been a little bit mixed at the crease throughout the course of the summer, and there's a sense of inevitability, I think, even for him. He's put it in the right place again there, Hunt, but it was a ball that he just didn't need to play.
Yes.
And you can see the frustration. You do feel for Alex Davis. He's a wonderfully talented cricketer. He's kept wicket very, very well in this match so far as well, but he's just having one of those years where runs are hard to come by.
Yeah. So, this looks like Chris Wokes, who's coming in at number 8. He's a very handy number 8. And gets a good round of applause. Does Chris Wokes as he makes his way out to the middle. He sort of has a little look around at the skies, and he'll see that it is gloomy. The floodlights are on. There are patches of blue around, but there are more patches of heavier cloud. So these are good bowling conditions, and Sussex have exploited them well, as indeed did Warwickshire early on today. It's been a good exhibition of seam bowling from both sides.
They've both used their conditions really, really well. Warwickshire held on to all their catches. There have been a couple of misses from the Sussex point of view. They haven't proved too costly. I mean, Dan Mosley was dropped twice in an over.
He was.
And he moved from 15 to 29. He's the highest scorer in this innings. In fact, he's the highest scorer today. And we've seen 13 wickets go down. We are almost certainly now going to get through the first half of this match without seeing a half century.
Yes. So, yeah, so we had 13 wickets. Is that right? Today we've had 13 wickets. Yes.
We've had 13 wickets today, and we've seen 150 runs.
So Sean Hunt coming into bowl to Chris Wokes. 3 wickets to his name. Sean Hunt 3 for 17. He's in and bowls, and Wokes is caught first ball. And Sean Hunt picks up a 4th. Well, I think he got a leading edge on that, did Chris Wokes.
Yeah.
And it flew. I have to confess, I didn't see who caught the ball. It
Finn Hudson
flew away.
Prentice.
Good spot, because it flew away. And Chris Wokes makes the walk back, and he's picked up a first baller. And Warwickshire are 93 for 7. I'd like to see a repeat of that, because I didn't quite see where it flew to.
Straight to mid-off.
Did it?
Yeah, just straight at him as well. Didn't have to move.
There we are. Oh, it's just looped to mid-off.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chris Wokes was looking squarer. He thought the ball was going squarer than that.
Yeah. Well, your eyes are better than mine, Richard. So Chris Wokes wanders off, and Sean Hunt is on a hat-trick.
Well, big moment for him. When you've had as much frustration as he's had with injuries,
Yes.
to put yourself in a situation where in your 6th over you're 4 for 17 and you're on a hat-trick and you've dragged your team back into this game. And Sussex, if they win this week, by the way, are 100% in contention to win a championship title at a time that the club is in financial disarray. I mean, it's extraordinary. With everything that's going on, the spirit of this group and of the coaching staff has to be admired.
Well, I have to say, this morning, I didn't think I'd be saying that, because I thought they looked pretty down in the dumps, Sussex, this morning. But these bowlers have really dragged themselves back into the game. And, well, what have they got here? 1, 2, 3, 4... Well, 4 slips and 2... Well, they ball everyone in for the hat-trick.
Well, it's a hat-trick ball, so you've got a short mid-wicket, short cover, 5 slips and a gully. And Michael Booth on strike.
The ever-popular Sean Hunt is in and bowls to Booth, who lets that one go outside of the
Sean.
taken by...
Sean!
He should have made him play, shouldn't he? I don't know if Sean's mum and dad are in the ground. They're very keen followers of following Sean around. They could be watching on the live stream somewhere.
It's the worst ball he's bowled in 3 overs. He looks so annoyed at himself as well.
When he got all the fielders in there, and he got 3 slips, well, 4 slips and a gully. But he's done his job here. There's Big Sean, 4 for 17, 93 for 7. Comes in again over the wicket, bowls. Oh, and he beats Booth outside the off stump. That's another cracking delivery from Sean Hunt.
I think Booth will need to play his natural game here, which is to try and hit the ball. I mean, 20 runs here would make a massive difference in the game at the moment that Sussex are absolutely on top of. 8th Hampshire wicket down. They lead Yorkshire by 6. Hill has taken his 4th. Neil out for 19.
I do like George Hill. I think he's a very good all-round cricketer.
He's one of those who gets better year after year.
No, I agree. I think he's a very good cricketer. Sean Hunt in again, bowls to Michael Booth. Booth is forward, plays that to backward point, and again there is no run. So this could be a double wicket maiden for Sean Hunt.
So if he's missed that, the LBW would have been uncomplicated for the umpire.
It's been a strange in both innings, when you think at one stage Sussex were 90 for 1, and by the same token, Warwickshire were 65 for 1.
Yeah, 6 wickets for 28 runs here.
Hunt. Left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Booth digs that one out, squirts it down to fine leg and picks up a single, so he's on his way. And a very good over from Sean Hunt. And Warwickshire on 94 for 7. Booth on 1, Janny is on 13. And Sean Hunt with the very impressive figures of 4 for 17. And he gets a pat on the backside from John Simpson, who comes running across from his wicket-keeping duties.
We have a different 12th man coming on now. Is this Carvelis who's come on?
Yes,
36.
Yes, it is. Great spot. Yes, it is. No, so who else has gone off now? So
whoever was fielding over there has just trotted off.
Right. Well, Hudson Prentice is carrying on. Has Haynes gone off again? No, Tom Haynes is on. He's had a word to his bowler.
He's running back to the...
So Tier, Clark...
I think it is Hughes this time. I'm going to say it is Hughes this time.
I think you might be right, because...
unless he's in the gully.
So I think Henry Crocombe is at point.
Yeah, that's where it is.
So Daniel Hughes is off the field.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice to continue. He's bowling to Booth, who has 1. He's looking to drive into the offside. He beats the extra cover, but he won't get it past mid-off, where Unadkat manages to field it right on the end of the finger that he hurt a few minutes ago.
He's in the, I think Jadev is in the wars a bit, isn't he? He's I don't think he's bowled since he hurt his hand, actually. Hasn't he? He's stayed on the field. I guess if it was anything serious, he'd have gone off. But it might just be stinging a little bit.
I mean, I'm sure he's pleased with the game situation.
Yeah.
He'd like to have contributed more, but he actually bowled really well. He built the pressure earlier as Booth dabs the ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So whilst Unadkat may be wicketless, he's bowling at the pavilion end when he switched ends after lunch in support of Henry Crocombe's excellent spell. Absolutely at the heart of why Sussex have dragged themselves not just back into the game, but ahead of the game.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they'll feel if they could pick up these 3 wickets. I mean, you made the point probably 20 minutes ago, and you said, I wonder if this game could be over in 3 days, and I thought, I can't see that. But then I'm thinking, actually, the way this is going, there's still a lot of overs to be... We've still got, what, about 54 overs to be bowled?
Yeah, still in theory. That's not going to happen, mind you. Hudson Prentice in again. Booth looking to flick it through mid-wicket, gets it beyond Coles and gets his second single. 95 for 7.
There's very little breeze. I was looking at the flag down at the front. It's just started to flutter a little because away to our left, I don't know where it's, there's quite a lot of blue sky.
Yeah.
So it's not completely filled in yet.
The forecast gets a little testier once we get towards 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And certainly would struggle beyond 6, you would think. But it's a bit of a sunshine and showers forecast. You never quite know what you're going to get. These things can pass. Forecast much better for days 3 and 4. So plenty of time left in the game. As Janny is looking to cut this next ball and misses. And as a top order batsman making his way in the game, Janny must be watching all this going on and the ball doing plenty and his teammates disappearing, thinking, can I not just play a normal innings? Can somebody stick around? It's asking a lot for him to be trying to look after the tail. He's only 21.
Yeah. Floodlights on. Heavy cloud around. Not easy.
Hudson Prentice turns once more from the Birmingham end. And Gianni dabs him down square. There possibly might have been a quick single there, but you can't really take too many risks as Coles was closing in on it. The Birmingham city skyline is not quite as crane-filled as it often is. I always enjoy looking at all the cranes. So in the distance today, I'm picking out... Ooh, that's 5, 6. And of course, we've got one in the ground now, which is fun. And then over in the distance on the left is 7th. But yeah, a total of 8 is quite a low number for a city. City, as we always say, it'd be lovely when it's finished. Hudson Prentice in, final ball of the over. Gianni plays it defensively back to the bowler end of the over. 95 for 7. Warwickshire trail Sussex by 61. They would love to get close to parity as Daniel Hughes trots back on. And Alex Carvelis comes off to celebrate his return to first-class cricket with Sussex, which is 6 balls so far as a substitute fielder.
I didn't know much about the city of Birmingham, but one of my daughters went to university up here and had a lovely time.
To the big university?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, University of Birmingham. So she stayed in halls the first year. Then the next 2 years she spent down in Selly Oak.
Oh yes,
showing various houses down there, and had a lovely time. Really enjoyed herself, and we didn't know much. You know, when we brought her up on the first day, didn't know a lot about Birmingham, and we got to really enjoy the city, the library, and all around the canal, and she thoroughly enjoyed her time. And then met her future husband up here as well. So I'm going to have to go and do an update, Richard.
Okay, no problem. Sean Hunt continues. He'll probably try and reward Adrian with a wicket whilst he's doing his update to the stations down on the south coast, serving the BBC. We'll probably take this opportunity during the over to update you with all the scores elsewhere. As Booth awaits Hunt, jabs down at the ball, guides it out towards point, and there's no run. We'll start with the test match. Pakistan 129 for 8, trailing England by 109. 3 wickets each for Sussex skipper Ollie Robinson and Nottinghamshire's Josh Tongue. Bit of a counter-attack at the moment from Rizwan. He's 39 off 33, trying to make something of it. In Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship, Hampshire 185 for 8. They lead Yorkshire by 12. Felix Organ is 17 not out. 4 wickets for George Hill. As Hunt comes into Booth once more, looking to cut this in the offside. Goes towards backward point. Throw comes in. And there's no run. At Grace Road, Glamorgan 97 for 6, trail Leicestershire by 54. 3 wickets there for Ben Mike. Taunton Essex 89 for 3, trail Somerset by 380. 36 to Walter, 47 to Critchley. We'll welcome back Dermot Reeve in a moment, and then I'll move out the way of Adrian for a short while in a bit. Surrey 148 for 8, trail Nottinghamshire by 36. 5 wickets for Ollie Stone. Hunt approaches once more. Booth leaves the ball alone outside off stump. In Division 2, Durham 281 for 8 against Derbyshire. Half century today for Ben Stokes. He made 53. Clark 64. 4 wickets for Aitchison. Worcestershire 104 for 3. Trail Gloucestershire by 46. Edevilleth is 40 not out for Worcestershire. Northants 216 for 6 against Lancashire in a much rain-affected game. 54 not out to Bartlett, 40 not out for McManus, 3 wickets for Walkden, who recently got his pro contract. And down at Northwood, Middlesex 126 for 6, trail Kent by 224 runs. Cracknell made 38, 3 wickets each for Milnes and Quinn. Hunt round the wicket now. It comes off the edge of Booth's bat, but bounces in front of second slip. And Booth can breathe again. Dermot Reeve alongside me. Hunt has produced a great spell for his side here, hasn't he?
Hasn't he just? It's been wonderful bowling, getting movement, predominantly nipping away from the right-handers, but the leading edge got Chris Wokes' first ball with Wokes turning the face of the bat a bit early.
As Booth is almost caught on the gloves there by a ball that got up at him. But he defends it out into the offside and there's no run. Catalogue of wickets today, 14 of them. Question is whether Warwickshire can get the little flurry from the tail that Sussex did to get to 156. Which may turn out to be a par score. Might even be an above par score. This game whistles along. Hunting to complete is over. And Booth is working it towards mid-wicket. It's too close to an Adcat. There is no run. End of the over. Warwickshire 95 for 7. They're trailed by 61. Adrian Harms will be back in a moment. But first, here's a bit from Dermot Reeve.
And another good over by Hunt. It's been quite a long spell. He's getting pats on the back from his teammates out there. He may just be coming to the end of the spell, depending on how much fuel he's got in the tanks, how much his captain wants to risk him having another over. But they absolutely are keeping the pressure on Warwickshire, and Crocombe, who bowled beautifully, 7 overs, 2 for 20. He is coming back on from the Birmingham end.
There's just a bit of concern here. The John Morelli, the physio, is out giving some attention to Jaydev and Nugent. Now, I think they're worried about Jaydev's finger. He injured his finger when he was trying to stop that overthrow early this afternoon. I mean, he's staying on the field, so it can't be too serious.
Yeah, it could be his bowling hand, though.
It is his bowling hand, definitely his left hand.
Yeah.
But he's staying now. Harry Carvelos is staying on the field, so someone is still off the field. I'm not entirely sure who is off the field for Sussex. There's been a bit of a rotating. Henry Crocombe back into the attack, as you say. And he's going to come in and bowl to Janny.
Yeah, who's on 13 from 31 deliveries. He's found it tough going out there, as of just about every batsman who've got to the crease in this match. As Crocombe is in, and Johnny cuts it well, but it goes down to third man. It's just going to be a single. Brings Michael Booth on to strike.
And of course, it would go straight to a Nugent, wouldn't it? He's just had some attention on his fingers. In fact, he's warming up again now as Jaydev, so perhaps we're going to see a little bit of Jaydev and Nugent. But you said this morning when I said to you, Dermot, do you think this is a case of poor batting by Sussex or good bowling by Warwickshire? And you said, no, most definitely good bowling by Warwickshire. And, you know, the Sussex have kind of replicated that, really.
Definitely. As Crocombe is in, and this one is left alone by Michael Booth. But, yeah, I mean, here we're into the 33rd over, and there's still absolute assistance off the pitch.
Yeah.
You know, generally a ball, the seam loses its prominence and the ball doesn't seem as much as it gets older, but we have seen throughout this match movement off the wicket, and if you get a ball which is also a nice swingy ball, then you've got it in the air as well as off the wicket. And this is driven up to mid-off. It's a dot for Crocombe's analysis, and a nice shot by Michael Booth.
Yeah, it was. The player who's off the field is Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Right, who was
I
bowling up until this change.
Yes.
But he didn't look that comfortable with his ankle. So now Crocombe, he'll be feeling a little bit stiff from his earlier spell, but he's still getting the ball in the right area, and there's still a little bit of movement there.
In the Test match, Pakistan 131 for 9. So that's all going to be over today. 3 wickets for Ollie Robinson, which will please Sussex supporters. 2 for Jofra Archer. 3 for Josh Tongue. The other one from Gus Atkinson. That's going to be a pretty comprehensive win for England. Dermot.
Nice for Gus to get a wicket, because he didn't get any in the first inning.
Yeah.
Crocombe's in from the Birmingham end, and this one is played square on the offside. It'll be an easy single as Adcat comes in and very deliberately picks it up with his right hand.
I mean, every game in the First Division in this round, you wouldn't want to call the winner at this stage.
No, I mean
Yorkshire,
Somerset, you'd think would struggle to lose from their position.
Yeah, but Essex are fighting back there. I mean, they were 14, they were 12 for 3. They're now 97 for 3.
Yeah.
But all the other games, you look at them, you're thinking, I want to say who's going to win that game.
There's Johnny on strike now, and this one he defends. It just rolls on the leg side slightly, but it's no run.
Now I think we're going to have a change of bowling because J. Devon Woodcat is walking in very purposefully from the boundary edge. He's nattering away to his skipper. Yeah, I think we're going to have a change of bowling. So I think Sean Hunt's very good spell.
Yeah, 7 overs, 4 for 18. So
Yeah.
really good spell.
Yeah.
Get his side right back in this. What they need now is an overseas player to finish it off.
Yes, they do. Well, that's what you paid the big bucks for, aren't you?
Yeah.
To come and finish things off. But he's, as I say, at lunchtime I really did fear for Sussex, Dermot. I thought they looked a bit down as they came off the field, and whatever was said at the lunch break, or whatever they did at the lunch break, they bowled so much better this afternoon.
I was just thinking how times have changed, and when you just said the overseas players getting the big bucks and should get the wickets. And
in comes J. Devon Woodcat, bowls to Booth, who plays into the offside. There is no run.
Because I got £3,000 for the season when I started at Sussex, and then it went up to £3,500 for the season.
What year was that?
400 overs.
What year was that?
83 and 84.
Yeah, wow.
That's what salaries were like. But,
Yeah.
to be honest, as a young man, you would have played for nothing.
Oh, totally. Yeah, absolutely.
Loving the game. And
Yeah. Well, when you compare that to the money that's in the game now, it's extraordinary. Woodcat around the wicket, in and bowls, and rather tucks up Michael Booth. He manages to work the ball into the gully, but not too comfortably, and there is no run. At lunch, they're 10 overs, and it was 44-4-1. So since lunch, what's 97 less 44?
oh, it's 56, I think.
53.
All right.
53, is that right? So they've scored 53 in 23 overs. So I mean, in terms of the run rate, it's immaterial really, but it just goes to show how difficult it's been and how well Sussex have bowled. And Woodcat in again, bowls, and forward comes Booth, plays to mid on, no run. I think the lights improved a bit, Dermot, in the last 5 minutes or so. The floodlights are still on, but there is, unlike yesterday when you could see these big banks of cloud rolling in, and in fact, interestingly, the ground staff have now moved off of the hover cover.
Yeah, it's cleared up a little.
It has.
I mean, you still say it's cloudy and a bit gloomy.
Yeah, and it's certainly not warm. I mean,
but there is blue sky.
Most of the spectators have got a jumper or fleece or something on. It's certainly not the tropical weather we've had over the last few weeks. And Woodcat in again, round the wicket, bowls to Booth, who hammers this way. That's going to be 4 runs. Belted away through mid-off. Harry Carvelos is in hot pursuit, but no way is he going to get to that. Over pitch from J. Devon Woodcat, and that was thrashed through the covers. Lovely shot by Michael Booth. That brings up the Warwickshire 100. 101 for 7.
Yeah, a really nice shot. It was, he brought in his bottom hand, and snapped his wrists on the shot, a bit like you see Josh Butler do when he's hitting the ball straight sort of for 6. And as opposed to doing a check drive, Michael Booth is there. He cracked his wrists on the drive to add in the extra power.
Now, he's just changed his field here as J. Devon Woodcat. He's moved Jack Carlson from the gully to a deep point, almost a wideish third man, and he's also got a deep square leg out as well. As in comes a Woodcat, bowls to Booth. The Booth is forward, plays it straight to Coles, who's fielding in at cover, and there is no run. I mean, in this sort of situation, Dermot, I mean, do you, clearly Booth come back, but are you thinking to yourself, do you know what, a quick 20 or 30 here might be worth its weight in gold? Do I play my shots, or I just sort of hang around? What's the tactic?
Well, I mean, I think it's a bit overdone in terms of commentary, or people saying just play your natural game.
Yeah.
Because you do reach a point, say, in an innings where you think, right, I'm going to go into sort of one-day mode now because I'm running out of partners.
And Woodcat in bowls. Booth's hit on the pad. The ball bounces down the leg side, taken by John Simpson. There's no run.
But I think what a pitch like this does is it brings sort of abilities, if you like. It sort of squashes them all together a bit. You could be the best player in the world, but you get out on this first ball on this pitch. It's not. I wouldn't say your best players are necessarily going to be your best levers of the danger ball.
Yeah.
the fundamentals of playing a ball on its merits and playing late and with soft hands are vital. But, on this pitch as a batsman, you do need, some luck to survive. But absolutely, you could just decide, right, my number could be up at any time, so I'm going to go ultra positive. As Crocombe bowls to Johnny, who plays correctly, but it goes out to extra cover for no run. What we haven't seen any batsman decide, right, well, I'm going to skip down to the medium paces. There's no one back.
Yeah.
I'm going to skip down and try and change a length ball into a half volley, and I'm going to take the attack to the bowlers. But you might find someone like Ethan Bamber or Booth may do it if he loses Johnny as his partner. And at the moment, he's just playing every ball on its merits, and he's 14 from 35. I would have said that not so much Clark, but Haynes was probably the one batsman who thought, right, I'm really going to go for it.
Yeah, he did.
I think it's there to hit. I'm going to hit it, and I think he's been the top scorer. And Johnny plays this to mid-on, a good delivery from Crocombe, plays it to mid-on for no run. It hasn't been that necessarily batsmen got out when they've decided to be more forceful. People have just generally got out as soon as they've come to the crease. Or they've scratched around and tried to survive. This one has played down the wicket for no run, and a nice shot. But still a bit of movement there. I mean, if you think of someone like Charlie Tier, to me, when I watched him start his innings, I thought he looked really good. I think there's a bit of Joe Root about his technique. But he was 30-odd balls for 3. So, would he play the same way in the second innings?
Yeah, interesting.
As Booth Johnny gets a bit expansive, but doesn't time it, and it goes up to mid-off for no run.
Richard and I were talking earlier on about preparation for test matches, and Pakistan are clearly going to lose the test match, and should you have more warm-up matches, etc., and saying it's a shame there's not more county matches against touring sides. Very grateful to Brian Holford, who sent a note to say Bradman's Australia in England in 1948 played 12 first-class matches before the first test.
Right, cool. As Crocombe bangs it on a line of length and finishes with a dot. He's got 2 for 22. And that wicketless in his 10 overs so far, none for 23, but he's kept it tight. Just
to reiterate that, England have now won by an innings at 103 runs. Pakistan bowled out for 135 in their second innings. 3 wickets for Robinson, 3 for Archer, 3 for Tongue, and 1 for Gus Atkinson. So if you had a ticket for the 4th, that's going to cost the ECB a few quid. If people have bought tickets for the 4th day.
I mean, there is a gulf at the minute between those two sides, and having watched it, for example, the bowling attacks, there's a gulf of difference between the two. Mohammed Abbas has got a very good record and a very accurate seam bowler. But the other two quicks, they're not as good as Atkinson or Archer or Robinson or Tongue. England at the moment have got a bit of a wealth of fast bowlers. They didn't need a spinner. They didn't need a spinner to take a wicket, did they?
No. Don't think
they bowled one over.
Because Tongue took 5 in the first innings, Robinson 5. In comes J. Devon Newcat, running into bowl to Michael Booth, who clips that to mid-wicket, fielded there by Daniel Hughes, and there is no run. So Tom Haynes has just gone running down towards fine leg to have a word to whoever's fielded. It's a long, long way down in the distance.
Crocombe, isn't it, down there?
I think it might be, He's just run all the way down there to have a word with him about something or another. 101 for 7. Sussex having made 156 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM. Adrian Harms, Dermot Reeve and Richard Wilford, your commentary team here today. A little bit gloomy again as Newcat runs around the wicket bowls, who drives firmly into the offside. Takes a single fielded by Ibrahim, who shies at the stumps. Did he shy at the stop?
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. He hung on to it. I thought Sussex have already conceded 4 overthrows, and I think there was probably a cry of hang on to it. And so he did. But still a single to Booth. He goes to 8. Warwickshire to 102 for 7. I'll rattle through the other scores. Hampshire all out for 197 in reply to Yorkshire's 173. So that's a lead of just 24 down at Southampton. So that game is moving on apace. And Nudcat in again and bowls outside the off stump. Let go by Janny through to John Simpson. No run. At Grace Road, Leicestershire made 151. Glamorgan 109 for 7. In their second innings. Essex have now lost a 4th wicket at Taunton. Somerset 469, Essex 107 for 4. Paul Walter, the man, out for 48. Matt Critchley still there on 48. I think he's a good cricketer, Matt Critchley. At the Oval, Surrey all out for 162 after Notts made 184. So the difference in runs there, 22 between the two sides. So it's all very close in matches in the First Division. In comes Nudcat, bowls, clipped. Oh, what a catch! What a grab that is! That's absolutely magnificent. Edged into the slip cordon, and that's a terrific catch taken. Diving away to his right-hand side. I'm pretty certain that was Tom Haynes who took that, but that was that was a terrific catch.
I think it was Tom Haynes at 3rd slip, and diving to his left.
Oh, really? Well, you've got better eyes than I have. Let's see it again. I think he did go to his right. Let's just see this again. I thought for a minute it was Tom Clark who'd taken it, but let's just see this again.
It was Tom Clark at 2nd.
Oh, it was Tom Haynes. It was Tom Haynes who took it high to his left-hand side.
Yeah.
Terrific catch. Yeah, I was confused by both of them. Clark diving one way, Haynes the other, but that's a really good catch. And Nudcat gets his first wicket. And Warwickshire 102 for 8.
Yeah, really slipping up here, aren't they, the Bears? Johnny, 14 off 41. Now we've got Ethan Bamber coming to the crease. Now I've got the feeling that Ethan Bamber's the kind of character who's not going to die wandering. You're going to, I think, see some shots played now. And I think that's the way to go on this pitch. Might bring out some, field changes, and the slips might diminish slightly if you decide, right, I'm going to go into attacking style. I mean, Nudcat did. He did. He hit 2 sixes.
Well, yeah,
made 13 not out with 2 sixes, but Crocombe and Hunt also got runs, so 9, 10 and 11.
Well, I have to say...
right, didn't they? The tail wagged for Sussex.
What do you think at one stage Warwickshire was 65 for 1? Now they're 102 for 8. So we were saying earlier on when it's one of those games where maybe wickets are going to fall in clusters. Well, they've certainly done that. So, Ethan Bamber. 3 slips in place. And Nudcat has asked for the gully to go out to that. What's the thinking behind that, Dermot? Moving the gully out to that third man position.
Just trying to protect,
Look at it, bowls. Oh, now, I don't know where you nicked that, but it's gone through towards John Simpson. It's running away towards the boundary edge. Sussex are chasing every ball here as if their lives depend on it. Let's just wait for the umpire's signal. He got a bit of bet on that,
Yeah, it didn't carry.
No, it didn't.
But it was a nick from Bamber, first ball.
104 for 8. Apologies, I cut across.
That's right. No, I just think that the couple of defensive positions they've gone to with a deep square and a deep third man who's very wide. They don't want to, if a batsman decides to play positively, they don't want to give away some cheap 4s.
Yes.
And hope if we keep it tight and don't leak boundaries, then eventually a nick's going to come. So, it's not bad captaincy by any means. It's sort of, if you like, playing the percentages slightly.
Nudcat in bowls, let go by Ethan Bamber through to John Simpson. There is no run. So end of the over. 104 for 8. Booth on 8. Bamber on 2. J. David Nudcat picks up his first wicket of the innings, courtesy of that very sharp catch taken by Tom Haynes. To his left, as spotted by Dermot, not to his right, as called by me.
but Clark had dived. He dived to his right. It looked like it might have gone to second slip, but he was definitely going for it and diving behind Haynes. But Haynes managed to reverse cup a ball going into the top left-hand corner.
Yes.
For a goalkeeper. So.
Now, there's a big debate going on out here between the Sussex players. I'm not sure what all that's about. It's about who's going to bowl. now, or I think they've switched around. I think Sean Hunt's going to. I think Hunt's going to bowl from the city end. You know, is he?
No.
Or is it still Crocombe?
Still Crocombe.
Yes, you're right. It's still Henry Crocombe. I thought for a minute they were going to change things. There's a big debate down there about something or another. But it is still going to be Henry Crocombe. You're quite right. I do need to make that visit to Specsavers or another optician.
Well, fine legs on quite a bit wider, so
Yes.
fine legs moving round to sort of deep backward. You know, there could have been a chat about a plan here. Let's, shall we, bowl a few short ones, but we've got 3 slips in place, and that is a short one, and it is pulled away by Michael Booth very well out to deep backward for a boundary.
It is a change of bowling. It's Tom Clark who's bowling.
Right.
So that was what the debate was about. And his first ball he's bowled is short, and he's pulled away from. So I wonder what the thinking is behind that.
Crocombe only bowled 2 overs then, didn't
That's
he?
strange, isn't it? Yeah. So quite why they've brought Tom Clark into the attack now. I mean, he does bowl at a lively medium pace, Tom Clark. But he won't be happy with that first ball.
Crocombe? No, it's not Crocombe at mid-on. That's Hunt. So I think Crocombe's off the field.
I think.
As this one is played to third man for a single by Michael Booth, who moves on to 13. He's looked as good as anybody.
Well, certainly Ibrahim is on the field as a strike. Sean Hunt is still on the field.
Yeah, Crocombe's.
I'm not sure if Crocombe is fielding there in the covers. Yes, that's Henry Crocombe. Yes, he's fielding in the covers. So, it's been quite a lot of change with people leaving on the field and coming back on the field. I'm just trying to work out who's gone off now.
Well, we're down to 2 slips now for Bamber, who lets this one go from Clark, not from Crocombe. But they're both about the same size, aren't they? They're both tall, big men.
I think it's still Finn Hudson-Prentice who's off, actually. So,
Right.
but I'm quite surprised to see Tom Clark bowling.
How tall would Tom Clark be then? 6'3"?
Great question. I don't think he's that tall.
Crocombe,
I'll double check. But I would say. I mean, they're a similar sort of stature, aren't they? And they both bowl right arm seam.
And Hunt's well built too. And this one is played by Bamber back down the pitch.
I mean, they've both come through the Sussex ranks, Clark and Crocombe, and that's why it's sad that some of these lads are leaving, really, because they're Sussex boys through and through.
Yeah.
And they've come all through they played an awful lot of cricket together as well.
Well, I had a little look at Clark's record. I mean, I think he averages 20. He's only sort of averaging 26 with the bat, which he'll feel a bit underwhelming. As this one is let go.
Yeah, but he's a better player than that. So last year, at the first game of the season, he got 100.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, here we go. This is going to be his season.
What I was going to say is I didn't look at his bowling record.
Right, okay.
His batting. What's his bowling like?
Good question. I'd have to check.
But he's more of a batting all-rounder.
Yeah, I would say he's more of a batting all-rounder, but he does bowl at a decent speed. I'd have to look at his first-class average. I wouldn't have thought it's great, but he's effective nonetheless.
Yeah, he's bowling that nicely. That's got good carry, good accuracy, and
he's a good cricketer. I mean, he's a very, very good fielder.
Yeah.
Last year he got a ton here at Edgbaston, and then his form just fell off a cliff. And at the end of the season, he was dropped. This season, he started off with 100 at Leicestershire, and he said to me after that, I don't want to do the same again this year. But then he picked up this nasty knee injury, so he's had a truncated season, but he's a very stylish player. He's one of these players you just feel there's a lot of runs in the tank, Dermot.
Yeah.
But sooner or later, he signed. He was out of contract at the end of this season, but he's signed for another year. He seems to have cemented himself at number 3, and I think he batted well in the first innings. He made 30, which is that's actually the second highest score of the match.
No,
behind Tom Haynes. He played some nice shots. So he's a very good cricketer. So, we were saying, can J. Devon Nugcat finish things off for Sussex? Well, he's coming around the wicket, in and bowls, and that's going to disappear down. I think John Simpson got a glove on that, so it's prevented it going for 4 byes, but I think that's going to be a bye. Yes, it is a bye. Runs gratefully received, 110 for 8, so the lead, or the deficit rather, is 48 as far as Warwickshire are concerned.
Yeah, it's a tough game to call at the minute.
It is.
As to which way it's going to go, because I can imagine there's a few Warwickshire bowlers who are dying to get there. Don't have another bowl on this pitch and pick up some cheap wickets, because it's definitely bowler-friendly conditions, and it has been throughout the match.
Yeah. Nudcat in bowls. Willie beats Bamber outside the off stump through to Simpson, no run. I mean, I have to say, I didn't think we'd see Sussex batting again today, but it'd be very surprising now. I mean, there's still 47 overs left to be bowled.
I know, look, looking at that.
Could be getting a bit of overtime here tonight, Dermot. I mean, having said that, you know, Richard was saying he doesn't think we'll get them in. The forecast is not good after about 5 o'clock today,
right,
with showers around.
But we're only in the 38th over of the Warwickshire innings.
We are, yeah.
110 for 8. Bamber on 2 on strike.
In bowls, and Bamber clips this one away through square leg, fielded there by Daniel Hughes, but not before Bamber goes through for his 3rd run. 111 for 8. Changing the field, that 3rd man is coming up into a gully position. Still the 3 slips in place. John Simpson is doing quite a lot of the organising with Tom Haynes there. Yeah. Simpson, who was skipper last year.
He's actually come up into a deep gully, isn't he? It's a walking in position.
Yes.
But he's quite fine for a backward point.
But look at in bowls, almost wide outside the off stump and going wide. That was certainly been a one-day wide, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. They've got James Coles out of that deep cover position, so there's probably there must be some thinking behind that. But you know, there's a single there for Michael Booth if he wants it.
You'd say it's very proactive captaincy, because he's thinking, right, if I don't have the man out of deep cover, Booth's going to go into positive mode and might whack a few 4s. So he's just protecting the boundary a bit with the deep cover, and also he's got a deep backward square as well as the long leg.
Nudcat in, bowl wide outside the off stump. Got his radar right here in this over as Jade Evan Nudcat. Maybe that just tells us how close this game is and how every run is counting. I know you could say, well, every run counts in every game. Of course it does, but in a low-scoring game, more so.
You could also say that those last 2 deliveries were real tempters outside Boo's off stump with the deep cover in place, saying, go on then, try and drive me on the up.
Yep.
And the only shot you could play to that is really a sort of slashing drive come cut shot.
Nudcat in again. Bowls, that's wide of the off stump. He had a go at that, did Michael Booth. Didn't make contact. The ball whistles through into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. And I think, is that going to be tea? I think, yes, it is indeed.
4 o'clock.
The umpires are removing the bails, so we're going to a long session. If we get through these overs tonight, it's going to be afraid. I better go because Richard's got an update to do. So I'll leave you and Richard to natter away, and I'll get you and Richard back in.
Well, definitely Sussex session. Absolutely, no question. Warwickshire leaving the field on Nelson. 1-1-1. 8 wickets down. Booth is 13 not out. Bamber's 3 not out. And welcome back, Richard.
Yeah, I've got a report to do in a moment, so we will be back after tea. If we get through all the overs today, it will take us till about 10 to 8. I don't think we're going to get there light-wise, that's for sure, and also weather-wise. But for the moment, it's fine, and we should be able to resume at 20 past 4. Thanks to Dermot, thanks to Adrian. Update to do for local stations shortly. But Sussex, outstanding session from them.
Last night I got home, I was like, I feel like I bowled 25 overs. Yeah. Just very early night, I was in bed at about 8:30.
This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are in some trouble after an afternoon session in which the Sussex bowlers have battled their way back into the game. They're 111 for 8, still 45 runs behind, and nobody has really got going. Dan Mosley 29 and Rob Yates 25 are the only ones to make a serious contribution. 4 wickets for Sean Hunt, who's been excellent, 2 for Henry Crocombe. The Bears will resume after tea in 20 minutes, trailing by 45 on 111 for 8. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where Sussex looking to polish off this Warwickshire first innings. They're 111 for 8 after 38 overs, still trailing by 45 with Michael Booth on 13 and Ethan Bamber on 3. Great bounce back from Sussex after being bowled out earlier today for 156 in innings in which they had been 90 for 1 last their last 9 wickets for 66 runs. Warwickshire equally was 65 for 1 and have lost 7 wickets for 46 runs. So things have moved apace here. The ball has been doing plenty all week. There are notionally, would you believe it, 47 overs left in the day, which at the current over rate would take us to about 10 to 8. We're not going to get that far, I'm sure, because of the weather, but we'll see how far we do go. And Henry Crocombe is returning to the attack, and he's driven through third man for 4 by Bamber. He goes to 7, 115 for 8. Bit of a loosener from a slightly stiff Henry Crocombe. And here is a slightly stiff Dermot Reeve.
And it's punished, isn't it? Bamber's and runs a gold dust at the moment in this match. And that was a real loosener by Crocombe, who, for the best part, has bowled very accurately and bowled very well with good pace. That was a wide half volley, got the treatment.
He's 2 for 26. He'll be wanting 3 and 4 fairly quickly here as he bowls well outside off stump, and not much pace about that one actually. Bamber ends up resting on his bat as it goes through to the wicket keeper. Floodlights are still on because once they're on they'll stay on, but the light is fine anyway. Got a bit of blue above us. There is a bit of weather that's coming in from the southwest, which is the direction, but it's coming slowly because again there's not much breeze today. So the clouds are moving in a very sedate manner. Bamber on 7. Awaits Crocombe and leaves it alone outside off stump once more. Won't play anything he doesn't need to.
It's been a very attractive horizon today, though. I think it would have been an artist's, wish to have. You've had these white fluffy clouds that are pretty stationary, and then you've got the odd darker cloud, but loads of blue skies. It's been quite a picture to take in on the horizon.
Jack Russell would have been in his element.
Yeah.
Crocombe left alone again by Bamber outside off stump. He prefers a more picturesque ground than this, but if you gave him his paints, his easel and a tin of beans, he'd be quite happy.
Yeah. Well, you had to have his wheat bix just right when I did 12th man, and he was.
Yeah.
It was just a warm-up game in New Zealand, but he needed a certain amount of milk put on them at a certain,
Right temperature, bit of sugar.
Yeah.
Crocombe in, looking to cut is Bamber, and he hits that very nicely through point for 6. He's just got underneath that ball, put his hands through it, and that's a good strike from Ethan Bamber. He joins Booth on 13. It's 121 for 8.
What a shot. Short and wide, but he's done the other uppercut. Deliberately cut it in the air, deliberately cut it.
I mean, Daniel Ibrahim is in the deep there for that sort of shot, but that comfortably evaded him. Still going to see who is absent from the field at the moment again. It might be Hudson Prentice is off again.
Yeah.
Looking around. As Crocombe approaches Bamber once more, he dabs it down towards third for a single. He's taken 11 runs off the first over after tea. It's a funny old game, this cricket. 122 for 8. We've seen 3 sixes hit today. 2 from J. Devon Hadcat and 1 from Ethan Bamber.
Yeah. 2 from a number 11 and 1 from a number 10.
Ethan has the makings of a good 10. He has at times batted at 9 this season. And they're going to use Sean Hunt as well. So they're going for the 2 quickest bowlers to try and end this quickly. And if I'm right that Hudson Prentice has gone off, that would very quickly take him out of the attack for the foreseeable. They may well feel that, OK, we're nearly through now.
Well, Clark bowled a decent over, but it was just the 1 over before tea from the Birmingham end, and then Crocombe has started here after tea. But Hunt was the pick of them really in that section. Crocombe bowled well, but Hunt picked up 4. It starts with a loosener down the leg side, No contact by Bamber on an attempted flick to leg. But you've got to be careful just whipping across the line a bit early on this pitch, because Chris Wokes found out first ball. He'll be wondering how on earth did that go to cover when he was just working it to the leg side.
The Bears will want to get as close as they can to this 1-5-6, obviously, but turn it into turn the first innings is what you might consider a goalless draw.
As Hunt is in, and this one is a decent line and length, and Bamber just defends it up to mid-on, and there's no run, but a couple of looseners from Hunt to get the body warm again and get back bowling.
It's a very awkward follow-through. He's a man who clearly doesn't entirely trust his body after the injuries that he's had, and he's bowled really well for his 4 wickets today, but his follow-through is ginger, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's really he jogs up and then a very fast arm at delivery, and that one was a good line of length, defended by Bamber to extra cover, no run. But he obviously hits the seam. One of those actions that he really puts in at the crease in terms of effort.
He certainly doesn't put a lot of effort into walking back.
No,
it's
not dissimilar to an Adcat who also just jogs in.
Yeah.
And this one is a good line and length.
There's a lot of shoulder in that delivery, isn't there?
Yeah, and it's defended up to mid-off for no run.
He has got the sort of build that I do worry that injuries are going to be part of his career going forward, not just in the past. It's difficult because it's not like he's unfit or anything. It's just his frame is large.
And this one is a play and miss from Bamber outside the off stump, just going across him, very full of length. He looks to have a very large, I think it's a bit difficult to see from this angle that I'm at, but it looks, and the fact that Hunt's bowling this end, it looks like he's got a very long delivery stride. Yeah, it doesn't maximise his height. Can't really tell from here whether he's got a sort of braced front leg, but he's bowled very well and finishes with a dot ball. That goes through to Simpson. But he's got these mannerisms about him now. He just finished the over, and he looks like someone who's bowled 35 overs.
Yeah.
As he gets his cap. But he could be carrying a bit of a niggle. He could be bowling with, there could be one part of his body that's just not right, and he's bowling through the pain.
Well, that's good maiden over. 4 for 18 he's taken, so he's having a great day, Sean Hunt, and he will want to get that 5th wicket, and you've got great opportunity. Booth, Bamber and Hannon Dolby remain. Booth and Bamber at least both have made it into double figures, which in this Warwickshire innings has them in a relatively select group.
Square leg's gone back for Booth.
Yeah, Booth would play the pull. Crocombe is in, and that's an inside edge down to fine leg. Is it going to beat the man on the inside? It does. That's a bonus for the Bears. 4 more. 126 for 8. Booth goes up to 17. And
yeah, what odds on a Warwickshire lead at this stage?
I'd say odds against, but you never know. Jaidev and Adcat is not an eager beaver on the boundary. To be fair, he's going to be moved a bit finer, and the backward square is going a little bit more backward. 17 to Booth, who now is driving into the covers. There should be a single there with the tumbling stop, and in the end they don't take a run. And I mean, it was almost further to go back. The ball then hits the bat of Bamber when it's hurled in by Hughes. And a slight comedy of errors there. There was genuinely always a single there.
Yeah. And Bamber realised that, and he came running down. He got halfway down, and he was like looking at Booth saying, "What are you doing? Come on, let's go, let's go." And he probably said 3 times to him and encouraged him to take the single, but Booth hasn't.
This is short, pulled round the corner by Booth for a single. Unadkat is going to be beaten to the ball by the rather more eager Coles. And then sends a slightly wild return, which Simpson can't claim first time. 127 for 8. Bamber is a different proposition, less likely to pull, but as we saw, produced the uppercut over point for 6 at the previous Crocombe over.
Yeah, I mean, Booth's having a good game. Booth's 18 not out. He looked pretty much untroubled. He looked probably the best of all the batsmen who've actually got to the crease in the Warwickshire innings. So the less troubled.
As Bamber just pushes on the ball and it actually squirts behind, picked up by Haynes. He comes round from third slip. A couple of balls left in this Crocombe over. It's as bright as it's been for quite a bit of the afternoon. Just a question of how long it takes for the next set of clouds to come in, I think, as much as anything. Just looking at the updated forecast. Actually, it's improved for the next hour or so, the forecast. So we may get quite a bit more cricket yet today. Bamber, short ball, and he is pulling, and it's in the air for a while, and it's going to bounce just to the left of Unadkat. And that's 4 more to Bamber.
And they just moved him from that position as well and brought him finer. And that went to exactly where he was. It wasn't that far away in the end from him.
No, it wasn't that far away from him.
Top edge from Bamber on the hook. Crocombe's already got a wicket, got Dan Mosley with the short ball.
I think he's always going to get beaten by that. He's now not as fine again. So they are absolutely closing the door after the horse has bolted each time the ball beats him. Crocombe in to complete his over. Fuller length delivery, touched into the offside for another single. 132 for 8. It's been a strange 3 overs since the interval in that they've gone for 11, made and 10.
Yeah, Bamber's strolled on to 19. Booth on 18, and a very good partnership for Warwickshire at the moment. This partnership is worth 30. Bamber made his
maiden one-day 50 during the one-day cup. Has won first-class 100 as a night watchman at Chelmsford last year on what was a pretty flat surface. But he batted more than 6 hours on that occasion,
right?
Which came as a major shock to him. He didn't feel like he had any credentials as a batter. He now believes in himself a lot more.
And first delivery of Hunt's over beats Bamber on the outside edge and is taken by Simpson. And then the ball is thrown to Captain Haynes at third slip and then makes its way now to Unadkat at mid-off, who's shining it on his left thigh. So they're looking after the ball. And Hunt is searching for an outside edge here. And he comes past the umpire and bowls. Now this one's wide down the leg side. Very, very good movement from Simpson, who he doesn't take it cleanly in the end, but he got across and stopped it. It was a wild ball from Hunt down the leg side.
It was close to being a first-class wide, that, in that you don't get many down the leg side, but that was well down the leg side. But Simpson did very well to prevent the byes.
He's in again, running away from us in the pavilion end, and this one's a good line and length. And Bamber, though, untroubled, just defends it back to the bowler.
Got a great attitude to the game, Ethan Bamber. Will give everything in all the disciplines of the game, to be fair. I'm surprised that Middlesex let him slip through their fingers, really, with the ability that he's got.
I'll tell you when you also see it is when he's running between the wickets. If the ball goes down to the boundary or go down the third mat, he'll be herring to get to the other end to look for 2, look for the fumble. As he does here, he works it to fine leg, but there's just the one. Well, he's now gone to 20.
Only the third batter in this innings to make 20. There is a reasonable chance that one of these two will end up top scorer in this innings.
Yeah.
A fair to middling chance.
And if that's the case, I think you may have a Warwickshire lead. They're only 23 behind.
Yeah, it is closing in on goalless draw territory, for sure. Right, we understand that Daniel Ibrahim is replacing Finn Hudson-Prentice as a full substitute for the rest of the match.
As Booth plays up to mid-off and no run, not quite timing that.
Which I'm really curious about, by the way.
Right.
Because I'm not sure that matches the credentials of the original regulations. Surely he's an entirely different player.
He is an all-rounder, I think.
Well, but was he bowl?
Right arm medium.
Right on medium. Okay. I'm surprised that's a like for like. But
Is that because Hudson-Prentice was hit on the helmet?
No. I think it's his ankle, but I think we think.
Right. And pulled away handsomely. But it's only going to be a couple. Short ball from Hunt, and Booth does like a pull and a hook. And he got onto that one quite quickly. And got it safely away for a couple. So he moves to 20.
So that just adds to the injury issues for Sussex, and being a front-line bowler short, because, I mean, Ibrahim isn't the same standard of bowler, that will potentially affect the rest of the match, which it looks at the moment like it's going to be a very tight game of cricket, this. So Hudson-Prentice is a big miss. 135 for 8, 21 the gap is down to. Booth and Bamber each have 20. The partnership is worth 33. It is the second highest of the innings. And the tail enders wagged for Sussex earlier today. It's a good leave from Bamber, first ball of a new over from Crocombe.
So I must apologise. I'm obviously a bit behind on the regulations. So if a cricketer gets injured, he can be replaced.
You can have a full playing substitute this season in the Championship, but it has to be a like-for-like replacement, and that is what they do, level of experience.
But what about
as
the
well.
injury? I mean, Adcat's hurt his finger. Can he decide,
If his finger was broken, he could be replaced.
Right.
If it's not broken, and if it's just sore, you're not going to get replaced. It has to be justifiable based on injury. As Bamber guides this down to third on the inside of the fielder for 4. 4 more to Ethan Bamber. He got over the top of that very nicely. And played it almost Joe Root style down to the fence for 4. 139 for 8. It's interesting, Carson is warming up at the moment. They might try and use spin to break this up. That was a proper shot from Ethan Bamber.
Lovely late cut. Yeah, third man was quite square.
Deficit under 20. If you'd offered Warwickshire that when they emerged after tea, you'd have taken it. Crocombe to Bamber again, straighter. Just comes half forward to defend, out to Hughes in the covers. Still 3 slips in place. Yeah, the regulation has been pretty controversial, Dermot, this year.
Right.
It's been brought in, and we've seen some teams in the opening 6 rounds of the Championship had a substitute pretty much every game.
Right.
And we've seen substitutes turned down because they just felt the player wasn't the right replacement. The match referee, effectively, or the adjudicator, has a chance to say, no, we don't think that's a like-for-like. As Bamber is looking to pull, he may have got a bit of bat on that, but straight down into the ground and then down to the wicket-keeper. Yeah, he got a glove on it. Just changed the direction of the ball slightly. And it's difficult, actually, with some players to work out what a like-for-like replacement is.
Yeah.
Lancashire had an issue. Well, I mean, Lancashire have used quite a few replacements, but Arif Shetty, a young spinner, who got injured, and they couldn't replace him with Hartley, who's another spinner, because he's played for England, he's more experienced. And yet it would have been absolutely like for like. Short ball pulled round the corner, and this time straight down the throat of the fielder. And it's not in Adcat down there anymore. It's actually Carson. And Carson is a much safer pair of hands. Crocombe has his 3rd wicket. And Bamber's nice little cameo ends for 24. He almost hit that too well. 139 for 9, Warwickshire.
Well, it was a good catch because it was really travelling from Bamber. It only got a few feet off the ground all the way. And was really travelling to deep fine leg. He catches it just a couple of yards in off the boundary. And Bamber, well, he got 24 of 32 balls, played some nice shots. He's looking very disappointed as he leaves, and now Hannon Dolby, who some people would describe, I guess, as a walking wicket.
But not well. No. Let's be fair to him. He can bat for quite a long time. What he isn't going to do is score runs. So, you know, the legend 3 years ago was when he took 67 deliveries to get off the mark.
Wow.
But whilst he was at the crease, Michael Burgess went from 47 to 172.
Wow,
So
look at that. Put on 150 for the last wicket.
they put, yeah, and it was ridiculous. Actually, I think it might have been the ninth wicket, because I think Rushworth might have been playing. So I think he would have been batting at 10 in that instance. But yeah, I mean, he did end up having scored his first run, and he claimed it was a leg by. He subsequently hit back-to-back fours off Jamie Overton. He looked thrilled. It's kind of, I think he almost got fed up himself at that point. But yeah, 139 for 9. Hannon Dolby's first job is just to see out this ball and give Michael Booth the chance to have a swing, I think, and see if they can get any closer to the 156. But it's almost even Stevens. Crocombe looking for his fourth, and Hannon Dolby with a nice soft-handed defensive shot, which is his stock in trade. He's very serious about his batting, but he does struggle to improve, but he can occupy the crease at extraordinary length. And I believe that George Dobell,
Yeah,
the well-known cricketing journalist of this parish, is giving him like £1 a ball for charity this year that he faces. And he has faced quite a few balls.
It's not £1 a run, it's £1 a ball face.
£1 a ball, yeah.
I know.
£1 a run would have been a lot cheaper.
I think George might have had a couple of ales before he made this decision, but anyway.
But
if it's for charity, then it's all fantastic. I thought it was just going straight to Oliver.
Well, Mr. Hannon Dolby is as pure as the driven snow in terms of his intentions in life. He is, of course, currently the chair of the PCA as well. So,
well, let's hope he sticks around here for a little bit with Michael Booth, because he's having a good game. Got 3 for 9. He's now 20 not out. The field has spread. There's 4 on the leg side boundary as he faces Hunt, and he swings it to leg, and he gets a good bat on it, but gets it straight to deep fine leg. So there's only a 1, which brings Hannon Dolby under strike. And you think maybe they shouldn't have taken that.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? In this game, in such a low-scoring game, I wonder. I think it might have been smart not to, but I can understand them going for it. Booth will give some advice to Hannon Dolby, who on the scoreboard comes up as just Dolby. I'm sure they used to put H Dolby. But anyway.
This is where, for me, the art of captaincy and the tactics. I mean, we always talk about Ben Stokes and the wonderful innings that he did at Headingley with Jack Leach. But in my mind, Tim Payne, the Australian captain, got it horribly wrong as Hannon Dolby lets this one go from Hunt. Because, when you're batting with the tail, for example, if Booth hadn't taken that single, and don't take the single off the first 4 balls, then the opposition captain has a decision to make. Does he bring up the field to stop the 1, to keep, let's keep Hannon Dolby on strike at the other end, which then gives you the opportunity as a batsman to go, right, well, they brought them in now, so there's space on the boundaries. But he took the single, so Hannon Dolby's on strike. But now he gets a single, gets it down to fine leg.
One of the most extreme examples of getting an in and out field wrong was Hampshire about 20 years ago against Warwickshire. Warwickshire was 7 down for about 120. Jonathan Trott was going quite well, and a young Chris Wokes came in at number 9. And they just let Chris Wokes have the strike. And Jonathan Trott would just take a single every time. And what they didn't understand is Chris Wokes, he might have only been 19-20 at the time, but he's a proper batter.
Yeah.
He'd got 100 before they stopped playing the in and out field. He made his maiden century in that innings. Jonathan Trott went on to make 190 and got called up for England that week.
Wow. Well, we're back with Hunt, and Booth has a big swing at it, but can't reach it, and it is a 4-day wide.
Oh, gosh, it really is as well. In fact, it was precariously close to being a 4-day no ball, because that almost missed. I mean, it pitched on the cut strip, so it would have been okay. But I think it was genuinely outside the return crease when it passed it. He's taken that in front of a good second slip. And they have put the field out. There's a slip everybody else out on the boundary.
Yeah, so we got eight on the boundary for Hunt. And this is a swing from the batsman, not so much swing in the air from the bowler, but
to me, this is where Michael Booth's inexperience shows. In that was the fourth ball of the over. I just stabbed a single and give Ollie two. Because you got all the boundary
let
out.
Let it go, and now say to them, you're going to bring the field up. If they don't bring the field up, he could take the single on the last ball, and then he could face all of them.
The way you went, let it go, then I thought you were going to break into the song from Frozen there, which wasn't my anticipated karaoke choice for Dermot Reeve.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But now with 4 balls, there's 2 to go. So, does he bowl 2 bouncers to keep Booth down at that end? No, he bowls a length ball and Booth takes a single.
But they might clear Ollie Hannon-Dolby up with the final ball of this over.
Yeah.
But giving him a single on the 5th ball,
yeah,
that's unusual, isn't it? Normally at that point you're going in because it's Michael Booth. It's not a Sam Hain or an Ed Barnard out there at this point. It's a player with limitations.
That's the thing. I mean, if you think about that innings, they didn't put them all on the boundary for Ben Stokes. They still kept a couple of slips, and there was enough space for 2s. He was hitting a lot of 2s and 4s. 4 slips in place now for Hannon-Dolby. Last ball of the over, and he plays it nicely. It's a dot, but that means Michael Booth still has the strike.
So the deficit is down to 13. So from 102 for 8, they've added 41 crucial runs here.
Yep, only 13 behind.
And so it really is a second innings match between these two sides now.
Yeah.
And it will be interesting to see how it goes. It's extraordinary of the 5 Division 1 games, assuming Warwickshire don't really do something remarkable with this 10th wicket. 4 of the 5 matches are going to start with teams being out without making 200. Both sides will get out without making 200 in 4 out of 5 matches.
Wow. So no batting bonus points being flown around unless you're Somerset.
Unless you're Somerset, yeah. And that does speak to the conditions in that we'll have these weeks in England, don't we, when the overheads are what they are. For all that Pakistan have been a soft touch at Headingley this week, not a great week for them to start a series, is it, with the weather the way it is? Crocombe will continue, 3 for 47. Nice bit of sun out at the moment as he bowls to Booth, who fends it off into the offside and takes the single. 12 the deficit, 144 for 9. He goes to 23.
Yeah, 4 of them on the offside boundary for Booth, and 2 on the leg side boundary. Mid-on stayed up. But he's taken the single off the first ball and said, I trust you, Hannon-Dolby, to score a few runs and play all right.
So neither team have got to that vital position where you can see how the ball is when it's 60 overs old, in that Sussex batted just shy of 48 overs. Warwickshire have batted just over 44 overs. What happens when the ball's soft? No idea.
Well, it's 44 overs old and we've got 4 slips.
Crocombe round the wicket to the left-hander. Hannon-Dolby full might be the way, but this one is just turned into the leg side. It was just back of a length. But the Yorker could really come into play. That he's such a tall man, isn't
he? Yeah. Crocombe started the day off with a couple of Yorkers, his first few deliveries.
Nicest weather we've had since about midday now. So Crocombe approaches once more, and Hannon-Dolby with a nice leave outside off stump. If you're Sussex, actually, you're looking at this weather now, you want to be batting because it's the ball is going to do a bit less, you would think.
Well, it's done a bit less since tea.
Yeah.
It hasn't been going past the outside edge. If you think of Bamber's knock, he didn't look troubled. Booth hasn't looked troubled. It's not been going past the edge every other ball, which it was doing before tea.
Crocombe is clipped through mid-wicket here by Hannon-Dolby. It was into his pads, and Hannon-Dolby will get a boundary. He's actually timed that rather nicely. There wasn't a lot of backlift. He's pushed it along the deck past the mid-wicket fielder. And he gets his total up to 5, 148 for 9, and the gap between the two sides is into single figures.
And that was probably the biggest cheer of the day. We've had some cheering from the fielders on the field when they've got a wicket, but in terms of the membership here at Edgbaston, they really enjoyed that shot from Hannon Dolby. He's moved on to 5.
And this one just tucks him up a little bit and drops down in front of him.
Yeah, he's worn that. Slightly, I think, just on the thigh pad, but it's still a little bit painful.
$148 for 9. Final ball of Crocom's over. The 4 slips away, and Hannon Dolby keeps it out. End of the over. 148 for 9 it remains.
And another big cheer from the Warwickshire faithful who turned up to watch this championship encounter. Now, Hunt is going to resume from the pavilion end, but he doesn't. His body language, it doesn't look like he wants to. Yeah. He's got, I don't know if that's an awful dodger sort of strut going on. He's now bowling at Booth, and we have 8 on the boundary again. 1 slip in place, and Booth swings this and swings it straight and swings it for 4. Hit that really hard. No chance for long on to get round, and Adcat at long off isn't right on the boundary. But Booth has shown his intentions there on the first ball from Hunt. He doesn't care that there's 8 on the boundary. He's going to try and clear them.
That's a lovely clean strike, and Hunt has done quite well to get out of the way of it.
It's where you need a good slower ball as a bowler.
Yeah.
Deceive him with a slower ball. As he comes in, and this is whacked to the leg side. They're going to get back for 2. No, they're not. They're just going to settle for 1, as a deep fine leg does well. Good bit of fielding to keep it to a single, and and Booth replays the shot, getting down on 1 knee, as though he was going to try and sweep it over square leg.
If they'd run hard enough, could they have got back for 2?
Oh.
Maybe so. 3 runs they trailed by. That looked fairly unlikely at tea, but they've added 42 runs in 7 overs since tea. Nice hand from Bamber of 24. Booth 28. And Dolby a bonus that he's got 5, but now he's exposed to 4 balls. Interesting short mid-wicket position that Daniel Ibrahim's moved into.
Yeah, that's not a bad position for Hannon Dolby. As Hunt is in past the umpire, pitches this one up, and Hannon Dolby defends it, and defends it well. Minimum of footwork, but just a nice straight bat with soft hands.
I say reminder if you're just joining us. It's not a reminder if you're just joining us, but for those of you who are just joining us, Sussex have made a substitution, a full playing substitution. Finn Hudson-Prentice with an injury has been replaced for the rest of this game by Daniel Ibrahim.
As Hunt delivers this, and Hannon Dolby leaves it and judges it very well. It moved away a bit late, quite late, and he lined it up and then withdrew the bat. So 2 balls left in the over to survive.
14 they've added for the 10th wicket. Last 2 wickets added 41 for Sussex and 51 for Warwickshire. It's interesting.
As Hunt is in and pitches this one up, and Hannon Dolby defends it, and it goes out to backward point. No run. Well played again.
In a low-scoring game, the tail enders are the ones who've almost looked more accomplished in both teams, because the ball that little bit older.
last ball of the over, so the field spreads, deep cover goes out and square leg goes out. So they're quite happy for Hannah Dolby to get the single, unless he nicks it to the keeper, but he's played and missed.
Yeah, Hunt looks skyward. I wonder whether Hunt is done in that the 11 overs he's bowled out of 46 is quite a workload for him. And say with the bad recent history of injury, he's bowled really well. He's getting a pat on the back now, and he has got the gait of a man who's bowled 30 overs. I don't think it's unfair to say that, is it?
No, I know. He's got that very nonchalant walk about him, as though
nonchalant, knackered. He looks. Tell you what, it's like Gus Fraser. He looks utterly sort of weather beaten and done. But he's bowled tremendously for his side today with his 4 wickets. That's the key. Booth on strike. Crocombe continues. Just the 2 slips in place now as Booth drives this into the covers, and they decide they will take the single on the first ball again. 154 for 9.
He wasn't
2 behind.
sure though, was he?
No.
Booth. Then he's hit it. He starts running and thinking, well, should I be running or should I be saying no and I'll keep the strike? But
he's now the joint top scorer in the innings, Michael Booth.
yeah.
And I'm not unduly shocked. He made 46, I think it was, at Hove in the first innings, including putting one in the top deck of the pavilion. He had a tremendous half-century at Trent Bridge that enabled the Bears to get to 450 and get 5 batting points. As Hannah Dolby is pulling this through square leg, there'll be a chase here. They'll take the one that's on offer. The gap is down to 1. Hannah Dolby on 6.
Yeah, well, it perhaps a bit of a tired short ball from Crocombe, or it could be that the ball is just getting a bit soft now that it's 46 overs old. But the field does change completely with Booth back on strike, so we're going to have four pretty much out on the leg side and 4 out on the off side, so just 1 slip catching.
As this next short ball is pulled, but he got over the top of it, did Booth. So it's 1 bounce to the fielder in the deep, and the scores are tied at 156. Booth only the 3rd player in the match to reach 30, and he is the Bears' top scorer. But the honours for the bat: Haynes 49, Clark 30, Booth 30. The 3 highest scorers in the match. 19 wickets in. Unbelievable. 3 balls, 3 singles this over from Crocombe. And Hannah Dolby stands tall at the crease as he comes in, and he's tickled wide of mid-wicket but too close to mid-on for them to consider a run. And Adcat picks up. Be interested to see who does bowl the next over, or whether Hunt tries to go again. He always looks like he's well rested, 6 balls on from the James Brown style caving at the legs. He's going to rise like a phoenix.
They put a deep square out.
And it's tucked behind square, in fact down to long leg, and Warwickshire have the first innings lead, which again didn't look likely at tea. Hannah Dolby has his 7th run, 157 for 9, and there are cheers that are not entirely ironic, I think, from the Warwickshire faithful, partly because they'll be thanking Bamber, Booth and Hannah Dolby for what they've done, because it's not their job to put the runs on the board, but they're doing it.
And fielders don't know where to go. With 1 ball left, and do we go out? John Simpson's really the man who's doing all the directing out there. He may as well be the captain. The way he's
Charlie Tier has taken up 3 different. Oh, he's going. Now he thought he was short mid wicket. Now he's going a little bit deeper.
He's gone from deep square towards slip, and then got told no, let's stop the 1. They're now stopping the 1 with everybody. The man is coming up, but it's taking forever to do this.
There's a single to square leg or behind the square on the leg side. Crocombe in to Booth, who lashes it through the offside for 4. Lovely cut shot from Booth. He's to 34. Warwickshire 161 for 9 after 47 overs. Crocombe's figures have been rather dented since T's now 3 for 60.
And that's the way to play it when they bring the field up.
Yep.
Off the last couple of balls, hit a couple of 4s, and then say to your number 11, "Come on, mate, you can just play out a maiden down there."
And Adcat's going to come on. Just by advance warning, and Dermot, I will have a bulletin thing. So if you start the over, I will at some point interrupt you.
You take it. It's fine.
Okay, because it's we're just past 5 o'clock. At 3 minutes past BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, we'll take an update, and then I shall make way for Adrian.
Oh,
Unless well, you can. You know, if you want to make Dermot, if you want it, I can equally give you half an hour now. I'm happy to do that.
I'm just getting a bit fed up with my own voice.
Well, no, but people enjoy listening to you because of the way you read the game. That's the point. But no, I tell you what, Dermot, you have half an hour and come back at 5:30.
Okie doke.
It will be grand. And I'll take a break after Adrian does his 5:30, and that'll be fine. And the most optimistic thing is it looks like play is going to continue.
You're Richie.
I'm being Richie.
Yes.
9 for 161. As an Adcat bowls to Hannon Dolby, who just places a dead bat on the ball and pushes out in the offside. I appreciate, by the way, we made a reference to the work of the Australian comedian Billy Birmingham and his pastiche commentaries earlier. I appreciate they don't age very well, some of them. I'm not necessarily recommending them on the grounds that, they are a little bit controversial now. They were very funny, though. But yeah. Be an update in the next minute or so. So I'll stick with a Nadcat coming in to Hannon Dolby, who's frustrated them for 17 deliveries now. And he awaits again, and he tries to whip this off his pads. That's a good take down the leg side by John Simpson. I think it would have been leg buys maybe had it gone beyond him. I don't think there was any other contact than that.
Whoever's at fine leg thought it. He was interested. He started to run in to celebrate.
Yeah, probably not ideally placed to know whether there was contact or not. And Cat walking back to his mark. So I watched my phone to see it tick over to 3 minutes past any second. And then launch into a report. And that Cat might just beat us to it. As it comes in once more. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have just been bowled out for 161, a first innings lead of 5. Ollie Hannon Dolby, the last man to go, caught at point off the bowling of a Nadcat for 7. Michael Booth and Ethan Bamber, with a bit of a fight back after tea, have given them an unlikely lead. They've recovered from 102 for 8 to 161 all out. Booth, with some powerful hitting, ended up unbeaten on 34. It means the match is pretty much even. Warwickshire with a first innings lead of 5. Sussex will resume in 10 minutes' time. So yes, the wicket falling at exactly the wrong time, but yeah, I could catch at point there to give an Adcat his second wicket, but all things being equal, I think both sides will come off at the end of that innings feeling a little bit better about themselves, and let's go again and play a one innings match, Dermot.
Yeah, who would have thought? Through 5 runs separating the two of them, and we're here. We're in day 2. Still with a mountain of overs left available tonight, and the weather's looking pretty good at the moment. There's more blue sky than cloud. Out comes the heavy roller, so that's the choice of the Sussex captain.
Henry Crocombe, the catcher, by the way, for that final wicket. And I tell you what, we'll give ourselves a 10-minute break because this is going to be a long session. With Sussex going to resume in about 9 minutes' time, trailing by 5 on first innings. Welcome back to Edgbaston in this match that's flying along, considering how few overs we've actually had in it. We've had less than a day's play yesterday and today, but we are 20 wickets in, and we're going to have Sussex batting for the second time, trailing by 5, and Ethan Bamber to open proceedings in this final session. And an immediate appeal for LBW and a wicket. Daniel Hughes is gone. First ball of the innings. Bamber with an immediate breakthrough. And Sussex 0 for 1. It looked a good shout the moment it hit his pad.
I agree.
And the umpire ruled in the favour of Ethan Bamber. And Daniel Hughes' game with the bat is done. He's gone for 0.
That looked stone dead, didn't it? And I think the minute it hit the pads, I think Daniel Hughes knew he was out, just the way he looked.
What a good ball to receive first up.
Yeah.
And yet he looked absolutely crestfallen.
He did, didn't he?
When it hit him in the pads.
Yeah.
As if to say, what am I supposed to do about that?
Yeah, I think he knew he was gone, didn't he? Well, he's had some time off, Daniel, after the T20s and time with his young family. And he'll be desperately disappointed to have making the first innings 11. Well, crumbs, this game is just moving on at a ridiculous pace, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's 21 wickets down for 317 runs. It's the conditions favour the bowlers, and you just wonder, with it's less cloud cover right now. The Bears have to absolutely make use of the new ball here.
Yes.
Potentially, it could be the best period for batting in the match.
Yes.
And actually, it's one of these things, that if this match in isolation was the only one this week that was going this way, people would be saying, I wonder whether they're going to be looking at this surface, wonder whether the wicket inspectors are going to be in town. But actually, you see that this is the story of virtually every match.
It is. I was looking at the game at Grace Road, 151 and 152. I mean, it's absolute.
By the way, I love the fact that there's so many habits get formed in sport. They've had one ball, and when they take a wicket, the drinks guy goes on.
Yes. I was just looking here, Richard. Sussex were bowled out in their first innings in 47.4 overs. Warwickshire bowled out in 47.3.
Wow.
They're ridiculous. One ball different.
Well, Ethan Bamber, who had to battle hard for wickets in the first innings, but ended up taking a couple of key ones in that collapse this morning. Simpson for a duck and Carlson for a duck, has now taken Hughes for a duck. So all 3 of his wickets in the match are noughts. So Tom Clark, watch out. Three slips, a gully at a point in place. As Bamber comes in, he shoulders arms, leaves it alone, and it misses off stump. Bamber's confidence will be high after a good knock as well. He's 24 in the context of this game, very handy. Michael Booth, top scoring for Warwickshire, second top scorer of the match with 34.
Yeah. But I didn't see this coming today. Particularly at lunch when Warwick's 44 for 1.
Bamber in, nudged into the leg side, but awkwardly got a bit higher on the bat than Clark thought. Fielded by the man at short mid-wicket. There's Booth.
I wonder if it might be a question for Dermot when he comes back, actually, as to whether, when lots of wickets are falling, whether it almost gets inside the batter's head that this is a tricky wicket. And they play accordingly. I mean, Michael Booth looked like he was okay, didn't he?
Yeah, but then that was
his arm,
softer ball and slightly more tired bowlers.
Perhaps, yep.
As he's looking to drive, and it goes through the wicket-keeper. Clark, an expansive shot. And that, again, is swung inside the bat, and it's passed between bat and off stump. Bounced again before it reached Alex Davis. Yeah, I just think it's always been doing something, really, in this game.
Yes.
And once the ball's 40 overs old, it's got a little bit less about it. And the tail-enders will play slightly different shots as well into open areas. As Bamber comes in, and Clark is walking down the wicket and is able to clip it through mid-wicket. They run the first hard, and there should be 2, particularly now that Booth hasn't picked it up cleanly. So they do come back for 2, and then the sun is in the eyes of Alex Davis, who has to protect himself when the throw comes in. 2 for 1, Sussex trail by 3.
Well, I always think just because of the relatively young age of the Sussex top order, that Daniel Hughes is always a big blow when he's out for Sussex. Charlie Tier coming in next, and James Coles are all in their early 20s, and I just feel that they missed that experience.
Yeah.
But he's gone now. I'm going to have to do without it.
It's not been his week.
Nope.
Bamber approaches, and again Coles is coming down the wicket. There's an appeal for LBW. He was trying to turn it behind square. If it's come off pad, then it was a decent shout, but it's above the knee roll and he's come down the wicket, so there's no way that the umpire can give that out. The score is 3 for 1 at the end of the first over. Sussex trailing by 2 runs.
And just a reminder that Finn Hudson-Prentice will be taking no further part in the match. He's picked up an injury. He hasn't looked right throughout the game. I think we picked up on that quite early today. Seemed to be struggling with an injury. Jordan Thompson was just coming off the field, I think. Is he on with someone? He's taking some drinks on with someone.
He might have been briefly 12ing. I don't know who was absent, but
whoever it is back on. But Finn Hudson-Prentice won't be back on, and so he will be replaced by Daniel Ibrahim. For those in Warwickshire who won't know much about Daniel, he's a right-arm medium bowler. I would say he's medium pace. He's not as quick as Finn Hudson-Prentice. Batting-wise, I would say they're about on a par. We'll try and find out what Finn's problem is later on this evening. In the meantime, it's going to be Chris Wokes, who's running in from the city end with ground bowls to Tom Clark, and immediately goes past the outside edge with a cracking delivery taken by Davis, and there is no run.
Be interesting to see if Clark tries to use his feet to Wokes as well to lessen the impact of the swing. I think it's a more dangerous thing to do to Wokes.
Yes. Briefly elsewhere, Yorkshire 73 for 1. Leading Hampshire by 49 down at Southampton, so maybe it's getting a little easier to bat down at Southampton.
Although it looks like they've also gone very positively at it, haven't they?
Yes. Here comes Wokes bowls, and Clark up on his toes and steers that down the ground to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, those runs coming just in 16 and a bit overs. So perhaps that's the way to play down at Southampton. But it's good that all these games are so close, Richard. I mean, apart from the
apart from the one at Taunton, yeah,
which looks like it could be an innings defeat for. Well, we'll have to see how it goes.
They're going to have to bat very, very well second time around.
They are. Essex, yeah.
And the ball's turning.
Yeah. Not easy against Leach and Vaughan. Wokes in bowls. Clark is solidly forward, plays to point. There is no run. Sussex 3 for 1, as Richard was saying. Sussex now trailing by 2 runs. Sussex spied out for 156 earlier on today. In reply, Warwickshire spied out for 160. I mean, but from a Warwickshire point of view, having at one stage been 102 for 8, 161 was actually a good effort by the tail.
Oh yeah, they'll be delighted with that. 59 runs for the last 2 wickets, and both top scoring. Bamber batted well.
Wokes in again, bowls to Clark, who's in behind this, and plays it to mid-off, and there is no run. 4 wickets for Sean Hunt. 3 for Henry Crocombe, 2 for J. Devon Nucat, and 1 for Finn Hudson-Prentice before he left the field. In terms of the weather, well, it's not too bad. I mean, it's got a lot of blue sky around. Floodlights are on, and they've been on for a good part of the afternoon. But at the minute, we look reasonably set fair. As Wokes is in again, bowls to Clark, and that's going to race away for 4 somethings.
Buys.
It was down the leg side. Alex Davis diving across. I wondered for a moment whether Clark might have got a little touch on it, but obviously he hadn't. And those 4 runs take Sussex into positive territory. Effectively, they are 2 for 1, although the score is actually 7 for 1. 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Ethan Bamber on duty just down below us, as Chris Wokes turns in. Evening sunshine here in Birmingham, and he's on his way. Over the wicket bowls to Clark, who defends solidly onto the onside. There is no run. It is the end of the second over. Sussex 7 for 1. Clark on 2. Haynes yet to score. The man out, Daniel Hughes, who was out to the very first ball of the innings at LBW to Ethan Bamber,
who looked very, very sharp in his first over.
He did.
So from Sussex pull of it. Look, if there's 33 overs, then they could have a substantial lead. If all those 33 overs are bowled, but they need to do it with as little damage as possible. Warwickshire will feel that you can give everybody a good spell in those. They've got 5 seamers, so they haven't got to worry too much about that. They haven't got, as it would appear, the fitness worries that Sussex have now got.
Nope.
So it'll be interesting. And actually, Alex Davis is going to stand up now for bowling of Bamber to prevent some of this wandering forward.
Well, that's, I'd love to see a keeper standing up to the stumps. And Ethan Bamber is no slouch, you know.
Bamber, right arm round the wicket, bowling to Haynes, who's looking to cut and chops it down into the slip cordon. Well, he was the master of the inside edge into the ground in the first innings, and he comes precariously close to chopping on again. 4 times in the first innings he nearly chopped on.
I think he thought he'd done it again. He turned round very quickly and looked to make sure he hadn't done that. That's good cricket, though, from Alex Davies, isn't it? You know, taking the initiative, standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, and most wicket keepers will do it these days. Bamber in. Haynes defends it back down the surface to the bowler. There's no run.
Sorry, Richard. I mean, there's a lot of skill involved in that as well. I mean, you know, Ethan Bamber is bowling at a good pace. It's not super. I mean, the problem is if you get anything down the leg side as a keeper, because you haven't got much time to get across and take the ball cleanly. But it will certainly be breathing down Tom Haynes' neck.
Bamber approaches once more, tucked in front of square to Michael Booth, and no run. It remains 7 for 1, so Sussex in the lead by 2. They've worked their way back into the game thanks to some excellent bowling from Crocombe and Adkett and Hunt, who took 4 wickets. And his 2-spell performance from this pavilion then did really well. Blasted a few cobwebs away along the way, I think. Bamber in again. Haynes once more forward and clipping it towards mid-wicket. Again, Booth does the fielding. So, quiet crowd enjoying the cricket. Largely stayed. Got to make the most of your cricket at this time of year. One of only 3 remaining home games for the Bears.
Yeah.
Next week's the penultimate one, and then it's not till the final week of the season that they're back here. Bamber in, and Haynes looking to drive it through the offside has again found Booth at mid-wicket. No timing there, just a slash at the ball. Got to 49 in the first innings, but it was never comfortable. But he is by some distance the leading scorer in the match.
Yes, I always expected to see that flying through the covers, but he completely mistimed.
Once more, Bamber in. That's more convincing. He just tucks it behind square on the offside with gentle hands for the final ball of the over out to Zen Malik. Through for a single. 8 for 1. Sussex lead by 3. With notionally 32 overs left in the day, which if we went the full course, that would mean having to stay light till about 20 to 8.
Yes. Tell me, Richard, in the distance there, is that the Birmingham Library there, the cube, the building just behind the spire of the church? Because the Birmingham Library looks a bit like that.
No, that cube is the Cube.
Oh,
which is just next to the mailbox.
Right.
Which is where the BBC is in Birmingham.
Right.
Yeah, recently vacated by a well-known chef, the Cube, and we're going to be taken over by one of the universities to run as a sort of leisure training place with a hotel and restaurant.
Right. Chris Wokes is coming into bowl to Tom Haynes in the bowls, and Haynes plays this to backward point for the Malik, and there is no run. But the library is a sort of a similar structure, isn't it?
No, it's more of a layered wedding cake.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and more metallic.
I've been up on the roof of the library.
Have you?
Yeah. You can get a lift up there, I think, from it.
You can, yeah. Yeah. I did a 3-hour live show on the opening day of the library. From the front of the library.
Right.
Wasn't meant to be, but I did.
In comes Wokes bowls, and Haynes tucks this into the offside. Picks up a single, fielded at short extra cover. and one more to the total of 9 for 1. My update is of no interest to any of our listeners, but I don't need to leave you, Richard, till about 25-2. There's a slightly later update for our final address of the day. So the lead is 4. Sussex 9 for 1. Clark on 2. Haynes on 2. Works wheels around at the far end of the ground, the city end of the ground, and runs towards us. In and bowls, and Clark whips this one away the leg side, and that's a nice looking shot by Tom Clark, and it's all the way, it's a nice looking shot, it's gone for 6.
Well, it's timed that beautifully over the shorter boundary.
It is one of his favourite shots, Tom Clark. He clipped that one away, and he timed that beautifully.
It's a good hit.
We didn't see any 6s yesterday, but we've seen
4 now.
4 today.
Yeah.
2 by J. Devon Nugcat. Ethan Bamber hit a 6. And now Tom Clark has joined the 6s club. So Sussex go to 15 for 1. It was a lovely pickup. He's on 8. Wokes might have enjoyed that. And Clark is beaten all ends up by that delivery. I reckon that went a long way. And Alex Davis is down on one knee as if to say, how did that miss the outside edge? That was a cracking delivery.
It's also wrong-footed him,
yeah.
Alex Davis. It's come that far off the seam.
It's a terrific bit of bowling by Chris Wokes. Talk about Tom Clark. Dermot was talking about him a little earlier on and saying he'd looked at his stats and he averages about 25 in first-class cricket, which for a player of his ability, it ought to be more than that. And let's break off for a moment. Clark waits, Wokes in again, bowls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. So he's capable of playing that, these lovely left-handed shots, almost sort of Gower-esque really, and that's a beautiful shot through the covers. He goes to 12, and last year here at Edgbaston he scored 100 on the opening match of the season, batted beautifully, but from there his form fell off a cliff and ended up being dropped at the end of the season. He started this season with a century at Leicestershire and was determined to build on that, but he's been unfortunate with this nasty knee injury he picked up at a T20 match. But as his best, he's a lovely player to watch, but he just doesn't get enough runs. In comes Wokes again, and Clark tucks that one onto the leg side, and there is no run. But he's a good cricketer. I think he's an all-round cricketer because he bowls at a brisk medium. He's a very good fielder, and Sussex will be very pleased that he's signed for another year on his contract. And Chris Wokes is over, 19 for 1. Clark on 12 and Haynes on 2. Yeah,
and actually they were quite fluent quite early on in the first innings, particularly Wokes was going for quite a few then, and it would be interesting to see if it continues in a similar vein here. And then the ball started singing a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it does feel like as nice a time to bat as there's been in the match.
I would agree. Yeah, the light's good. There's quite a lot of blue sky around.
And the weather is going to be better the next 2 days, so we could well see significantly higher scores in innings 3 and 4 than we saw in innings 1 and 2. As Bamber comes in, and that's a slash, and is that a drop at first slip low to his right for Mosley?
Really?
They're going to come through for a single. No, it's a bye.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's a bye. So it's one of those where it's done. Alex Davis, who's standing up to the stumps against the pace of Bamber, is going to have moments like that. And Dan Mosley could do with a pair of gloves at first slip if he's going to stop them.
I think Alex Davis is going to stand back now.
Yeah, I think that the ball is doing a bit too much, and if Haynes and Clark want to take a chance... I mean, it's interesting, it's actually, of course, a change of batter as well.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, the ball is seaming from a full length there, and as a wicketkeeper, you've got no chance. I mean, Jack Russell, Chris Reed, maybe. Ben Folkes. And Davis is a good wicketkeeper as Clark comes forward and defends Bamber. But that was doing a lot. 20 for 1, 15 in front.
Yeah, and no disrespect to Alex Davis, who says he's a fine wicketkeeper, but you're talking about, the names you've reeled off there were high class.
The elite.
Yes.
And I'm sure Sussex fans would be aghast if I left John Simpson off that list. Aghast.
Or Jim Parks.
Yeah, okay, I'm only 56. As this is a full delivery and an appeal for LBW, but Clark is a long way down the wicket, which makes it hard for the umpire. There was one that caught him too high earlier, and that one's hit him outside the line. So even if it might have been hitting the stumps, he is playing a shot, and he hits him outside the line. So the umpire again has no real call to make. So
Is this into the sports news? Right. So you want me to
Adrian's just going to go and do an update, so I'll run through some of the scores as this over continues. As Bamber approaches once more to Clark, and does he take the edge this time? They thought they had, and he stands there, and the umpire says not out. Now, they've generally, the umpires, I think, got all of these decisions right this week. It'll be interesting to take another look at that one. But, Bamber actually apologises for the celebratory appeal to the umpire. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's gone past the outside edge. Clark's body language was not that of a guilty party. The angle from behind might just clarify it. Yeah, I think that's gone past his bat before it's in line. As Bamber bowls again, tucks Clark up, but he'll get a single down to long leg. 21 for 1. Dermot Reeve is back. See, I tried to make that dramatic then.
Well, I just think that, for my mind, Clark's, he's using his nous here. With Bamber being round the wicket, he's getting himself outside the line of off stump. He's coming across his stump slightly and taking balls that are, say, just outside off. He's managing to get a bat on them onto the leg side. So, and because he's playing a shot, but it is still moving about. I mean, Bamber's one ball shy of finishing his third over here.
Into Haynes, who dabs it out in the offside. Quick single, Malik across. They're safely through. 22 for 1 after 5 overs. Sussex lead by 17, having lost Daniel Hughes to the first ball of the second innings. Absolutely plumb LBW to Bamber without scoring. And then Chris Wokes will continue with the slightly odd figures at the moment. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11.
Yeah, and the lead now for Sussex is 17. But
I reckon second innings will go 250, 300 instead of 150. I do. Yeah. Because the weather is going to be so much nicer the next 2 days. So if Sussex can give themselves a platform here, it's as nice. The weather is as nice as it's been in the entire match.
Yeah. There's still 30 overs remaining as Wokes comes in from the Birmingham end. This one's down the leg side. Good footwork from Alex Davis. He wouldn't want to be standing up if balls like that are getting bowled.
No. Essex following on against Somerset at Taunton after a first innings deficit of 311. They're in a spot of bother there, I think it's fair to say. 158 all out. Leach and Vaughan between them took 6 for 50. So if that's turning there, they're not getting back into that game.
Wokes now bathed in sunshine, delivers on a perfect line and length, but Haynes with a good strong stride forward, knocks it to mid-off for no run. He's only 3 off 12, and he's definitely a batter who seems to always have intent to want to score runs and be positive with his stroke play.
It's making him fidgety. That's quite a long walk he's done between deliveries.
Yeah, he's maybe just getting pumped up with adrenaline as he faces Wokes here, who he plays and misses outside off stump to a ball that went across him. Might have moved away slightly, but that was just a poor shot. I mean, that was so on the up, trying to hit it as left-handers quite often do. With a straightish bat through the covers.
It was a bit airy though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a shocking shot. It was just a leave ball. But they can get too flamboyant outside the off stump. Quite often get caught in the gully. As this one is nipping back onto the inside edge, inside half of Haynes' bat. He takes a walk to square leg, has a look at his bat. It seems at the minute he's got a bit of traffic going on in his head. It's a little bit of sort of a feeling I'm getting is he's uncertain how to play.
Yeah.
Should I just try and see off this new ball, play it nice and late, move late, because he's tapping his bat very hard on the ground. And that one, he just blocks it back to the bowler. Plays it well, but once again, off he goes to square leg. He walks away about 6 yards from the crease. Has a little practice waft with his bat. And Clark's doing a bit of gardening at the other end, tapping down a few spots on the pitch. He Wokes in for the last ball of his third over, and this is whacked through the covers. No bothering to run for that one for Haynes. He just looks at it dismissively and finishes the over with a very positive boundary.
Yeah, that was in his hitting zone, wasn't it? And Chris Wokes just bowling the odd 4-ball so far in this second innings. And it's difficult, you know, as a bowler, you know that you need to get this new ball to sing. You've got to take wickets early, because otherwise Sussex could get a really challenging total on the board and a tough target for the Bears. But you can't afford to be too impatient either at the same time. So.
But as you say, it's the best batting conditions we've had so far in the match, particularly, say, just in terms of the light. You know, the sun's out, it's bright, you're going to see the ball a bit easier. You know, when it gets gloomy and the clouds low, your eyes are really searching all the time for the ball.
Bamber steaming in again to bowl to Clark, and he'd have struggled to reach that. It was a slower ball outside off stump, but it was well outside off stump, and it actually swung further outside off stump. And Bamber just sort of tweaks his head to one side just to say, that wasn't quite right. What was I trying to do there? That wasn't it.
Well, one of those in the first innings as well, didn't he?
Well, he bowled
one that went for
he went
four wide. So.
It was across the right-hander, wasn't it, on that occasion?
Yeah.
Well, that one takes an edge. It's going to go down to third for 4. But that was an authentic edge off the bat of Clark. He goes to 17. It's 30 for 1 for Sussex. They lead by 25. A false shot from Clark. And Bamber trudges back, slightly disconsolate.
Well, it's going to be a profitable area unless they put back down a third man.
They tended to do that more when the bowling's from the far end. They've tended to have a third in for this corner, which is quite short. But it's quite short the far corner as well. As he's coming forward on his edge, this one bounce to third slip. It's parried by Young. Bamber gets the edge again. You'll feel that he's closing in on Clark here.
Yeah, he had a little push at it, didn't he? A little push, but the edge failed to carry. Now they all look at themselves in the slips and say, should we move up a yard?
I mean, it was reasonably well short, but they are going to move up a yard. They're just marking out their new positions. Young has probably gone forward a yard and a half. Bamber in again, left this time by Clark. After a slightly loose first ball, it's become a probing over this. He'll be up for a long spell, Ethan Bamber, as well. Very, very fit. I think physically, in terms of height, shoulders, sort of similar height to a sort of Darren Gough, maybe, Ethan Bamber. That sort of build. As he's in, driven through the offside, but it won't beat the fielder. Sliding to make the stop is Ed Barnard. And a wide mid-off.
And that's another favourite area of Clark, isn't it? If you get full outside off, he does play some very attractive looking drives through the covers, as well as that very nonchalant flick off his pads to square leg.
Be frustrated with himself that he missed out on that delivery. And now, well, he adjusts quite late to defend that, in that looked like he was a play something more positive, and he just jabs down on it. The bat stops where it meets the ball. And the ball skews out into the offside. End of the over. 7 gone, 30 for 1. Sussex lead by 25. You're listening live via the BBC Cricket website. Dermot Reeve alongside Richard Wilford. Adrian Harms will be back again fairly shortly. I'm going to do a report at 3 minutes past 6 after that. It's the survival of the fittest if we're going to have another 28 overs, Dermot.
Sure is.
Crikey. Bear in mind that the normal end of play would be in 17 minutes' time. Today our hours were extended at least till 6:30. So, but we're not going to get those 28 overs bowled in 47 minutes, although I'd love to see it. That would be a spectacle.
Wokes it is, continuing from the Birmingham end, and this one hits Haynes on the body as he was trying to work it on the leg side. I think it hit him in the box, but he's okay and does his walk as he does to square leg.
It's done its job. He isn't limping. It hasn't done its worst.
But you do sense that these two batsmen are just putting the pressure a little bit on the bowlers. You know, you can't dish up anything a bit loose, and they'll really try and climb into the cover drives. But Wokes here, that's a good line and length, and Tom Haynes just defends it out on the offside, and there's no run.
Not 66 for 2 against Surrey in the second innings, lead by 88. That feels like a crucial match for the tail end of the season. Slater 34 not out. Some interesting matches around in Division 1. Somerset are clearly going to beat Essex this week by the look of it. And Yorkshire scoring quickly against Hampshire, 95 for 1. They lead by 71 at Southampton. Adam Lyth 40 not out there.
As this one is played, and there will be runs, just the one of them. Out to Zen Malik on the offside third man boundary. Nice throw into Alex Davies. And just a sense that it's a little bit subdued. The Warwickshire members are waiting for something to happen, waiting for a couple of quick wickets and get their side, the Bears, back on top here at Edgbaston. But for the moment, the left-handed pair of Clark and Haynes are keeping them out, keeping them at bay. Going along at 4 and over in this innings. And now it's Clark on strike to Wokes, and this one's outside off. He just lets it go.
It's not singing at the moment, the ball, is it? It's doing a bit. It's doing a bit more for Bamber than it is for Wokes in terms of doing it consistently. That last ball was straight.
Yeah, it's not doing what it did first thing this morning.
No.
For Wokes, where he was swinging it round corners and getting movement off the seam.
Started the day's catalogue of wickets with 2 in and over with dismissals of Coles and Tier.
And this one is defended back to him. A good line and length. He does a little bit of juggling with his, showing off his football skills. Now gets the ball back in his hand and busy rubbing it.
He's all right foot, to be fair. I mean, that's the disappointment for me. He was all right foot there. Three touches, none of them with the left. And you know, if he's looking to impress Unai Emery, he's clearly after fresh talent with all the players that have been sold. Ezri Konsa in the last hour, you know.
As he's in again, and this one is played comfortably to backward point. No run to finish the over. So that's 8 overs gone in the innings. 31 for 1. Sussex in their second innings. And they have a lead of 26. And we have 27 overs remaining.
Yeah. It could be. I wouldn't mind, but I've got to do.
I was going to say what?
I've got to deliver the shopping to my mum and my mother-in-law tonight. Yet, before I can even contemplate tea. By the time we've done interviews and sent material back, I'll be ready for bed. Oh my word! I've got an early football match tomorrow. Anyway, it's Ethan Bamber
with the keeper up.
Yeah, he's been up for Haynes and back for Clark just lately, and Haynes will turn this round the corner. Don't know what he got on it. Hannon Dolby comes in to field, has to run in 25 yards. It's a leg bye. 32 for 1. I mean, there is the threat of rain, which does grow in the next hour. And lot after 7, which would be a blessing, frankly. No, but you just want to watch lots of cricket. But but the best of the world, the thought of a match continuing tonight till 20 to 8 doesn't fill me with joy because that's just very late. When you get to the ground at 9 a.m, you don't want to be here after 8 o'clock.
Oh, it's
Ideally.
a long day.
Ideally. There are T20 finals days that are shorter than that.
Try doing it after you bowl 42 overs as well. Oh.
Bamber in, and it's edged over the top of third slip for 4. Clark goes to 21. That's the third time that Bamber has taken the edge of Clark's bat in the last 2 overs that he's bowled at him.
And twice they've gone for 4. He did slash hard at that one, and they do say if you're going to wafted it outside off stump, slash hard, because if you do find an edge, less chance of it being caught. And he really gave that the kitchen sink, didn't he? And it flew over third slip. They just come a bit closer as well in the last over for a nick that didn't carry.
Bamber in again. He comes down the wicket. He's wrapped on the pad. There'll be an appeal for LBW. I bet it's outside the line. And it is outside the line. Would it have hit off stump? Quite possibly, but irrelevant. He's played a shot, and when it hits him, it's not in line with the wickets.
It's a very good ploy that he's in his game plan here and his technique to Bamber, in that he's getting outside the line. And that was very deliberate there. Shuffled across his stumps, tried to work it on the leg side. Failed to make contact, but as you say, he's not going to be out because he's playing a shot.
And now Davis is coming up to Clark as well again.
Yeah. You're looking to be positive. The tall left-hander, the number 3 batsman.
Bamber in as he's dragged it down the leg side. And it bounces away through square leg for another leg by. 37 for 1, 8 extras amongst them. And Bamber will be frustrated with himself because, I mean, whether it's subconscious with the wicketkeeper standing up, whether he just adjusts his line. Maybe conscious of the one that beat Alex Davis standing up and that Dan Mosley could only sort of vaguely lay a hand on. At the first slip. As this is fallen towards the pads of Haynes, who clips up to mid-on, and Chris Wokes. No run. Floodlight's still on, but rather unnecessary at the moment. Plenty of blue sky around. Haynes waits a good few inches shorter than his fellow batter. And this wraps him somewhere high up on the thigh pad and goes out in the offside end of the over. 1 for 13 Bamber, none for 16 Wokes. So 37 for 1, lead of 32 for Sussex. 26 overs left in the day. It's going to be pace all the way, and it's going to be an early introduction for Michael Booth in this second innings. 3 for 9 he took in the first innings. So he comes on ahead of Hannon Dolby and Barnard this time. He's earned that opportunity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hannon Dolby, I felt, bowled slightly better perhaps from this end, actually, from the pavilion end, which, I don't know, is it running slightly up a hill from this end?
Not much in it here, is there? I don't think. Who's using the electronic screwdriver at this time of day? Because the building site is done for the day, surely. Surely it is. Where's that noise coming from?
This is Booth is in, and this one is a decent delivery to start with, but Clark, he felt it was going to bounce higher, and came off a bit slow, and he just ended up poking it on the leg side to no run.
He did, of course, get both of these batters out in the first innings.
Which could well be the reason that Barnard has turned to him ahead of Hannon Dolby. So he's got 3 slips, and he's got a third man, and there's a backward point and a mid-off, the offside, and this one is down the leg side, and I think he might have just clipped the pad. No, nothing on it, and it's gone for 4 byes. So Alex Davis didn't get across in time. Wayward delivery from Michael Booth.
Yeah, that's wasteful with a relatively new ball. And yeah, I mean, It has jagged a little bit, so Alex Davis really hasn't got the chance to get the extra step in he'd need to get to it. Or when it's really swung after it's gone past the batter.
Right.
That's 12 extras and a score of 41 for 1.
He's in now over the wicket, and that one jumped a little bit at Clark. He didn't know much about it. Prodded at it. It looked like he might just get an outside edge, but in the end he got a bit more of an inside edge. But the ball just ended up dropping down by his feet. But absolutely some movement there for Booth.
He's closed the face of the bat and ended up guiding it into his own pads, off quite almost the face of the bat. I don't know quite what he was doing there.
Booth in again, and this one is it swung the other way. He is really giving Alex Davies a hard time, who's managed to stop that one, but that was going across the left-hander, but then swung on its way to Davies, but swung the other way, like an in-swinger to the right-hander.
Yes, it's a challenge for the wicketkeeper, to say the least, when the ball is going both ways. It's a challenge for the batter, but it's also a challenge behind the stumps. It's got quite a lot of ground to cover.
And this is played on the offside, and they take a quick single, and they get home easily.
So it's a cooler day. All of the fielders, other than Bamber, who's mid-spell, in jumpers at the moment. It's chilly if Zen Malik's in a jumper. He likes to have his name and number visible.
Last ball of Booth's first over from the Birmingham end, and this one is played comfortably on the leg side, but it'll just be the single. Ethan Bamber runs around from fine leg, collects, throws, and it's just the one. But no wicket, which is a bit surprising from Booth, because he had a bit of a golden arm in the first innings and got a wicket in, I think, with his third ball.
Yeah, you got Haynes caught by Rob Yates at second slip for 49. And then his next over had Clark trapped LBW for 30. And then today he came on towards the end of the Sussex innings and took the last wicket. Sean Hunt caught behind by Alex Davis for 10. The only wicket in the second innings has come to this man, Ethan Bamber, who will begin his sixth over now. We got Hughes for the first ball of the innings, bowls to Haynes, wraps him on the pad, appeals for LBW, doesn't get an answer in the affirmative. And that one is pretty close, I have to say. The umpire would have given the batter the benefit of the doubt, maybe going down the leg side, but when we see a replay, Dermot, I would say it wasn't without merit, the appeal.
Well, it's the reason Alex Davies is up to the stumps to keep the batsman in his crease, so he can't get out at the ball or bat outside the crease.
We're not going to see that one again, as this next ball is on the middle and leg line and defended back into the bowler's follow through, and there's no run. But yeah, the previous ball, it would have been tight. Again, it would have been one of those where you might have contemplated using one of your reviews.
Yeah. I mean, with the angle, if it nips in, then and nips in it quite a lot. It's got to hit you bang on off stump to be hitting leg stump. If it hits you on the crease line.
So he approaches again. He's clipped here through a wide mid-on for a single. No timing really from Haynes. Wokes will chase it down and they'll come back for 2. Takes Haynes to 11, 45 for 1. There's no fluency about Haynes' innings, but as it was in the first innings of this match for either team, crease occupation is absolutely everything.
Well, that was deliberate. He actually deliberately went aerial and tried to loft it over mid-on or over mid-wicket. Didn't find the middle, but got 2.
Bamber again, wraps him on the pad. That would have missed leg stump. So they stop their appeal before it hits the back of their throats. There's no run. A couple of balls left in this over. wouldn't be surprised if Bamber goes 8 or 9 overs deep here. He's bowling well. He's a threat. He's a very fit young man. And he does like a long spell when he's in rhythm. Approaches and bowls again. Coming forward, Haynes dabs it up towards mid-off. It will be intercepted on its way there by Malik.
Yeah, he managed to keep his pad out of the way there, because that was bang on the stumps.
Sussex looking to survive as much as they can this evening and then get an older ball to face tomorrow. As he's driving this nicely through mid-wicket. Quite a chase on here for Booth. The ball is just going to beat him as it hits the rope a couple of yards in front of the hover cover. Better looking shot that from Haynes. Takes him to 15, 49 for 1 at the end of the 11th over. Sussex lead Warwickshire by 44 runs.
Yeah, I don't think he was actually aiming that out to deep square leg. He was sort of trying to clip it a bit more sort of wide of mid-on, but got enough of the bat on it. Sort of a thickish inside edge, but enough power that beat the chase of the fielders. And now we're back to Michael Booth, who his first over was a bit wayward. There was 4 byes in it. So we've got 37 off the bat so far out of the 49, so that makes 12 extras. And he's running in towards us from the Birmingham end to Clark, and Clark lets this one go, which it does move back. Might have swung a little bit as well on its way to Alex Davies. So there's still some movement out there for the bowlers. It makes such a difference as a bowler if you've got a ball that is moving for you, or a wicket which is helping it seam. You feel you're in the game all the time, as opposed to the days when you're bowling on a real flat track with no shine on the ball. It can be such hard work. As Booth is in, and it's well played by Clark, who takes a nice big stride forward and just defends it up to mid-on. No run.
The evening session so far, once you ignore or move past the departure of Daniel Hughes, is going the way that Sussex would want it to do. If they can blunt the attack in these overs, however long we manage to get through this evening session, however far we go.
And this one beats the outside edge of Clark. And let's go through to Alex Davies. Good delivery from Booth, who's quite a slippery customer. He's not very tall. He's not huge in stature, but he generates decent pace in his run-up as well as his bowling.
He's a strong boy. He's by some distance the quickest in the attack in this match. Within the club, obviously Nathan Gilchrist will challenge him for that.
Yeah, as he's in here, and this one beats the outside edge. Another good delivery. Clark just expecting it to sort of come back in or swing back in at him, and on pitching just nips away.
It's one of those lovely cricket moments that you get, by the way, where that's gone past him, and Tom Clark, rather than getting sledged by Michael Booth, is shaking his head and just saying, "Yeah, that's too good. That's well bowled."
Well, when you swing it, and if it starts swinging back to the left-hander, but then on pitching goes the other way, you know it's bowler-friendly conditions as he's in again. And this one he's nicked. Booth finds the edge of Clark. Alex Davies does the rest. A nice catch, low to his left. But Michael Booth again is doing the damage. Fabulous ball, and Clark's got to go. He looked pretty good for his 22 off 41. And Warwickshire have their second of the Sussex team in the second innings.
This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, by the way. Apologies for the delay there. A wicket just falling, a key one. Warwickshire taking a second Sussex wicket, 49 for 2. Michael Booth getting Clark out for 22, nick behind to Alex Davies. It's been a day of drama. So many wickets have fallen. Sussex 49 for 2, lead Warwickshire by 44. So the timing of that went flush into the update, because the drama of that over has been quite something. And that Michael Booth, I mean, Clark can't say that that wicket wasn't coming. You could see it for the last 2 balls. He appreciated what Booth was doing, and he just couldn't keep out of the way of that one.
He just got it right, didn't he? He just got it probably a touch fuller, but that little bit straighter, and found the outside edge. It wasn't as though Clark did much wrong. He didn't follow the ball and try and adjust for the movement. He just held his bat in the position of the ball, but it just did enough to just find the outside edge. And that's what we've seen today, as opposed to seeing lots of playing and missing today. We've seen the edge of the bat be found, and plenty of catches behind the wicket to the keeper and also the slips.
As we welcome listeners to Sports Extra with the news here that Sussex are 49 for 2 in their second innings, a lead of 44. They've just lost Tom Clark, who'd played some very attractive shots and had used his feet well to try and negate any movement. But he goes for 22, having played and missed at 2 successive deliveries from Michael Booth. He nicked the next one. Booth has taken 4 wickets in this match for 11 runs now. He's been tidy. Dermot Reeve is alongside myself, Richard Wilford. Adrian Harms will be with you very shortly.
1 ball left in the over. Charlie Tier on strike, and this is down the leg side. A poor delivery from Michael Booth to finish the over, but a successful one. A wicket maiden, and he gets a round of applause from the Warwickshire faithful who've stayed past 6 o'clock to keep watching.
And they could be staying for quite a long time. Let me just reset things before I let Adrian take my seat, because there are still 23 overs of cricket left here today, and at the moment the light is really good. There is a threat that some bad weather might come in over the course of the next hour and a half, which might just curtail things, but actually there's a good chance that we'll get through. There's actually a bit of rain that you can see over the city centre, but that's clouds that have gone past us. But we have seen today 19 wickets fall. And we've only seen about a good number of runs in the end today. Let me just count those. 57 there, 218. So it's 267 runs for 19 wickets. It's been a busy day. It's going to be Ed Barnard to come into the attack, replacing Ethan Bamber, who got Daniel Hughes' first ball, trapped LBW for a duck early in this Sussex second innings. And Barnard will come in to bowl to Haynes, who pushes forward in defence up towards mid-on. Weather-wise, Dermot, the conditions are the best it's been for batting, but the ball is still offering.
Yep, there's still movement off the seam and a bit of swing. Alex Davies, the wicket keeper, was standing back for Ed Barnard's first delivery, but he's now decided, right, I'm helmet on and I'm coming up. And that's not because it's a slow pitch. He's just wanting to keep the captain, Tom Haynes, in his crease, which brings the LBW into play more. Haynes was batting out of his crease to Barnard's first delivery. He's now had to go back into his crease.
As Barnard comes in, and Haynes with a big outside edge that won't quite carry down to third. It went a long way down towards Vance Janney. When he comes through for a single, 16 to Haynes. The 50 is up for Sussex, 50 for 2. It's been a day of batting collapses in swinging conditions. At one point this morning, Sussex lost 5 wickets for 3 runs. It's 3 for Chris Woakes and 2 for Ethan Bamber during that spell, as they fell from 90 for 1 late yesterday to 156 all out. Warwickshire at 65 for 1 looked in good shape, but then they lost 7 wickets for 37 and only helped into a lead by Michael Booth with 34 not out, batting at number 9, and 24 from Ethan Bamber batting at 10. And Booth the highest scorer in that Warwickshire innings with that 34. As Barnard now approaches to bowl to Tier, who drives the ball up towards mid-off. Chris Woakes does the fielding. So it has absolutely been a surface, and certainly the overheads prior to this session, Dermot, where when 1 wicket goes, you expect a tumble.
Yeah, and interesting just to see Charlie Tier, because in the first innings, I think he made 3 off 30-odd deliveries, but he's just facing Ed Barnard, and he's walked out the wicket to him.
Now he's driving back and may have chipped the fingernail of Ed Barnard, who feels on his follow-through. Yeah, he played himself into a state of utter shotlessness in the first innings. I think to his own frustration, and in the end, he was one of those 5 wickets to go down in quick succession. In fact, he was the second victim of Chris Woakes in an over, in that Coles and Tier both went in the same over. Good catch by Rob Yates at second slip.
And I think that has actually hurt Ed Barnard slightly, stopping that ball on his follow-through.
Yeah, you'll have to check on a chip nail tonight. As he comes down the wicket here again, Tier, to try and prevent any swing. But all he can do is force it to backward point to Zen Malik. And no run. So considering we only got 30 overs in yesterday, this game has gone a long way very quickly. Scheduled for 104.5 overs today. And we've had about 80 of them. Which is a good effort. How deep into the evening can we go? The floodlights have been on for a long time, but they're currently unnecessary. As Tier comes forward stoutly in defence, that will be the end of the over. 50 for 2, Sussex. They lead by 45. You'll hear from Dermot Reeve, and he'll be joined shortly by Adrian Harms.
Yeah, nice first over from Ed Barnard, bang on target. But Charlie Tier was up to the task of playing all the deliveries. He was looking to shimmy down. He shimmied down twice in the over. So by the end of the over, Alex Davies decided he was coming up to the stumps for Charlie Tier, as well as for Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain, the left-hander, who will be on strike now for Michael Boo's third over. He has taken a wicket, that of Clark, caught behind. He's got 1 for 2. Off 2 overs, 3 slips in place as he comes in and bowls it on a good line and length, and Tom Haynes defends it back to him.
Exciting stuff, isn't it, Dermot? I'm just looking at the weather here because pretty much all around Edgbaston there seem to be really dark clouds apart from this big patch of blue which is above us. We're encircled by, I mean, looking over, I'm not sure we're looking to the, well, to the right
East,
of the commentary,
yeah.
to the east, and it really looks very thundery in that direction, but here it's bright sunshine.
And Booth is running in towards us, and it's a good line and length, and Tom Haynes defends it. And it's been one of those days watching cricket where you're expecting every ball.
Yes.
I'm expecting every ball to be a wicket.
Yeah, totally.
Every ball to be an edge.
Yeah.
And Nick and...
I mean, it's so difficult. You know, we've heard continue throughout the match that at Edgbaston here it tends to flatten out. So, you know, maybe batting is going to get easier. It's going to be better weather tomorrow for batting. So it's difficult to judge, you know, how this game is going to go.
As that's nicely played. Nicely timed, and that'll be another boundary. Another boundary through square leg to Tom Haynes. Just the wrong line. Nicely played. And talking of judging, we've now got... I'm just watching the ground staff.
Yes.
Move slowly over towards the hover cover.
Yeah.
We are still bathed in sunshine, but they could be judging that there's some rain or weather not far away.
Well, certainly there are a lot of dark clouds around, but I'm not sure in the distance that it's not raining over the city of Birmingham there, but it's very dark all around us. Oh dear.
Big shout for LBW, and it's a shake of the head.
Wouldn't have been surprised if that had been given. I mean, that seemed to keep low, but...
Yeah, maybe just pitched outside, leg stump.
Let's see a replay of that.
And the umpire just telling the bowler that it was going down, I think. Or pitched outside, because he...
I think that pitched outside leg stump. But it kept low, you know. Like, it would have hit the stumps. But I think it pitched outside leg. Let's see this again from another angle. There we go. Yeah, I reckon it pitched outside leg stump. But it did keep low.
There's still plenty happening for the bowlers, but that is driven handsomely by Tom Haynes, but finds the fielder at mid-off.
I mean, Tom Haynes is an aggressive opener anyway, but I just get the feeling here with Tom, he's made up his mind there's only one way to play here.
Yeah. But saying that, with what has been going on and with the bowling as it's been, you know, and he did this in the first innings.
He did.
He was still only sort of scoring at 3 and over. He's 20 off 36. It's not as though he's going a run of the ball.
No.
But the intent is there. As he plays this one nicely on the leg side to finish the over, and it's a dot ball.
Tom Haynes will also think, Dermot, you know, he's the skipper of the side. He's out there. He's got a chance to really make an impression on this game. I mean, because whoever loses this game, and there is going to be a winner and a loser with 2 days to go and some decent weather around, whoever loses this game is only taking 3 points from this match.
Right, yeah.
So it's a, you know, there's a huge incentive to try and win this game. You know, the winners are going to take 19, the losers will take 3, and there's certainly not 16 points difference between them in they've played in this match. So, you know, Tom's got a big opportunity here to bat Sussex into a strong position. We've got to remember they're going to be without Hudson Prentice bowling-wise second time around. I think Dan Ibrahim isn't a bad replacement. He's almost a like-for-like. But here comes Ed Barnard running in from the pavilion end to bowl to Charlie Tier, who, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, lets that go. Good take by Alex Davis, who whips off the bails. And there is no run. In your career, who was the best keeper who kept to you?
Oh, that'd be Keith Piper. Yeah.
Here.
Sadly, no longer with us.
Yeah.
But here at Warwickshire, Keith was, had magnificent hands and footwork and agility.
Barnard runs away from us in bright evening sunshine, bowls, and Tier stretches forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, you've played the game at the highest level. For me, my judge of a good wicket keeper is a keeper who's standing up. Is that a good judge? I mean,
actually, I was thinking first-class cricket, because I'd have to say that Jack Russell slightly eclipsed Keith Piper. He took a leg side stumping off me in the World Cup in 1996. Jack Russell was just magnificent.
Barnard in bowls, and Tier whips this one on the leg side. That's his first run to Charlie Tier. Runs it very fast, but that's all he's going to take his Tier, so he's on his way. 55 for 2. But it's a thing of beauty, isn't it? A leg side dumping, you know.
I think Jack Russell, he worked wonders for that Gloucestershire side, because he stood up to people like Mike Smith and, Mark Elaine, and he was just brilliant. He was so fast with his hands, and he was such a professional. Pleasure to go on tour with. His real character.
Barnard around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who stretches forward, plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Just to say, the ground staff are gathering in front of the hover cover, which is in front of the building work that's going on, the new hotel and the stand that are going up here at Edgbaston. Been working furiously on that for the last couple of days. There's a big white crane, which has got the rest of the day off. It looks like all the workers have gone home now, but they've been beavering away since early this morning. Barnard in again, bowls. Haynes works his way on the offside. That's a nice shot by Tom Haynes. It could be a couple of runs here for Sussex. Indeed, there are a couple of runs. Has to scamper back, does Haynes, as the throw comes in, but it's 2 more. The skipper goes to 22 and Sussex to 57 for 2.
That was a nice shot, very controlled.
Yeah.
Nice timing and good running. He has a couple of times, I've noticed, as he's running back and he's thinking, I might get hit by the ball here, he veers off and runs over the wicket.
Barnard in again, bowls, and Haynes works this one again through the offside. It'll be more runs. It's going to be 4 runs. That's a lovely, beautifully timed. You probably heard the crack of the ball off the bat as the ball raced away through the covers. That's a nice shot. And Haynes goes to 26. That was a proper cricket shot. 61 for 2. Sussex got 4 all over, so they've got a decent lick here. I mean, that's irrelevant in terms of the game, because there's oodles of time left in this game, but they are scoring at a decent lick, which suggests they're putting a bit of pressure back onto the bowling side here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice couple of balls for him. He got a 2 and then a boundary, but had there been a cover fielder, he might have stopped both of them.
Yes.
But Ed Barnard has 3 slips, so he's going with the extra slip. And he's bowling with a 6-3 field, but that's quite it wasn't difficult. Those 2 shots weren't that difficult. He just played them late and just opened the face and guided it through the offside. Now we've got Charlie Tier on strike, who I like the look. I like the look of him as a batter. I've said a few times on air that he just reminds me with his mannerisms and his technique that there's a little bit of Joe Root about him. But
well, he's got a top score in first-class cricket that he made this year at the Oval. He made 61, but in the Metro Bank one-day competition this year, he made 200s.
Right.
He's a wicket keeper, very much coached by Chris Adams during his early formative years.
As Michael Booth is in, and this one clips him on the pad. They appeal for an LBW, but it was going down the leg side.
He took a step down the track then,
Just flicked his pad, and Alex Davies dived across and got a glove on it, but didn't take it, so it wasn't going to be caught. It's just a leg by.
I mean, big responsibility batting this high up the order. Jack Leaning not playing in this game. And congratulations to Jack, if you're listening, that who's become a father this week. I'm not sure if it's his first child or not, but Jack Leaning absent this week. So that's given Charlie Tier an opportunity. Can he take it is the question. At the moment he's doing okay. But this is tough against this quality bowling attack.
And this one is on the pads of Tom Haynes, so he works it to the leg side and gets an easy single out to Zen Malik, who's out on the boundary on the leg side. And that brings Charlie Tier back on strike. So we've got a right and a left-hander in. Charlie Tier right-handed, and he'll face up when there's 3 slips there.
I think it's definitely raining over Birmingham. There's barely a breath of wind, is there, to blow any of this dark cloud away? But conversely, it's keeping this blue sky and sunshine right above us.
Booth is in now and bowls, and this one is played very nicely by Charlie Tier. That's the shot of the day. Just pushed it into the covers, but it raced across the Edgbaston outfield, and a fantastic boundary. Beautiful timing, exquisite from Charlie Tier.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot, beautifully played. It's sort of in this situation, I just wonder with 19 overs left after this one, I'll break off Dermot.
Yeah, but Charlie Tier defends this ball to mid-off, and there's no run.
I just wonder in this position whether Sussex would be thinking, actually, if we were to play these final 20 or 19 overs of the day, whether Sussex would think, yeah, I want to stay out here because things are going okay, or would they think, actually, we'd settle for this now, we'll come off now? And I mean, it's definitely raining, isn't it? I could see that in the distance, 4 or 5 miles away maybe, over towards Birmingham. You can see the rain coming down. But here at Edgbaston, it's dry at the moment.
As Tier is on strike, and this is driven nicely again, but finds the fielder to a wide mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, you have to, whether you're bowling, fielding, or batting, you have to expect it not to rain.
Yes.
And I want to be out here.
Yes.
If you're not thinking that, if you're the batters here going, I hope we get off of the light now, or I hope it rains and I can go off and be not out.
Yes.
I mean, the time you don't want to bat is, say, at the end of a day, say you fielded all day and you've got to go out there and bat for 6 overs, and you're there with your pads on at number 3. There aren't many batsmen who go, well, I want a wicket to fall.
Of course. I mean, listen to live cricket on the BBC as in comes Ed Barnard. Round the wicket bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays defensively into the offside. There is no run. I'm Adrian Harms with Dermot Reeve, the former Sussex and Warwickshire man, who's said earlier this today, he's a foot in both camps. Looks like Chris Wokes is warming up just down below us. So maybe he's going to have a few overs before the close today. But that close, if the weather holds, is still 18 overs away. And here we are at 20 past 6.
Barnard's changed the field. He's put a man out at deep cover now.
Around the wicket bowls, and Haynes is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Alex Davis, who's standing up to the stumps, and there is no run. That's, I guess, because Ed Barnard is probably thinking here, well, we don't want this lead to get too big. I mean, it's 62 at the moment.
Well, no, he's gone
and he's protecting that offside boundary.
Yeah, he's because he got hit for a 2 and a 4 to that position, as opposed to having the fielder up on the 1. He's decided, no, I'll put him back, and I'll just go down to having 2 slips, and he's got quite a square, deep gully.
Barnard in bowls. Haynes works that onto the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I mean, your mode of dismissal here, if you're Ed Barnard running in, is with the keeper up, is I'm going to want to get him LBW. I want it to nip back in and get him LBW, just beating him on the inside edge. But if it nips the other way, he might nick it, and that makes it tough for the keeper because he stood up. But those are the 2 dismissals that Barnard's got in mind.
He's in and bowls, and Haynes plays. Oh, they think about a single. Well, the last thing Sussex need is a run out, and Tom Haynes played it straight to mid-wicket. He set off with a single. Yeah. Charlie Tier at the non-strikers end was completely disinterested in going for a run. It was Haynes' call, and I think Haynes realised fairly quickly there wasn't a single there. And Turner sort of scampered back into his ground.
Well, Tier was quite rightly disinterested,
Yeah.
wasn't he, at the non-strikers? And that was played absolutely dead straight to Ethan Bamber.
Barnard in again. Bowls and that's a was. I don't think that's a great shot. I guess if the ball goes, whistling through the covers for 4 runs, but I think has that come off the pad as it's ended up at first slip. But he was certainly going to launch at that one, wasn't he, Tom Haynes? I don't know if we'll see a replay of that delivery. Possibly it came off the pad, but it certainly ended up in the hands of first slip. Barnard. Around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes plays defensively again. He's looking for a single, but you probably heard the cry of no. That was the correct call again. So the end of Ed Barnard's over. Sussex 67 for 2. Tier on 5, Haynes on 27. Ed Barnard 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. We've got 18 overs remaining in the day, Dermot?
Yep, that's a 1 and an 8 up there.
18 overs remaining in the day. We've still got we've got some heavy cloud around Edgbaston. I think that heavy cloud is sort of creeping in this direction very slowly. And the ground staff are poised in front of the hover cover away to our left-hand side.
Yeah, I would say now that it's building and coming this way.
I think we've been very lucky to get in as much cricket as we have, to be honest. I mean, the forecast wasn't great for later today.
I think, not being a weatherman, but I would say 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it'll be raining as Booth comes in and Charlie Tier tries to drive it straight back past and gets a thick inside edge, but it goes all the way out to the deep square leg boundary. And it will beat whoever was in pursuit of that. Gianni did his best to haul it in, but couldn't get there.
Well, I mean, Sussex will field tonight if they could get through with just 2 wickets down and a lead of sort of the lead is now what 66. The cameras are just showing that dark cloud right above the ground. I think that rain is sneaking this way,
And this one is defended by Charlie Tier. Played nice and late. High left elbow, lets the ball come to him, gets in a nice shape. And the ball trickles up to mid-on and there's no run.
But it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Who knows? We could be in for another 2 days cricket, but it's well set up.
It's Booth to continue. It's short and he's out.
Oh,
he's gone for a pull shot. He's hit it straight to Johnny who was fielding at square leg, just a few yards in front of square leg. But Tier has gone. He fancied it. It was short from Booth, but he didn't control it. Didn't hit it up, didn't hit it down, just hit it flat and straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I'm afraid he's rather given that away, Charlie Tier. I mean, it was a short delivery. It was there to be hit, but he's picked out, the fielder on the leg side. He's hit it straight to him. He can't believe he's played that shot. And now, it's a crucial time to lose a wicket, isn't it? Because, the rain may not be far away. We were just saying if Sussex could go in tonight 2 down, but all of a sudden they're 3 down now. Got someone new coming in, I would imagine. James Coles, who hasn't been in great form in the Championship this season. It'd be interesting to see what happens here. It's probably, it's going to be James Coles because they're probably thinking it's a bit too early for a night watchman, really.
Yeah.
So if we play the requisite amount of overs, we play these 17 overs, it's much too early. But, I think Charlie Tier will be disappointed with that shot.
Yeah, I mean, it was there to play a pull shot or a hook shot too. But, it's just the control when you're playing that shot. If you just try to hit it not so hard and make sure that you just get bat on it, it might go down to fine leg and just be a single. But at least you got it safely to ground.
Yes.
Unless you go, right, I'm seeing it so well, I'm deliberately going up and over square leg, which he didn't do.
He's completely picked up. Well, that's 20 wickets in the day we've seen today, Dermot.
Right. Yeah.
And if we stay on, you wouldn't bet there might be another couple more, because it's been that sort of a day.
And now we've got the very tall James Coles about to take his first delivery. And Michael Booth has 2 for 15. He got 3 in the first innings. He's charging in from the Birmingham end, and that's a good delivery that Coles plays comfortably to mid-on, or to mid-wicket.
Well, if ever Sussex needed James Coles to rediscover his form, this is the innings, because I mean, there are still players, still John Simpson to come, but no Finn Hudson-Prentice at 7. I'd imagine Dan Ibrahim will bat at 7. He's capable. He's got a Championship 100. But Sussex really do need an innings here from James Coles.
There's 2 balls left in Michael Booth's over, and this one is misfielded at mid-on by Hannon Dolby, and it will get James Coles off the mark. In fact, he'll get back for a 2. Very nicely timed.
Yep. He's a beautiful player to watch. When he's in full flow, he's got all the shots. He's got a particular. It's his strength and his weakness. He's got a lovely shot through mid-wicket where he flicks it away. Yeah. Occasionally it goes in there, and you'll often see opposition skippers putting someone in at a shortish mid-wicket for that little flick. Yeah, for that little clip through mid-wicket. And when it comes off, it's a beautiful shot.
And last ball of the over, and he clips this nice and firmly again to mid-on. This time Hannon Dolby manages to stop it, and that's the end of the over.
Goes a long way across his stumps there, doesn't he? Not just watching that delivery again. Well, the rain is threatening, but it's still not quite arrived. We've still got a bit of sunshine here. The umpires are sort of looking at these dark clouds. The ground staff are still poised as the clock rounds to 6:30. 73 for 3. It means the Sussex lead is 68, so effectively 68 for 3.
I'm just stunned at how much James Coles reminds me of Tim David.
That's interesting.
At the crease, yeah, with his style and stature, and how he takes his position up and takes his guard. There's a lot of Tim David about his batting. Both of them very, very fine players. Both hit the ball very sweetly.
So here comes Ed Barnard running around the wicket, coming into bowl to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is, well, I'm not sure where that hit Tom Haynes, somewhere around the thigh, I think. It's bounced down in front of him. There is no run. Did he get him on the glove?
I think it might have just gone straight through to the keeper, who didn't take it. So
okay,
he's finding it quite difficult, Alex Davies, at the moment.
Yeah, it's no easy task standing up to...
when there's this amount of movement, no.
To Ed Barnard. Vital for Sussex that Tom Haynes is here tonight. In comes Barnard, bowls, and Haynes drives, and he's going to pick up 4 runs, is Tom Haynes. I'm not quite sure that's where he intended it to go. I think he was looking to drive that through the covers, but it's gone backward a point for 4 runs, and Tom Haynes goes to 31.
No,
I
think he did mean to play that. He played it a bit later. He cracked his wrist on it, so it was a bit more like a cut shot, wasn't it? That he as opposed to a check drive.
Well, I will bow to your far superior knowledge, Dermot, than mine.
Yeah, let's give him the credit for that. It's a good shot.
Barnard in again, bowls. Haynes is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Davis. That rain in the distance, Dermot, it just is absolutely stagnant. Nothing is happening. I mean, the flags down at the far end are just about rustling, aren't they? They're just about waving in the breeze. And there's dark cloud all round Edgbaston. Right above us, some really angry black cloud. But perversely, the sun is out. It's the strangest weather here today. There's Barnard in again. Bowls. Haynes clips this one away to mid-wicket. They were thinking about a single, but it wasn't there.
But those patches of blue that were, before, there was quite a lot of blue in the sky. I feel like this cloud is getting closer to us.
It's all edging towards us,
isn't it? Edging towards us. That is the way that I think the wind is slightly blowing. Sometimes they say if the cloud comes up against the breeze, that's when you've really got to worry. But
Barnard in again, bowls. Haynes plays into the offside. There is no run.
I don't think the light's going to be very good shortly.
No, I agree.
But we have the floodlights on, so that's going to help it. But you look now at people's shadows, how low the sun is, and they've got shadows of about 12 feet at the moment, the fielders.
Barnard in bowls to Haynes, who looks to thrash that one away to the offside. Mistimes it completely, the ball ends up at mid-off. It's the end of Ed Barnard's over, 77 for 3. Coles on 2, Haynes on 31. The Sussex lead is 72. With 16 overs still remaining in the day. I don't think we'll get anything like 16 overs in, but then we said a long time ago that we thought we'd be off the field by now. But we're still playing. I think the minute the sun goes in, the light's going to deteriorate quite quickly. Dermot as well. That cloud is just... I don't know if that rain is coming this way or not now. But
It's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult to tell, but for the moment, we have play, and Michael Booth is on. Chris Wokes is warming up. I think he's going to have a bowl. But that's a wild one, and that's a wide for Michael Booth.
I think that's the first wide of the game. I don't think there's been another one.
I can't recall.
I don't think so.
It's Booth from the Birmingham end. James Coles on strike, who gets hit on the pad, but he walked out of his crease slightly.
Just around the country, Dermot, down at Southampton, Yorkshire 121 for 2 in their second innings, so leading Hampshire by 97. Leicestershire 58 for 1 in their second innings, leading Glamorgan by 57. Essex 40 without loss, following on down at Taunton, still trailing by 271. Notts 89 for 3 at the Oval, leading Surrey by 111. That's a good game. They're all good games, you know.
Yeah.
You want to pick winners as the sun has finally disappeared.
And Booth is in and bowls a nice line and length. James Coles defends it, and it rolls out to Johnny at square leg.
Yeah.
I haven't pronounced his first name yet. I'm not quite sure how you do.
Oh, we'll have to ask Richard. He'll be the man in the know.
But he is another product of that.
Well, I'm not sure if it's
Southeast
Vanch or Vanch. I'm not quite entirely sure. We'll ask Richard. Who's coming back in a mo?
And that's driven through the covers for 4.
It was in the air.
Fine shot by James Coles.
I just think, just for a moment, that there was a cry of catch, but it's cleared the field by some way. That'll do James Coles good, getting one out, you know, getting a boundary away.
Yeah, well, it pierced the gap between backward point and extra cover.
Was there to be hit?
Yeah, lovely fast hands. Crisp shot.
The sun's back with us.
Yeah. Michael Booth in again, and this one is played by James Coles, and finds the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I'll make way at the end of the over for Richard. I've got to do a live update, which has been put back 5 minutes. So I think got much excitement. The football season, of course, gets underway on Sunday. The Premier League season gets underway tonight, but Brighton play their first game on Sunday against Aston Villa. So,
right. They're all big games, aren't they? As Michael Booth is in, and that was a bit loose from James Coles. He got across his stumps a bit too early.
Took his hand off the bat as well, Dermot.
Took his bottom hand off. He got himself into a bit of trouble, a bit awkward, but it's an easy game when you play it one-handed, isn't it?
And I'm always aware it's an easy game when you're sitting up here as well. You know.
And I tell you, when the ball moves in the air, when you see it on television, that if you're actually facing it, it moves more.
I'm sure.
Oh, and that's a good delivery to finish. Booth, 2 for 22 off his 6 overs.
I'm going to disappear, Dermot. I'm going to leave you. I don't know whether I'll be back this evening. We might, if we get these final overs, then I will be. But
well, you'll have to let me know what's going on with that cloud if you do come back in, because we've had no joy of letting people know whether it's just staying where it is over Birmingham city centre, or is it edging towards us? But Richard will tell us, and he'll also let me know how to pronounce Johnny's first name.
Vanch.
Vanch.
So, yes, it's really bizarre, isn't it? But watching the rain fall over Birmingham city centre, and is it getting any closer? It doesn't seem to be, but there's lots of dark cloud overhead as Ed Barnard comes in to bowl to Haynes, who clips him off his hip down towards backward square to Janney for a single. Takes the score to 83 for 3. We are at the point where if a drop of rain falls and the cover comes on, that will be the close of play. Otherwise, we have about an hour's cricket left. So it'll either be A or B. But yeah, because we are past the scheduled close for the day, which was 6:30, so any further delay. And you can still see the rain is falling, and it's this side of the city centre. It's just the breeze is so slight that it's taking a long time to come this way. As Coles works this off his pads into the leg side, should only be a single out to Malik. 85 for 3. It's one of those things, it must have been a decision they had to make there, Sussex, whether to send in a night watchman on the fall of the last wicket. Because it did look at that time that it might only be 10 minutes left in the day. Whereas now there could still be a full 15 overs. Barnard with the sunlight on his back. Comes in and a play and miss from Haynes again. It had to ride a little bit of fortune to get to 49 in the first innings, which was the top score of the match. He's very close to getting the second highest score of the match at the moment and still hasn't looked remotely convincing. But that really isn't important, in that being out there is what matters.
Yeah, but it's fair to say he's flirted with danger outside off stump, hasn't he? Plenty of plays and misses.
And he waits again and gets a solid defensive shot in here. Barnard flicks it back on his follow-through, and Malik will pick it up for him. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is warming up. Not very often that he comes on these days as the fifth bowler, but when he does, that's what he'll be. And his extra height might create some difficulty. We've seen taller bowlers in Crocombe and Hunt have some joy today. And Barnard approaches with the fifth ball of his fifth over, dabbing it down until it hits the non-striker who'd turned his back on it. Ed Barnard, I think, tries to create a false controversy about Coles letting that hit him. I think that was just a bit of fun. Mind you, he's shaking his head as he goes back to his mark. I don't think it's something that you'd really want to get too antsy about. As he approaches again, defended back down the ground up towards mid-on end of the over, the 21st of this Sussex second innings. They are 79 runs in front with 7 wickets standing on a day in which we've seen 20 wickets. It's not been short of entertainment, Dermot, has it?
No, it's been very entertaining. There's been some really good bowling and some good catching. And you know, it's been difficult conditions to bat in. Quite often makes for more interesting watching than just watching batsmen fill their boots and make double hundreds on flat wickets. And
exactly. I think that rain is getting a bit closer, but it's so slowly. We could be watching it for another 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I think it is a little nearer us than it was. It's not the direction from which the rain normally arrives at Edgbaston. It normally comes over our left shoulder, sent up by our good friends in Worcester. But this has come from the north of Birmingham. It's, still plenty of sun.
There's a lot of low cloud all around the Midlands at the moment.
But sun shining on the backs of the players.
As Hannon-Dolby comes in from the Birmingham end, and first ball is a good line and length, defended nicely by Coles. It rolls out to extra cover. There's no run.
The length of the shadows. I mean, Alex Davis is there. He can't be much more than 5'7", but his shadow is currently looking like he's 12 foot. Yeah.
Yeah, which means the sun is very low. Away to the west. Hannon-Dolby in bowls now, and this one's a good delivery, and Coles plays it with respect, and it just...
Yeah, I'm not sure that the natural light will hold long enough to get the remaining 14 overs in, let alone anything else. Because there will come a point where the floodlights take over, and that's when you have to come off. If they
Well, we have to get a word to the umpires that you've got some shopping to do.
deliver.
To deliver.
The shopping is at my house. It just needs to be redistributed.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you in tomorrow?
As Alan Dolby knees pumping, and that's a good delivery, well taken by Alex Davis, but it was left alone by James Coles, who's on 7. Tom Haynes, the captain, is on 32. Sussex are 84 for 3 of 21.5 overs.
It's not very often that Ollie Hannon Dolby has to spend an hour and a half in the field before coming on to bowl at the start of an innings, but it's fair to say he's hitting his lengthened line straight away.
Yeah, when he's finding a bit of movement, a bit of outswing. He does bowl the old wobble seam upon that nip. He tries to get to nip back as well. But that's a tidy, accurate line and length. It's defended by James Coles. It's just a touch on the short side, isn't it? Just giving the batsman enough time to adjust and line it up. If he gets a bit fuller, then you do feel Coles will try and play an attacking shot against it. And now the sun is just getting behind the clouds. So we're pretty much batting in artificial light, or playing in artificial light, as Hannon Dolby comes in, and that's gone wide of the crease, and that beats Coles. That's a beauty. Late movement from the tall, medium-fast bowler from Warwickshire.
Getting it in all the right areas. It's interesting, those of you watching the TV pictures or the online coverage of the game, it is darker than that looks out there at the moment, because as Dermot says, the sun has gone in again in the space of 2 deliveries. It's gone from being bright on the backs of the players to really quite murky.
And that finishes with a dot ball. So a good start by Hannon Dolby, a maiden to begin with. Beat the bat of Coles once. But yeah, it goes very quickly. When the sun goes behind the clouds, it's just come out now, again, briefly.
The umpire's consulting, though, and so the question would be, he's looking at how low the sun is. I think that's what they're actually pointing at. And they've got to make a decision as to whether the floodlights are taking over. They've decided not yet, but that means they're certainly watching out for it now. So I don't think we've got a lot left today. So this is key moments. I mean, Sussex have got themselves into an okay position. I think it's still pretty even, because I'm sure the second innings scores are going to be higher than the first innings scores.
Yeah.
So they're 79 in front, 3 wickets down. And Barnard coming in from the pavilion end, and Haynes with a rather diagonal bat squeezes it towards point, doesn't get it past the fielder there. I think that's Young, and there's no run.
Hannon Dolby wants a drink.
He does.
He's bowled one over.
In fairness, you may be able to come in here for a drink soon, Ollie. You may.
Yeah. How the game's changed.
Barnard once more guided into the leg side by Haynes. Picked up by Booth from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Play tomorrow will again be 104 overs. And with the odd ball here and there, if we end up going off mid-over here, but it'll be 104 overs from 11 o'clock tomorrow. The forecast is much better, but could be quite a bit of overhead cover still, though. As this is a slash outside off stump by Haynes, and he misses it. Davis holds the ball close to the bails in case he tumbled out. He was down on one knee.
That was another huge whoosh, wasn't it?
You can see now that we're getting multiple shadows, and multiple shadows will be the moment at which the umpires come together and decide, I think, that the artificial light has taken over. And this consultation may well end it. They're looking at the height of the sun more than the imminence of the rain, I think, here. And I would be surprised if we don't go off yet. No, they're going to wait a little bit longer. So they met at the end of the last over. They've met again 3 balls into this over. The one umpire is just looking at the ground staff. And Barnard is quickly coming back in to bowl again to Haynes, who drives it nicely up to mid-off. And there's no run.
Look at the scoreboard now. Those bright yellow 84 for 3.
I'd be astonished if this wasn't the last over of the day.
Yeah. it's got very murky, hard to see from the commentary box.
Barnard in, all wraps him on the pad, and there was no appeal because I think, it might have done Mitch, but I think he's hit it as well. It would have missed leg stump, but he did get through him. There may have been a little inside edge on that, either way.
Well, I have to say, Richard, I can't tell because actually my eyes, with the sun going down and me looking now, they're pretty good normally in the distance, but I can't follow the ball.
Barnard in, driven into the covers, picked up by Zen Malik. That is the end of the over. Will it be the end of the day? The ground staff are starting to take up their position round the cover. The umpires are going to confer again. One conference is marking the territory. 2 conferences is deferring a decision. 3 conferences is almost certainly end of play. Let's see. They're mulling. They mull a little more. How much mull can you do? They're staring at the hotel, maybe thinking, I wonder if we'll stay there next year. And they're going to go off. And that will be the close of play on day 2 of this intriguing county championship match. Sussex 84 for 3 in their second innings after a day in which 20 wickets have fallen. And we've got through about 90 overs of play, so not too bad at all. But Haynes, who's not looked comfortable, but has stuck out there dutifully and diligently for his side, is on 32. Coles is on 7, and it means going into day 3, Sussex lead by 79 with 7 wickets standing. Just briefly before we close for the day, Dermot, I mean, really interestingly poised.
Yeah, I would have to say it's finished slightly in Sussex favour, although James Coles was very keen to get off, so he didn't really want to continue batting. But yeah, I think if we turn up tomorrow and it's bright sunshine, we are gonna see some more runs. But at the moment, the game very evenly poised, and perhaps I just feel Sussex slightly ahead.
And for those of you watching the pictures, if you were conned by how bright it looks on the screen, great job there done by the director to show just how murky and how dark those clouds are overhead. So we just wait for confirmation, but it should be the case because we're beyond the ordinary close of play. That should be it for the day. The umpires are still out in the middle at the moment. The ground staff are waiting to have the covers beckoned on. They'll also be making a reading to just guarantee that they know how bad the light was at the time that it was done. But certainly my understanding of the regulations will be that should be the close of play for the day. And they're making a note of the score, the fact that they are at the end of an over. But we'll just wait and see what they do before we 100% guarantee that we've reached the close. The umpire's just consulting with Gary, the groundsman. But we presume that is it. If anything does change, then we'll let you know. But my understanding is that should be the close of play. But we will see. The majority of the people who are still in the ground are now standing up and making their way away. But I can't see that this light is going to improve anytime soon. The rain is still tumbling down over parts of the city centre, but it has remained resolutely dry through the day here. Reminder that, assuming there's no further play today, that we will resume tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, and once again they'll try and make up for half an hour of what's been lost yesterday and today. They will attempt to bowl 104 overs in the day. The story of the day, Sussex resuming on 99 for 3, were bowled out for 156. Real collapse in the middle order, losing 5 wickets for 3 runs. 3 wickets for Chris Wokes, 2 for Ethan Bamber, and then a couple at the end for Hannon Dolby and Booth. In reply, Warwickshire got to 65 for 1 before a collapse of their own, started by Henry Crocombe, and then Sean Hunt with a magnificent spell where he took 4 wickets in 7 overs. Michael Booth batting at 9 was the top scorer with 34. Ethan Bamber got Hughes out for a first ball duck when Sussex resumed, and then a couple more wickets for Michael Booth. He's got 5 in the match to remove Clark and Tier. But just subject to confirmation. I say my understanding of the regulations is that in theory that should be it, but it might be because it's bad light rather than rain, Adrian, that we may have to wait a little moment or two, because clearly they haven't officially called off play yet, but it would seem to be fairly straightforward here.
I would have thought so, and I would have thought that Tom Haynes and James Coles are whipping off the pads and will take quite a while to come back out if indeed the umpires decide that is going to be the case. It's that sort of time in the match, isn't it, where you feel Sussex, even if they came out for another 3 or 4 overs, Sussex would have a lot to lose during that spell. But it's been an absorbing day, hasn't it? I mean, I know we've had 20 wickets in the day, and you made the point, will people be questioning the pitch? But it's just been terrific cricket, really. It's been very entertaining.
Yeah, it has, and that's the thing. I mean, you look around the country, particularly in Division 1, with the exception of Somerset's first innings total, everybody has struggled to put on runs.
Yeah, they have, absolutely.
So,
and it could be because it's, the weather conditions we've got this week. It could be players coming out of the 100 or whatever. No one's played red ball cricket for weeks. But either way, it's been terrific entertainment. There's been some really good bowling, some terrific catching. And at this stage, I mean, I wouldn't want to pick a winner of this game. I think this is absolutely evens at the moment. But with 2 days of decent weather to come, you'd imagine that batting ought to become easier.
yeah. Nothing to choose between them. Now, if play does resume for any reason, keep an eye on the BBC website and you'll see if they're going to come back on, or you'll see if it ticks over to being closed, because otherwise we'll just be talking to each other for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But I would expect an official decision very soon. I say play will resume tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. If it does resume tonight, then we'll be back with you here. But as the state of play stands, 84 for 3 Sussex in their second innings, they lead Warwickshire by 79.